Welcome my fellow villains. Today we will continue the story of the supreme being who plagued the world with terror and justice. The villain would like to thank these awesome people for their support and for you guys who continue to enjoy our videos. You guys are the best. Now let's get into the video. In that case, her master's plan to expand operations outside of Nazarick had worked to her favor. The reorganized Adventurers Guild can be by Mari's actions. The need to be on the alert for aura. Under Cosida's command. Intelligence from victim. The value of Shaltir's transport network. Amassing a secret fund from the Merchants Guild. Manpower. And also, Demiurge and that girl, It took a mere moment for Albedo to consider matters from multiple facets, a feat no ordinary person could do. That would not work. I must remain cautious of Demiurge. Reaching out to that girl would also be too dangerous. If I am not careful, she might become an opponent that I would have to be wary of, even more so than Demiurge. Albedo glanced at the cover titled regarding the problems faced by the team supporting the Holy Kingdom's grain management. Albedo could not recall anything regarding such a problem. Did something happen? Her face appeared to be more perplexed than anything else, as if she's unable to comprehend what she'd read. Despite that, Albedo's lucid mind still pushed onwards, contemplating the cause and possibility of the problem being presented. It's highly likely that the girl betrayed us, but did she accept a better offer from another organization? But according to my judgment, that offer should have been impossible to trump. No, nothing is confirmed yet. A lack of intelligence again, Whoever presented the report must explain it to her in detail. Reporting to her master will have to wait till afterwards. She browsed the two other reports, confirmed that they were not that important, and said to the maid standing behind her, "We must hold an emergency meeting. I will go to the 7th floor first to discuss matters with Demiurge. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them that I'm absent for the moment." Demiurge had just finished his work in the Holy Kingdom. In order to prepare plans against the alliance of the Council State, slain Theocracy, and the City-State Alliance, he should have returned to his abode on the 7th floor. If Demiurge was not there, I'd have to find Intoma and have her use message or have my older sister investigate his whereabouts. With that in mind, Albedo initiated the teleport. In the kingdom of Re-Estize and in its capital, Re-Estize. In the office, its rightful owner, Rampasa III, was nowhere to be found. Instead, the room was being occupied by the second prince, Zanik Valleanagana Rylvazelf. Zanik's face grew dark as he examined the documents that were submitted. Surely no one could keep a cheerful expression after reading through said documents. Its contents detailed the current state of the kingdom. During the Battle of the Katsa Plains, much of the kingdom's population lost their lives. Even so, it wasn't as though the damage inflicted on the kingdom was lethal. A multitude of them were the second or third sons of farmers, so they were practically spare men. So although saying this out loud would sound cruel, nothing of value was lost through their deaths. Still, we had lost 4% of our male population, those who were young and strong to boot. The negative impact of this loss was gradually becoming apparent, and this was all clearly outlined in the document. Oi, sister. How would you deal with this if you were in charge? Renner Thier Chardilan Rylvazelf, who sat on a chaise longue far away from him, smiled as she raised her head. Even if you asked me what I would do. Oni-sama, how can I give an answer when you haven't even given me enough details in your question? It's about this. Renner stood up, walked towards Zanik, and took the documents from him. This? After scanning the document from top to bottom, Renner replied in a casual tone. That. There's nothing we can do about it, right? Dear Lord. Zanik raised his head towards the sky. If my sister, who was much more brilliant than me, said this, then there really wasn't anything we could do about it. However, as rulers, we could not just give up on something like this so easily. Is this matter really that troublesome? It's true that our nation's strength has waned temporarily, but that's all it is, it's only temporary. I don't believe that it's serious enough to warrant us doing something about it. If our nation's power is weakened, then people will start to die from starvation, right? Due to the repeated clashes they have had with the Empire, their inability to store sufficient grain had continued on to the present day. The loss of life on the battlefield also meant that they lost a sizable chunk of their labor force. Years down the line, the decrease in grain production would cause the price of grain to skyrocket till the point where the poor could no longer afford it. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. Say, sister, if it's as insignificant as you make it out to be, how will we deal with the chance that a drought or a cold snap occurs, causing crop failure? High-level druids seem to have the ability to control the weather, so I believe we'll at least have a way to deal with the issues that arise regarding the amount of sunlight available. Since we'd only have to hire adventurers for it, it would be highly cost-effective. Still, whether or not such high-level druid adventurers exist is something we should find out as soon as possible. If this was in the past, we could have always relied on adventurers from the Empire in cases of emergency, but now that the Empire has become a vassal state of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, that could prove to be difficult. Ah, I see, let's handle droughts this way then. What about cold snaps, sister? Druids would have to work hard on that as well. Zanuck carefully observed Renner's face. Does she not know about that? Considering the current state of the kingdom, it was natural for Renner to not know. Even a genius would arrive at the wrong answer on unfamiliar turf. Blindly trusting in my sister could prove to be very dangerous. Sister, a cold snap is difficult to deal with even with the power of a druid. Is that so? If that's the case, then it would be quite unfortunate. Ah. But the problem is about grain, right? We have plenty of supplies, so it's not a problem. That's excellent news, Oni-sama. Zanuck made the exact opposite face as Renner's smile. By grain, you meant that? I would not want to touch that. Are you sure people won't turn undead from eating too much of it? A generous supply sat waiting in some merchants' warehouses. The Sorcerer's Kingdom leased those warehouses and put grain there. The merchants were allowed to sell the grain, but its price was a bit higher than market price due to a tariff. The Holy Kingdom is consuming the same grain, so the grain itself should be harmless, right? No, perhaps they wanted us to think that way and only the grain in the capital was tainted. Renner smiled bitterly. You don't really think so, do you? Well, I guess not. After all, we checked the contents. Regarding the usage of the warehouses in the capital, the Sorcerer's Kingdom's official statement was that it was to store grain to be used as food aid for the Holy Kingdom. Plans were made to transport the grain to the Holy Kingdom from these warehouses. Though the northern half of the Holy Kingdom was almost completely destroyed, its southern half was barely touched. The death of the nobles in the north caused general unrest in their lands. The nobles to the south began feuding internally, and other similar incidents caused quite a bit of trouble for the Holy Kingdom. The result was delayed aid for the people of the north. Some could not even reliably acquire food. Their saving grace was the grain provided by the Sorcerer's Kingdom, the grain that was being shipped from the kingdom's warehouses to the Holy Kingdom through land and sea routes. An absolutely brilliant plan. In such dire straits, they had no time for scruples about where the food came from, even if it was from one of the undead. If it were us providing the food aid instead, the goodwill that the Sorcerer King has been receiving would have undoubtedly been ours. But there's no way we could do that in these conditions. Problem after problem without solutions caused a delay in responding. It was at this moment when he could finally see the bigger picture and the equally bigger problem. No, could it be? Oni-sama. Oh. Oi, sister. I can hear you all right, no need to shout. I'm not that old. Because you've ignored your own sister who's standing right here in front of you to drift off into your own thoughts, I'll create some nasty memories of you as revenge. Or were you thinking about something? Nothing, just being a bit too paranoid. Renner turned towards him, her eyes filled with pity. I'm not too sure, but that has to be it. You talk about negative things all the time, so naturally, every one of your trains of thought would inevitably veer towards the worst-case scenarios. That made sense. Maybe. That has to be it. About the Holy Kingdom, the schism between North and South means they're only a step away from a civil war, right? If that's the case, then which side will win? Though the exhausted North doesn't seem to have a fighting chance at all. Well, perhaps. The fact that someone of great renown from the North died is an influential factor. After all, that female paladin died too. I don't know much about that. Was it someone famous? From what I heard, she could be tied with our warrior captain. She visited our kingdom once. It's a shame we couldn't meet. Skipping the normal sequence of meetings to grant immediate audience to an unofficial envoy was not appropriate for both parties. The royal family would be looked down upon if the meeting came too early. By the time diplomats made that judgment, they had already left the capital. If we knew what we do now, we should have set up a meeting with her no matter what. Perhaps it could have helped us gain a potential backup option for the future. Back then, your judgment was diplomatically correct. If it wasn't for you telling me not to do it all the time, I would have thought that it was not that big of a deal to meet them. Having the king meet them right away would have definitely been inappropriate, but if a prince did so, it should have been fine. Wasn't it Oni-sama who made the final decision himself? Renner pouted. Oni-sama is the current successor to the throne, but not everyone approves of you behind closed doors. Any possible cause of gossip, however small, must be avoided. It would trouble me a lot if you don't secure the throne. Oh, and causing a rebellion right now would be a problem as well. If that happens, you wouldn't be able to fulfill your promise. That's true. She did not disguise her intentions at all, but it was convincing nonetheless. Normally this is how things would go. The Sorceress Kingdom has been providing aid to the Northern Holy Kingdom. If all went according to their plans, they would have an easily manipulated country in their hands. Should we try to contact the South? That's true, it would certainly be a desirable development. There's another reason the two halves are against each other, namely the faceless progenitor's new teachings. That can't be good for the kingdom either. Ah, that one. The faceless one. Her teaching, treasured by her many followers, was that weakness without the drive to improve oneself is a sin. Everyone must strive towards the goal of becoming stronger. Though there was widespread support for her teachings in the North, it was not only unpopular but also shunned in the South. By common sense, isn't it odd to hide one's face? The diplomatic mission sent from the kingdom had the same questions in mind as me concerning the faceless one, so they asked her followers. It did not matter who they asked, each and every one of their answers were vague at best, as if they would be breaking some form of taboo should they have answered truthfully. It was incredibly suspicious. By hiding her face, is she not creating the impression that she had done something unspeakable in the past? Her parents were apparently renowned warriors. If she had revealed her face and preached out in the open, it would probably have raised her reputation by a fair amount. Is it possible that she's hiding her appearance because she's been lying about her heritage? Why would someone spread such a boring lie? I don't think any of the benefits of hiding one's appearance would apply to her if that's the case. That's true. Or perhaps she's not human, but undead or something similar. You mean she's serving under the Sorcerer King? I just thought that if that were the case, things would start to make a lot more sense, wouldn't they? It could explain a lot of things, but why would someone like that risk arousing further suspicion from others by hiding their appearance? That's also true. But what other acceptable reasons are there to hide one's appearance? It's also possible that she had received some form of facial disfigurement during Jaldabaoth's invasion, but then again it should have been treatable with magic. Unless wounds inflicted by a fiend as strong as Jaldabaoth cannot be healed with magic or something similar. Well, that's more believable than your previous theory, especially since she's female. Exposing a facial scar could be beneficial in the sense that people would sympathize with you more, but that's largely dependent on how severe the wound was. In any case, our first order was to gather detailed information on the inner workings of the Holy Kingdom. Let's plan our operations out in a way where we could immediately aid in the south should that become necessary. That would be best. To our south is the Holy Kingdom, where half of the country is friendly to the Sorceress Kingdom, and to our east is the Empire, a vassal state of the Sorceress Kingdom. This will be hard to deal with. Yeah. Zanuck's gaze remained affixed on Renner, who had been replying ever so nonchalantly. You make it sound so simple. But what more could be said about this? The situation is undeniably worse if you consider the current state of our neighboring countries. Other than what Oni-sama has said so far, there's also the matter of the persisting and prospering underground organizations in the kingdom. You're talking about the Eight Fingers, correct? Recently there have been a number of people making a mess all over the place due to narcotics withdrawal. So have they really become active again? If it wasn't for that archfiend Jaldabaoth appearing out of nowhere, we could have knocked the Eight Fingers down another peg or two for sure. Zanuck sighed. With the loss of Gazef Stronov, the strongest warrior in the kingdom, the government had shifted its policy to avoid direct confrontation with the Eight Fingers. They simply lacked the necessary number of strong individuals to deal with the issue. Except one. The man employed by Renner, Brain Unglaus, had a lot of potential. But that man was only loyal to Renner, so there's probably no chance at all that he'd be willing to serve me. I had already attempted to gain favor with him, but it did not seem to have an effect on him at all. I don't plan on taking on the role of warrior captain myself, so it's probably better to promote someone who's talented enough for the job. Should we train him to become someone who's worthy of the position of warrior captain? I wanted to at least give him the sword that's part of the kingdom's treasures, but father would never allow it. To his father, the king, Gazef Stronov's existence was far too important. It's lonely at the top, as they say. Knowing that soon it'll be his turn to bear this burden, Zanuck, unbeknownst to himself, is gradually grasping the true meaning of that proverb. For his father to have someone like that in his life, Zanuck couldn't help but feel envious. Zanuck had repressed quite a bit of the ensuing depression. Will I remain lonely for the rest of my life? Zanuck shook his head, pushing his negative emotions aside. Renner looked back at him as if she was looking at a cryptid. Just ignore her, Zanuck. Speaking of brain, the moment I'm crowned king, my first action would likely be to retrieve the 4 treasures of the kingdom from my father. Though I'm uncertain if my father would hand them over so easily, it's imperative for me to entrust the treasures to Brain, otherwise, it would be an insult to the sacrifices he's made. He wasn't the kingdom's warrior captain, he was just Renner's subordinate, a peasant with no fealty to speak of. If the kingdom's treasures were to be given to him, there would be no doubt the nobles would have dissenting opinions against it. Even so, how about we just declare that we intend to become a vassal state of the Sorceress Kingdom? Renner's goal was to live out her life in a small manor with Climb, which would still be achievable even if we became a vassal state. No, it's safe to say that if the value of royalty fell, it would have an inverse effect on our personal safety. Perhaps Renner's suggestion would create the best outcome for her. Humph. Zanuck scoffed at Renner's proposal. The state of the internal affairs of our country and that of the empires is completely different. Civil disorder would occur the moment we suggest it. As of now, the kingdom was split between the royal faction, the noble faction, independents, and a new faction that was formed shortly after that battle. The distribution of power between the 4 factions was roughly 3-3-2-2. The most troublesome of them all was the new faction. It was composed mostly of spare men from noble families that had lost both their heads and their successor, men who obtained power not meant for them. As a result, many of them lacked integrity and manners. Spy reports showed that more than a few of them were drunk on power. They were the cancer of this nation. There was no guarantee on how the other factions would react when the royal powers were exercised. This was no longer the pre-war era when the royal faction held the upper hand in political power. Still, Renner's suggestion of vassalization was not totally out of the question. It could be considered if the situation was to change drastically. No, that will not happen. There will not be any civil disorder, Oni-sama. Renner naturally followed with a counter. Don't lie to me. Although he could tell that she wasn't being serious, it would not have been a problem even if Zanuck was stupid enough to fall for it. Zanuck had learned to see through her facades long ago. It was precisely because of this reason that women like her should not be trusted. If only Elias had returned. Zanuck suddenly felt a sense of loneliness deep down in his heart. Zanuck turned to face Renner in a pretentious manner, as if doing so would rid him of his sorrows. Still, I find it hard to believe that the Empire would actually import goods from the Sorceress Kingdom. Well, that was an awkward way to change the topic, not that I mind. Those things aren't that bad for a vassal state like the Empire, right? The most exported goods from the Sorceress Kingdom to the Empire in terms of the revenue they generated were undead creatures. Apparently, they were distinguished by categories such as menial labor, military service, cargo transportation, and so on. Oi, we're talking about the undead, remember? The enemy of the living? But they don't require sustenance and don't get tired. Frankly speaking, they're the best kind of worker you could hope for. You're correct in thinking that importing the Sorcerer King's undead into our country would be risky, since it would essentially be us allowing another nation's soldiers onto our own soil. But on the other hand, it's also a gesture to the Sorceress Kingdom that its vassal does not have anything to hide from them. They're basically handing the other end of the leash they've placed on themselves over to the Sorceress Kingdom. Renner raised her head towards the ceiling. In some ways, this is an admirable attitude that we could learn from. It is a good way to show that they can easily threaten us. That's true, if a superior cannot trust their inferior, it's definitely more reassuring to have a firm grasp on their weaknesses. I can somewhat understand the Empire's actions if I look at it from that perspective. It looks as though Irantal and the Dwarven nation in the Azurlesia Mountains have initiated trade relations. They're exchanging undead miners and fresh ingredients for ores and high-quality, Dwarven-made farming equipment. This was according to the intel they had received from their spy in Irantal, who had met with some dwarves. Cargo hauling within the Azurlesia mountain range can simply be handled by the undead. Apparently, the shipping and labor costs are basically negligible, so much so that it's cheaper for them to buy from the dwarves than from us. That's right. Are we abandoning the plans to form an alliance with the Council State? Yes, that's currently in progress, but the situation isn't great. Though a Dragon Lord has agreed to it, we still need more time to convince the representatives of the other races. Though even if this falls through, the prospect of an alliance would not be completely ruled out, that much was said. That was only partly true. The Anti-Sorceress Kingdom alliance was forming at a snail's pace, but progress was smooth nonetheless. There were simply too many things to do to form a tight alliance. They would need at least a few months to sort it out. Is that so? It would be great if we could form a military alliance as soon as possible. Now then, Oni-sama, when do you plan to take the throne? I feel like it's about time for you to fulfill your promise. The promise in question was that Renner would work alongside Zanuck in exchange for a manor to live in secret with Climb, as well as the permission to do so. About that, just wait for a while. Surely you already knew of how the unofficial proposals are being dealt with soon. I've spoken to our father and we've decided to wait for him to put forward his last major policy before making any moves. If the king commits a fatal mistake in managing the state, he will bear the responsibility and abdicate. If he made no mistakes, he would just propose more and more policies that are designed to upset the nobility, to allow the prince the opportunity to propose alleviating measures in order to reduce their dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, how's the orphanage going? Are you planning to cook something for them again? Do you need any financial support? That's not necessary, my allowance is enough for its operations. There should be somewhere around 50 of them by now. This was a significant figure, perhaps the greatest among all the orphanages in the kingdom. Despite that, Renner had not sought external support in running the orphanage's operations, which were funded entirely through her privy purse. Now that I think about it, my sister seemed to only wear one set of clothes. We royalty should never do something that'll make the nobility look down on us. Zanuck felt somewhat irritated but also proud that Renner knew how to spend her funds wisely. Do you want me to split some of my allowances with you? After all, the orphanage is an impressive feat in the eyes of the citizens. I cannot allow that. Her rejection was uncharacteristically staunch. If there are outstanding children in the orphanage, I intend to take them with me to the manor. I will not allow you to take any of my prospective labor force. Ah, so that's your plan? Exactly. I've requested Brainsand to help train them in swordsmanship. They should also start schooling soon. My efforts to nurture them have just begun. Then what about the children who are not so exceptional? Even if they could only do simple calculations or write, there will be a job waiting for them somewhere. Everything will work out just fine. So you would be fine with it if I take the rest of them? If you would do that, it would make me very happy. I won't have to worry that some of the children will be left behind. Renner's voice was interrupted by the sound of someone violently knocking on the door. What's going on? What's with the commotion? Just as Zanuck raised his voice, the door was suddenly opened. Your Highness. Emergency. A noble dressed in familiar court attire ran into the room. He was one of the officials in charge of internal affairs. What happened? Zanuck took one look at the parchment presented to him and a surprised expression could be seen on his face. No, it was more like he was in disbelief. What's wrong? Zanuck did not have the strength to reply. Instead, he just passed the parchment paper to Renner in silence. And then... Ha! It sounded like she was absolutely dumbfounded. Oh look, she's exposing her human side again. Zanuck grinned in a way as if he had just given in to his despair. As a gentleman who held himself accountable for all his debts, Phillips hoped to improve his social standing as soon as possible. Hilma should also be expecting him to obtain authority above the rank of a baron at the very least. Then he'd have to repay his dues. To have the freedom to do whatever he wanted and the right to use his powers as he sees fit, those were Philip's dreams. But why is nothing going my way? He could no longer hold in his true feelings. Philip surveyed his surroundings. This tavern was not a regular peasant's bar. After confirming that no one was looking toward him, Philip calmed down. To allow others to find out that he had failed would be disgraceful. That's right. He had failed. Die, you're all trash. Philip's expression twisted in anger. If all had gone according to my plans, the output of my domain would have been multiplied and I should have been surrounded by people grateful that I was their new lord. My name should have been known to all after the neighboring nobles caught wind of my accomplishments. So, how did it end up like this? Not only had the grain productivity of his land started to fall, he also felt as though the villagers he had visited were all staring at him with contempt. Insolent scumbags. I was finally the head of the House of Montserrat, a family with a long and dated history. Those villagers should have known full well how they should pay their respects. Could it be possible that the villagers were all slacking off in an attempt to weaken my position? In general, if you focus production on more valuable goods, revenue would naturally rise by huge proportions. It was so obvious, yet the number of people who disagree with him were countless. Absolute trash. How about I ask Hilma about how I should punish these fools? If I do that, they'll certainly start working hard for me again. I'll still need to investigate if they're conspiring against me, their lord. No, wait. If it's something as simple as dishing out punishments, it'd be fine if I approve of it in my own right. In theory, it'd be the same as whipping cows and horses to get them to obey you. Yeah, there's no need to tell Hilma about this at all. If I end up owing her another favor from this. Hilma's been good to me for quite a while, it's about time that I repay her generosity. To a soon-to-be great noble, debt owed to a commoner like Hilma could be bilked. It was an easily exploitable situation. But alas, doing so would make him no different than a common thief. It would be a big problem if I let Hilma have something to threaten me with due to my generosity. If that ever happened, Hilma could always have things her way and shut me up. The question is, what would be the best form of repayment in this case? If I'm going by their previous agreement, I would have to repay her in gold collected from the increased revenue of my land, but that's obviously not possible. So what was something that I could do that would both demonstrate my brilliance and also leverage the newly formed faction's power to benefit Hilma? I say that, but I still don't have total control over this faction yet. Though the number of members supporting the idea that Philip should be the faction's leader was steadily rising, he hadn't gained the support of the entire aristocracy. Hilma had aided him in that pursuit, but considering his age, social standing, etc., there were still some major hurdles he had yet to overcome. But doesn't that sound like they'll just be conforming to the traditions of the more established factions? Being members of a new faction, they could not act like some aging organization but should rather introduce radical changes into the system. All the other guys are just so inflexible. Blinded by his feelings of irritation, Philip did not notice his mug had somehow become empty. Oi! More booze! Yes, my lord. Some maid that looked like she's employed at the establishment was just passing by, so he barked his orders at her. After taking a deep bow, she walked away and Philip was unable to take his eyes off of her. Was it because her uniform was too thin? One could make out the shape of her buttocks. Oh. I had already borrowed 2 maids from Hilma who were not so dissimilar to the one I'm staring at. These ladies would do anything I ask of them, I could even stiff their salaries. Every one of my household matters had been handled by them. Though I wanted to fire those who had been under my family's employ for a long time and just keep my subordinates at hand, my father's fervent rejection of that proposal made me give up. Well, if I am the one paying for those servants, then I would have definitely fired them to save expenses. As Philip vaguely thought about these matters, someone spoke to him suddenly. Oh hey, Baron Montserrat. What's going on? You seem troubled. He turned his head towards the source of the voice to see 2 nobles in front of him. Oh! Baron Delvin and Baron Rokerson. Are these seats taken? Oh, please, do take a seat. Rokerson gave a gentle nod and sat down alongside Delvin. The maid seemed to have timed her entrance perfectly as she walked in with ale in tow. Here, cheers! It's our pleasure. Philip used more force than was necessary. Alcohol was spilled onto the table. Oh! Some of it had landed onto Baron Delvin's clothing. It was reminiscent of a more traditional style, like a hand-me-down from his elders. Philip felt pity. What he currently wore was top-tier fabrics he had instructed Hilma to prepare for him. Philip contemplated the tragedy of the apparent difference in their future prospects compared to him as he asked, "So were the 2 of you here for drinks too?" That's right, that's right. We were just here for drinks and were pleasantly surprised to find that Baron Montserrat was here too, so we came over to pay our respects. Right? It's just as you say, Baron Rokerson. No, what's this nonsense about paying respects? Aren't we equals? Comrades who are supporting each other. Oh! I never knew that someone as great as Baron Montserrat viewed people like us as equals. That does bring joy to our hearts. Right? It's just as you say. Now, if you will, please try some of these. The man on the opposite end hastily presented the hors d'oeuvres. Thank you very much, Baron Rokerson. Oh my! We're no strangers, Baron Montserrat. Feel free to call me Wayne and Igor. Understandable. Then I'd request that both of you refer to me as Philip. The three shared in a hearty laugh as they downed their pale alesh. But anyways. Philip-sama, what has been bothering you? You seemed quite troubled just then. Just then? At this point the alcohol had slightly. Yes, only ever so slightly dulled his mind. His anger flared back up. Ah, those useless idiots keep giving me headaches. Oh, I'm talking about the peasants living on my land. So that's why, I completely understand. It's completely understandable for someone as sagacious as Philip Kaka to be angry over those who could never hope to grasp your thoughts. Common people like us aren't on the same level as you, right? Exactly, it's completely understandable for someone as smart as Philip Kaka to be angry over such matters. Philip was touched by their agreement with him. They too must also be perturbed by their own subject's stupidity. The two of you get what I'm going through? We do. Though I'm not as outstanding as Philip Kaka, I've also had my fair share of experience with the issues you're faced with. Exactly. Looks like we're out of ale. Oi! What are you doing not pouring ale for Philip Kaka? The maid that was summoned immediately brought over some ale straight to Philip. He raised his mug, now filled to the brim with ale. Here, let us toast each other once more. Philip downed his ale. He felt as though the ale had never tasted better than in this moment. Perhaps it's because he's sharing a drink with his sympathizers. He was overjoyed to the point of wanting to rub shoulders with them. Ah, Philip Kaka. I'm honored that you'd rub shoulders with me, but your ale might spill. How about you down some of it first and then? Oh! He spilled some ale again. Philip removed his arm from the other noble and drank in a rambunctious manner. Whoa! That's what I expected of you. You can certainly hold your alcohol, am I right? That's right, as expected of Philip-sama. Pushed. No, that's not true. It's just that this ale tastes better than usual when enjoyed with outstanding nobles like you. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Kaka would speak such words that fill my heart with joy. As the two of us have a lower tolerance for alcohol, we can't help but be in awe of your capacity. The two of you can't drink much? They were both still on their first cup and the level of ale hadn't gone down much. It's embarrassing to admit, but to tell the truth, neither of us can find any appeal in alcohol, right? That's right, but since we're in this type of establishment it would be awkward not to drink at all, so we're only taking tiny sips. Because we can't hold our alcohol, we're quite envious of men who could, like Philip Kaka. Please, do take our portion as well. Philip followed along with their suggestions and drank cup after cup. It was around this time when his face started turning red. Now that's the way to do it. I remember Philip Kaka mentioning the idiots in your land, so what happened exactly? What was it? Did I talk about that? Yeah, you mentioned something along those lines. It appears to me that you might have had a little too much to drink. Should I bring some non-alcoholic beverages over? Does that sound agreeable? That's right. Philip Kaka, would you like some water? The water they serve here does not stink of moss. That wouldn't be necessary. I'm fine. Heat pulsed across his face. He didn't need a mirror to know that his face had turned completely red. I was talking about my woes. I'm broke. We're in a similar situation, am I right? That's right, our domains aren't exactly prospering either. No. It's not what you think it is. If those worthless peasants had done what I ordered them to, there should have been large sums of gold flooding into my pockets. But they don't work hard enough and won't listen. It's all their fault. Every single one of them is worthless. Oh. Philip Kaka is absolutely correct. This world is filled with worthless trash. I can understand your pain. By the way, what is the special product of your lands, Philip Kaka? Nothing apart from agricultural produce at the moment. Damn it. A lot of trials were being run on various aspects of production, but none had borne fruit yet. Agricultural produce, huh? It would be nice to have some kind of unique product, otherwise. Typical agricultural products don't sell for much, but that's to be expected. The two noblemen spoke of a lot of their own opinions. Considering that current situation, if nothing changes, then I could only wait for a bad harvest so the price of grain would go up. What about your own Terry? Wayne jabbed Igor with his elbow mid-sentence, and then he moved closer to Philip to whisper. You're right, but even if a bad harvest occurs, the price won't necessarily rise. Did you know that there is a huge amount of cheap grain being transported from the Sorcerer's Kingdom to the kingdom? So the price for regular produce is unlikely to fluctuate much, and it would be equally unlikely for any non-value-added product to fetch a high price. What? Ah, Philip Kaka, you're being too loud. Philip surveyed his surroundings in a frenzy, lowered his voice, and then said to Wayne. Is that true? The intel was obtained from trustworthy sources. It was being spread amongst a few of the merchants in the capital. Apparently, the Sorcerer's Kingdom has stored large quantities of grain in warehouses owned by the merchants in the capital. It was said that they were even allowed to sell them, but the Sorcerer's Kingdom obviously had the priority input on how they were being used. So it wasn't merchants importing goods from the Sorcerer's Kingdom to sell here, but rather, the Sorcerer's Kingdom was storing food in the kingdom? That's right. I don't know much about the exact details other than the fact that it's there for storage only, and the Sorcerer's Kingdom had already paid for the storage fee. Or was it rent for the warehouses? In any case, the merchants made money from that deal. It wasn't much, but it was still something. Do people just rent out their warehouses so easily? Normally it would be difficult to secure storage space. But wasn't that warehouse district attacked by that fiend? I heard a lot of the warehouses were empty, and so the owners happily leased them out. Therefore, as long as the grain remains there, the merchants are not likely to raise the price of food. It's easy to imagine people saying things like, if it gets more expensive, I'd rather buy from the Sorcerer's Kingdom should the price go up. Oh right, did you know about Randall's huge grain storehouse? No. What of it? Within this huge warehouse enchanted with the spell, Preserve, there are places where food will never rot, courtesy of a magical item. Until recently, military rations for over 100,000 soldiers were painstakingly collected from neighboring lands in preparation for a war with the Empire annually. Food collection takes time, so it could rot during the process, not to mention that obtaining food was harder during some time periods. That huge storehouse was built to counter these problems. Apparently, the magical item wasn't something that could be transported elsewhere, so it was formally gifted to the Sorcerer's Kingdom. That means the Sorcerer's Kingdom's surplus grain could be stored there for years. Even if the food could last for many years, the Sorcerer's Kingdom is a country with a single city, Urantal. How's it possible for them to produce that much food? Even if the rumor spreads throughout the kingdom, grain prices should only drop by a tiny bit at most, considering the kingdom's large population. Oh, about that. According to some credible rumors, the Sorcerer's Kingdom is using undead creatures to work large swathes of farmland. As a result, they saw a tremendous boost in their grain productivity. That way even such a small territory could match the entire kingdom's output. If you think about it, we're talking about undead creatures that do not know fatigue. But, well, if you think of that food being made by the undead, it's hard not to feel disgusted by it. What? That's just cheating. Philip couldn't help but yell. The Sorcerer King could easily accomplish what I couldn't get my subjects to do, no matter how hard I tried. All the pain that I had to suffer through, the Sorcerer King deserved as well. Or, perhaps I should also be using the undead for farming? That made sense. If Philip were the Sorcerer King, he would have also used the surplus food, which had been sitting in storage for quite a long time, as aid. Exactly. Well, bad harvests don't happen that easily, right? That's why it's risky to wait for the climate to influence the situation. A better solution is required. For example, if the Sorceress Kingdom's grain supply suddenly disappeared, then the food produced in Philip Kaka's domain should sell for a high price. That being said, you can't just do things like instigating a war with the sole objective of forcing the enemy to burn through their grain supply. That being said, it's not like there's nothing suspicious about it. After all, even if the undead work tirelessly around the clock, for them to match the entire kingdom's output is. Still, their agricultural output is quite high, there's no doubt about it. Right now, the Sorceress Kingdom is sending food aid to the Holy Kingdom. Food aid? Yaldabaoth, the archfiend who brought chaos to our royal capital, appeared in the Holy Kingdom. It seems like his rampage caused some food scarcity issues, and the Sorceress Kingdom responded by sending the food bought from the kingdom merchants as aid. A caravan with wagons full of grain passed through my territory the other day, so it has to be true. How much can remain in the merchants' warehouses if the food was used as aid to the Holy Kingdom? That's a fair point. Still, it's a necessity to stockpile food in order to prepare for bad harvests. Plus, I don't think the Sorceress Kingdom used up all the grain they had bought as aid. It was at this moment when an idea was formed spontaneously in Philip's head. To take a foreign country's property by force was an extremely dangerous action. But, the kingdom should see the Sorceress Kingdom as its enemy. After all, a significant portion of its own citizens was killed in the war. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a brilliant move to steal from an enemy? That way, I would be able to earn the support of the kingdom's ruling class, and perhaps there was even a chance I would be promoted to a higher rank in light of my contributions. Not bad. Isn't this a great idea? As the cherry on top, he could also sell the grain that was taken from the Sorceress Kingdom. This is like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. A plan that was so perfect it could not be improved upon. But, how will I rob them of the grain? Should I discuss it with Hilma and hire mercenaries? No, that's no good. Mercenaries don't have a sense of honor. Only idiots would leave a trail behind that could be traced back to them and be used as blackmail material. Following that logic, only his own soldiers could work. He'd call them soldiers, but in actuality, they would just be a few armed villagers. He had considered forming a unit with trained soldiers instead of villagers who could only do farm work. Paying said soldiers with the grain that they would seize would be an excellent option. But still, marching straight into the Sorceress Kingdom's territories would be dangerous. Philip's domain was some distance away from the Sorceress Kingdom, so the cost of a marching army wasn't something that he could just shrug off. No, wait, didn't he talk about some of the Sorceress Kingdom's caravans passing through his lands? What if I attack those? Am I enough to take on such large caravans? There was a limit to the number of villagers I could mobilize, but an overwhelming numerical superiority, enough to make the enemy surrender without any resistance, was absolutely necessary. Are you two free to have a chat? There's a matter that I would like to discuss with you all. We are. What's this thing? It's something good. Philip moved towards the pair and proudly began to explain his impeccable plan. What the hell, he should have said sorry at the very least. Wayne scoffed after saying goodbye to Philip. The garment that was now stained with beer used to be his father's and was quite old in both texture and design, making it quite a rare item. An outfit like this was a must-have for him to play the role of a weak nobleman on the stage that is a salon. That was why it was even more unbearable than usual to see it sullied. That is true. A voice beside him chimed in, prompting Wayne to turn to look at its source. Enough, that's enough. His voice turned somber along with the atmosphere surrounding him. Sorry dude, I really can't handle that kind of a guy, so you had to take care of most of it. Igor had switched from his previous personality too. He now spoke in an unrefined manner using language that none of the nobility would dare to be caught speaking. No need, if you're really sorry, go practice a few of those pleasantries. Lower-level nobility like us have to put in real effort to appease those at the top. life's just getting more and more difficult. I thought that once we inherited the barony we'd be able to join the racket of the aristocracy. Shameless flattery and ingratiation, just those two things alone annoy the shit out of me. Pfft, what are you talking about? Peasants have to deal with the same shit. Never mind who has it worse, everybody who's working under somebody has to be a bootlicker of sorts. And that's why I never wanted to grow up. Man, I miss the days when we were carefree enough to swing sticks around and pretend to be dragon slayers. There's no going back, so don't think about it. Anyways, just learn to flatter others. That brainlet seems to be a good candidate to practice on, right? Even if we fuck it up, our losses would be small. To noblemen of the higher echelon or those with more experience in life, nothing could satisfy them unless it was made to perfection. That was why they had to gain experience every time they had a chance. For real. Well, the next time we meet him I'll try extra hard to put on a face. Yeah, that'll do, that'll do. No one dislikes pleasantries. If someone you're talking to is annoyed at you, it just means that your ability to hold a conversation isn't there yet. Igor, I know this is hard. I'll make up for your flaws and you can make up for mine, that was our deal, but you can't just stop trying to overcome your own weaknesses because of that. It's not like we'll be with each other forever. Though Wayne might be more intelligent than the average person, he was completely outmatched in terms of athleticism. Igor was the complete opposite. It was unusual for neighboring lords to be friendly with each other, but since they were the third and fourth sons of their family, they weren't indoctrinated with animosity from the past. Most importantly, they had chemistry. Is that so? So, what about what we discussed with him? Absolutely terrible. Wayne did not hesitate for a second before answering his friend's question. But, wasn't that guy easily manipulated? That's true. This faction was, frankly speaking, a garbage dump. Its members were only in it to capitalize on their status as noblemen and had absolutely no interest in developing their lands. These people were beyond saving. The Sorceress Kingdom storing grain in the capital is a disturbing development because they theoretically have complete control over its market price. They'll definitely raise the prices due to our bad harvest this year. What's even more terrifying is the fact that the nobles who are optimistic about such a blatant trap and have switched their farmlands to only grow cash crops aren't the minority. Their mentality is that even if anything bad were to happen, they could get through a famine by importing grain from the Sorceress Kingdom, even if the price is a bit higher. A lot of landed nobles in this faction had this mentality. We lost a great amount of our labor force in that war. It's easy to see that they're fixated on the short-term profits based off of how they're distributing their remaining workforce alone. To let go of petty gains and instead focus on long-term profits should have been common sense for those at the top of the hierarchy. So to even think of robbing a Sorceress Kingdom's caravan of grain is evidence that he's got brain damage. Surely no one is stupid enough to not understand that attacking a caravan that's flying the Sorceress Kingdom's flag would be treated as a declaration of war and would result in serious retribution? Even if he's this. Hold up. Were we being deceived? It was certainly possible that they were being set up and he just couldn't figure out what that man's goal was. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad choice to accept his proposal after all. No, aren't you overthinking? It's probably because he was really that much of an idiot that he didn't consider the potential consequences at all while he was coming up with that plan. Hey now. Wayne smiled bitterly. To not consider the consequences of attacking those wagons at all. Can an idiot of that magnitude really exist? Well, if you put it that way. There was no way that a noble without common sense would be chosen to inherit his family's title. Philip must have had a goal. What could his goal be? It's best if we consult Signius, right? No, don't tell her. Hilma Signius, the woman who did everything in her power to establish this faction. It was probably an organization, not an individual, that was behind the woman, the Eight Fingers. The crime syndicate controlling the kingdom's underground society. In that case, Hilma was probably someone who could be readily discarded. No, my few conversations with her told me that it was more than likely that she was one of the higher-ups of the organization. I do not want to get entangled with such illegal organizations myself. Why? Looks like you're thinking about something that I won't be able to grasp again, but isn't it about time that you tell me what's going on? Even I know that saying yes to that guy will get us into trouble in the future. We're about to attack a Sorceress Kingdom's caravan in your territory, you know? That bony bastard is definitely not gonna just let it slide. There's no way that guy's not losing his head after this, and yours might not stay connected to your neck for long either. Igor was completely correct, but Wayne had an idea. He had agreed to the proposal with a full understanding of the risks involved. Perhaps that is that idiot's plan, to make us his scapegoats and pocket the stolen goods for himself. How about we go along with his plan? We'll be patrolling our own territories and we'll just so happen to stumble upon a group of bandits, the group that was responsible for the attack on the Sorceress Kingdom's caravan. After that, we'll kill them all. It's crucial that we alone are responsible for taking care of them. If an individual's caravan were to be attacked, no victim would simply stand down after receiving the news that the perpetrators were killed. Moreover, we will manage to make it easier for them to maintain their innocence by painting the narrative that we were simply taking care of an incident that had coincidentally occurred on our lands. How about that? Not a bad plan to gain favor with the Sorceress Kingdom, right? Even if we are suspected of involvement, we can just say that we were attempting to help aid the caravan. We'll be fine as long as the perpetrators are all dead. You know what they say. Dead men tell no tales. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but we do have to consider the possibility that there are priests who could resurrect the dead. You know what they also say? No lie slips by the priest. Do you seriously believe that there are priests capable of resurrection in the Sorceress Kingdom? In a country where the undead are said to proudly walk the streets, tormenting the living? No, I guess. Wayne grinned as he concurred with Igor. Regardless of that man's goals, an attack on a Sorceress Kingdom's caravan is beneficial to us no matter the outcome. It doesn't matter if the attack succeeds. Which I don't think it will. Or fails, because the Sorceress Kingdom would be on high alert for further attacks in the future either way. They might stop storing grain with the kingdom's merchants. That way, those idiots would get a wake-up call and start making plans with a more solid foundation. Also, that man will be done for no matter what. Is he worth all the hassle? For us to take all of these risks just for him? Of course, he's not worth it personally, but it's necessary to hinder Signius, the woman behind him, even if it's just by a little. She must be planning to use him to manipulate the faction and draw attention away from her, ultimately allowing her syndicate to operate in one form out in the open. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't make sense for them to invest so much money into the faction. The royal faction and the noble faction had already lost much of their power. If one could freely manipulate this third faction of theirs, they would be able to wield a terrifying amount of authority. I would only be able to come up with temporary solutions for these things, but you've already thought this far ahead, huh? As Igor said, such an idea should be out of reach of the minds of nobles, let alone a lowly baron. All the nobles without connections in the royal faction or the noble faction wanted to do was to better develop their land. What they desired was to become wealthier and happier. That's why they would exploit any beneficial opportunities to its maximum potential. But even if we switched to a better faction, we would have to rebuild our reputation and connections all over again, right? Yeah, right. We joined the faction to obtain opportunities that would otherwise be unavailable to them had they joined a more well-established faction. However, we never expected the Eight Fingers to appoint such a cretin to its leadership position. It seemed as though joining this faction was a mistake. Speaking of which, would the Sorceress Kingdom use this as an excuse to declare war on the kingdom? Wayne thought about it for a moment and shook his head. Unlikely. The Sorceress Kingdom is a nation with a single city. They lack the manpower to fully occupy the entire kingdom. Even if they have a lot of undead, they're only suitable for simple manual labor anyways. They can't properly manage a country, so even if war was declared, they would only ask for land that is closest to them at most. It shouldn't be an issue for nobles like us whose land is far from the Sorceress Kingdom. Now then. He raised up a clenched fist as he spoke, and Igor mirrored his movements to give him a fist bump. Let's do this. Yeah. Philip had finally reached his destination, a patch of road in Baron Delvin's domain. According to his intel, the Sorceress Kingdom's caravan would be passing through this place. Philip was on horseback, looking down upon his lined-up soldiers, or more accurately villagers, under his command. To put it bluntly, they were the nuisances of their village and none of them were worth the money. Even so, Philip felt an indescribable excitement basking in the gaze of his soldiers. I had a hunch that a widely circulated heroic tale of my own was about to begin. As my territory will inevitably expand, so too would my status grow. I would soon be joining the world stage under brilliant limelight. I was about to deliver the first blow to the Sorceress Kingdom, a feat no one else could accomplish. As a ploy to contain the Sorceress Kingdom, this would surely allow me to receive high praise from the royal family and a rank that was befitting of such an achievement. Perhaps I could even marry that beautiful princess. So, my lord, can we actually attack them? Philip, who had been basking in his dream, was jolted back to reality. He returned to his senses and looked at the soldier who had asked the question. The soldiers around them apparently agreed with the man's doubts, as everyone within sight turned their heads towards him as if to say, "Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. It'll be fine, this is a move to save the kingdom." "Ah, my lord, we don't really get the whole kingdom thing, it's too complicated for us. We won't get tied up and have our heads chopped off though, ye?" Another man asked, and soon the others started to echo along with their yes. Philip was greatly surprised by the questions that demonstrated a complete lack of an understanding of justice. It's precisely because so many people like them exist, that someone talented like me has to lead them. Nobody obeyed my plans on farm management because these people could only think on a surface level. I said there would be no problems. Are you all deaf? No, we aren't. The soldiers were not convinced, their spite was visible. As Philip panicked and knew not what to do, he heard the sound of horses' hooves stomping on the ground. He turned his head to see two horsemen galloping towards him. Their faces were both covered save for the eyes, but he still knew who they were. The two stopped afar and waved at him. Why didn't they come over here? Shouldn't they come towards me and not the other way round? I think maybe they had something to say that must be kept secret. I guess I have to. Philip moved towards them on horseback. Baron, how are your preparations coming along? The man's face was masked so it was hard to identify him, but judging from the voice and his build, the man could be deduced to be Baron Delvin, or Wayne. His outfit, however, was nothing like that of a baron's. The hide armor was a bit dirty and a sword hung by his waist. His horse looked like a farm horse instead of a war horse. Next to him was Baron Rokerson, or Igor, who looked pretty much the same. Well, now I can't show this pathetic duo that I'm irritated by my soldiers' low morale, can I? This is such a pain. I, as someone of higher status, must show to those below me exactly what made me superior to them. I must act as a role model for society, and the inferior must follow me. That way, the world could run smoothly. Only the two of you? What about your men? We have already prepared them, right? Exactly, our soldiers will flank Philip Kakas and form the crane wing formation. Oh! The crane wing formation. Deploying such a famous formation was quite a gratifying thing to do. It was as though he had become the protagonist of some tale. So, if things go south, please scatter towards the left and right. The enemy won't scatter if we only go in one direction. Remember to spread as far apart as possible when retreating. I understand. It's fine, you don't need to remind. Wouldn't it be better to decide in advance who should go which way? A successful retreat can be difficult in the heat of battle. This applies to Philip Kaka as well. Which direction will you be retreating to? They spoke as though they had foreseen his defeat. This made Philip quite upset. So you're sure that I'll lose? No, it's nothing like that, Philip Kaka. Have you heard of the tactic of feigning a retreat to exterminate all the pursuing enemies in one go? Yes I have. Oh, I see. Philip accepted their explanation, but since it would be unpleasant to admit his ignorance, he acted as though he had already known of the tactic. As I thought, you knew about it. Well, there you have it. This is the strategy, one that includes a strategic retreat. Well, in that case. As Philip was getting ready to discuss which way to retreat to, he realized that an important piece of information was missing. Before I answer, I have a question. You two haven't told me about the size of your forces yet. How many men did you bring? 75 each. Philip was so shocked that they could muster up more men than he could, that the thought that with these numbers, escaping in any direction would be the same never crossed his mind until later on. If we have this much manpower, doesn't it make more sense for us to attack all at the same time? After all, we have around 200 men here. Though that would be a viable option too, it wouldn't be the crane wing formation. For it to be a crane wing formation, Philip Kaka soldiers must advance first with our forces covering the side flanks. So that's why. Right, that's why. I had managed to completely forget about it. Wayne let out an audible sigh. Since his face was completely covered, no one could see his current expression. I'm glad you can understand. Now then, which direction should we retreat to? Yes. We'll retreat towards Igor Kaka's direction then. So towards the left flank, I understand. Then I'll request that you stick to the battle plan we had discussed before. Please also keep an eye out for archers. It's not so uncommon for horses to kill their riders in a stampede once they've been struck by arrows. As long as I have this armor, I'll be fine even if a horse stepped on me. This is a high-grade item that was crafted by a renowned blacksmith and enchanted by magic casters. My armor set was a gift from Hilma. The armor had been enchanted with magic that boosted its defense, allowing it to outclass the armor set that had been passed down as a family heirloom in my house. Though I had received this gift quite a while back, I had never had the chance to try it out yet. This will be the armor's debut. That baron over there certainly did not have something of such high quality. Philip tried his hardest to stop his sense of superiority from showing up in his voice. Even so, it's best to err on the side of caution. Everything would be for naught if Kaka were to be killed in the fray. This is the truth. That's correct, because Philip Kaka is our general. Even if you're donned with such excellent armor, there are still weak points where an arrow could strike. In addition, no matter how durable the armor is, it cannot defend against most spells. Please do not let down your guard because of the armor. After all, Philip Kaka is our general. Their repeated warnings greatly annoyed Philip, but he understood where they were coming from. Knowing that these two saw him as their leader, Philip couldn't help but smile. Of course, I understand. Also, where will Philip Kaka deploy our formations? It would be too dangerous to deploy on the road. I believe it would be best to stay back, that way we could rush to your aid if we have to retreat. It would help if you can tell us your position. Ooal. Philip was in agreement. Though this was common sense, Philip was shocked that he wasn't the one to suggest this in the first place. I would have noticed these things if this was the usual me. Right now I'm just too excited. This is my first time organizing a battle of this scale. Philip gulped slightly and took a deep breath. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just trying to temper the fiery passion for this battle in my heart. Oh, I see. Is that so? Then where would Philip Kaka like to wait for the caravan? First of all. Philip took a look to his left and right. The paved roads were quite wide, enough space for 2 carriages to pass through side by side. There were lush forests to the sides of the road, but the closest spots to the road where bandits would usually hide had been cleared completely down to just grass. If that's the case, we'll set up the ambush in the forest. I see. If that's the case, I know of a suitable spot. There's a patch of forest where twigs, weeds, and whatnot have already been cleared out that could allow us to retreat on horseback. How do you feel about that? Such a place exists. Indeed. When Philip Kaka decided to launch the ambush in these lands, we knew something like that was necessary, so we took the time to prepare that spot. I had repeatedly chosen this patch of land for the ambush in our previous meetings. Though I had asked Wayne and Igor for their opinions, both of them deferred to me. It must have been quite troublesome for them to make preparations after that. Then I'm truly grateful to you. Nonsense, since you had to take on the risks of leading the first charge, what we did was just our fair share, right? It's just as Wayne Kaka had surmised. The 2 led Philip to the site, and it was just as they had described. As he finished his discussion with the 2, Philip simply walked back to his soldiers. Philip couldn't stop sweating because of his full-plate armor, and because they were on uneven ground, his helmet could cause him to lose his balance and fall over easily. Who? Philip wheezed heavily as he took off his helmet to clip on below his waist. I feel like the armor was a failure. Even though an armor's defensive capabilities are its most important quality, mobility is equally as important. I seem to remember that there were enchantments that lighten armor. I'll have to ask for one of those in the future. I should talk to Hilma about this the next time I'm in the capital. After making a mental note of that, he walked back to the site where he saw his soldiers bored out of their minds doing nothing. Sorry for the wait. My lord. Who is that man who's covered his face? His appearance screams bandit. Are we being set up? That's impossible, that man's obviously an esteemed noble of the kingdom. Speaking of appearance, don't mention it. It's not as though every nobleman could afford full-plate armor. Though it appears the soldiers do not believe in his reasoning, there was no need to force them to accept it. Okay. Let's wait till the caravan arrives. After it does, we'll attack it immediately. Philip heard no response and raised his voice. Do you understand? Understood. Though everybody answered begrudgingly, their voices in unison were still loud enough to be heard. I'm unsatisfied with their response, but I'll have to leave it at that. This is their first battle after all, there was no need for them to meet all expectations. For them to develop into excellent soldiers, they will have to focus on the most immediate problems at hand. As Philip mulled over these thoughts, he sat on the ground as if his body was giving in to the desire for rest. The 8 fingers lurked in the shadows of the kingdom. There existed 8 divisions within the syndicate, one of them being the smuggling division. Christopher Olsen, a member of said division, sported the face of an honest merchant. He'd had the first-hand experience of having his warehouses be looted clean of various types of goods during the Aldabot's rampage, so he found it to be a necessity to borrow a portion of the funds from the 8 fingers. Borrowing money from 8 fingers, however, would start one down the gradual path towards losing oneself. So what about Christopher, who had already been ensnared? In order to borrow money, he'd had a meeting with the leaders of the divisions. Such people of importance had given him a job on the spot. The job given to him was transportation of the Sorceress Kingdom's grain. Whether or not it's safe is still unclear. What's the matter? Did you say something, sir? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just mumbling to myself. The one to respond to his question was the leader of the mercenary division. The man was the leader in charge of protecting the Sorceress Kingdom's grain caravan, which consisted of 7 horse-drawn carriages and wagons. The security detail consisted of 24 people in total, all of which were employed by 8 fingers and, like Christopher himself, belonged to the smuggling division. For someone like me who did not know of any trustworthy mercenaries, these men from the Eight Fingers were probably my best choice. But then again, for this mission, they are my only choice. It was a direct order from the higher-ups to use these men. To make up for the lack of options, they were to provide their services for free. That being said, if he were to be asked whether he felt it was safe to depart with such a small detail, he would have wished for more capable men. It would have been great if I could borrow a boss from the security department, a member of the Six Arms. Needless to say, that wish would never come true. It was said that the Six Arms, including its leader Zero, was exterminated in a conflict with the royal family, just before the calamity caused by Jaldabaoth. Credible intel attributed their defeat to Brain Unglaus, a warrior serving under the Golden Princess. It would be outrageous to assume that all 6 of them were defeated by a single person, but apparently Blue Rose had joined the fight as well. I deduced from this that it was most likely a 6 versus 6 battle. Pooah. The mercenary leader farted audibly while yawning. It was an unavoidable physiological phenomenon, and he had no intention to apologize. A disgraceful action. Christopher frowned. That was the worst sound to wake up to from a daydream. He honestly wanted to complain, but this man was to be his companion during the trip to and from Re-Level. His desire to maintain a friendly relationship with him suppressed his desire to complain. You seem relaxed. You don't think anyone's going to attack? Oh, I haven't gotten that stinging feeling, so no prob. Oh, you probably wanted to say that feelings can't be trusted, eh? Well, I understand where you're coming from, but you surely have also had moments when you thought this will work out fine, right? There are also times where you have had a bad feeling about something, so you try to plan for it, and it ended up being true, or something. Yeah, I've had those experiences. See? Our past experiences can function as our intuition. The mercenary leader spoke in a tone that didn't seem to match his appearance at all. See? Well, we're also flying the Sorcerer's Kingdom's flag. Only ignorant villagers turned bandits would dare attack such a caravan, in which case, we can easily take care of even 100 of them. What if it isn't villagers? Are you worrying about down-and-out mercenaries? Would they not be able to recognize the flag of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, the hottest of all topics? He shrugged. Experienced mercenaries are surprisingly well informed. Those who don't even know of the flags of the countries around don't scare me at all. Looks like you're not buying it. Think about it, wouldn't it be worrying to not know which noble you're picking a fight with? You wouldn't want to get into trouble that way, would you? That makes sense. I'm curious, which nobles are the riskiest to pick a fight with? About that. For example, the famous ones like Raven and Bullope. The likes of them have strong armies stationed within their own territories, and it'd be dangerous to bump into them. Well, they both suffered great losses in that war, so maybe they're not as dangerous as before. Still, shouldn't be careless. Blumrush pays well, so I don't want to get on his bad side. Well, I simply just don't want enmity from any of the noble lords. But you're being backed by a criminal syndicate. Are you being serious? So are you, right? If I get into trouble with them, the big shots will just abandon me without a second thought. Same goes for you, yeah? Yeah. They fell silent and the mood began to feel a bit gloomy. They were reminded of the ruthlessness of the top brass, but there was nothing they could do about it as people who were part of such an organization purely for the profits. Anyways, just don't worry, right? I get it. So what's the worst threat that we could face as of now? If the enemy were to use flaming arrows to try and burn down the caravan. Burn, not rob. That would mean that we're getting involved in some greater conspiracy. A national problem. Or a rival organization's ploy. An organization that could rival the Eight Fingers. Is that even possible? Don't know. But even a rival group probably wouldn't want to burn the Sorcerer's Kingdom's goods, unless they're confident that no clues would be left behind. Personally, I think national conspiracies or ploys from the kingdom or other neighboring countries are far more concerning. We're probably under a higher threat to receive an attack from those sources. If that's the case, then there's no point in worrying about it, huh? Right? Anyways, it looks safe for now. Don't worry, just sit tight. The caravan was soon approaching a forest. They could utilize that fact to estimate their approximate location. The time was around noon. We just had to pass through this forest and then we could take a break as planned. This wasn't a wild forest, it showed signs of being well maintained by men, so it shouldn't take too long for us to traverse through this place. The sound of bolting horses could be heard within the wobbling carriage, which was when the carriage also started slowing down. Christopher took a peek at the mercenary leader and found his aura to be completely different from just then. Things were getting serious. Excuse me, but it looks like I have a job to do. Two men poked their heads through the portiere, subordinates of the mercenary leader. Sorry, boss. This guy said there are a lot of villagers hiding in the forests. The mercenary said as he turned to face Christopher. The one who he had referred to as this guy was their scout. Not bandits, but villagers? How'd you know that? Yes. First is their equipment. They were neither armored nor armed. Many of them are using hoes as improvised weapons. Not clubs but hoes. Even rocks could be weaponized. But hoes, you say? That's odd. No, were they metal hoes? I couldn't get a closer look, but they appeared to be made out of wood. Christopher, who had been silently listening into the conversation, thought that it must have just been regular villagers who were returning home after working on their farms. Ha! Really? Hoes? Is this a hoax? It didn't feel like that was the case. Send a few men to disperse them? Maybe we're being too cautious. The mercenary leader mumbled. Excuse me, sorry for butting in on your conversation, but can I say something? Ah, that's fine. As long as it's constructive suggestions, we can never have too many of those. First of all, this forest is well maintained. A cultivated forest, people let their pigs forage here or something. Aren't they just here to round up their pigs? If that's the case, if we were to disperse them, it might seem as though we are trying to steal their sounder of swine. We're flying the Sorceress Kingdom's flag too, if a rumor was to circulate that the Sorceress Kingdom is stealing pigs. Wouldn't it be bad if that country found out? Tisk. The mercenary leader sucked in his lips. Up to this point they'd had their safety guaranteed by the flag. They had the right of way through some of the cities along the way and were treated with respect because of it, but now it seemed as though the grace of the Sorceress Kingdom had turned into shackles instead. To bring shame upon the Sorceress Kingdom would be to bring disaster upon themselves. You said there were a lot of them. How many is a lot? For a rough estimate. Felt like there were around 50 men. I think that's too much manpower for simple farm work. What about you? I was the one to bring farm work up, but my parents were merchants too. I had no experience raising pigs. No. I don't know if that's too many or too little. I have no idea how many people are necessary to catch a pig. Maybe they're here to plant more trees, or even cut down some. I heard there were also some types of farm work that require pigs or something. Well, if they brought hoes, then that would be more likely. Then, what about the noble of this land? Any tales of him working his serfs to death? Christopher kneaded his thick neck as he replied. No, I had seen him once in the past. He's pretty young but also highly reliable. His domain has also been stable under his management. If he was to learn more about the etiquette of the aristocracy and political strategies, he would have a bright future ahead of himself. Though I didn't know him well, we'd shared conversations back when I supplied alcohol to some tavern in the capital that was being funded by the Eight Fingers. The lord here had potential worthy of my attention. In no way was he the type to mobilize villagers to attack caravans. From what I could recall, there weren't many villagers in that man's domain who were hungry enough to attack a trade caravan, never mind 50 of them. There was a world of difference between him and the man introduced to me by Hilma Signius. No, that man was simply unparalleled in his inferiority. Christopher couldn't help but suddenly tense up his forehead at the memory of being mistreated back then. Boss, even if they were to attack, there are only 50 unarmed and unarmored villagers. We should be able to defeat them easily. What are the chances that this is bait and there are more soldiers lying in wait for an ambush? The two mercenaries looked at each other upon hearing what their leader said. That's possible. Should we scout out our surroundings? If so, we'll need some time. Better safe than sorry, do it. Please don't take too long. If we deviate from the plans too much, I would have to march an army of wagons through the next time around to make up for the time we lost. Understood, just take a look around and return as soon as possible. The scout gave a nod and ran out. After around 10 minutes, he returned to report that other than the 50, there did not seem to be more waiting in ambush. They arrived at the conclusion that they must be there for farm work and continued on their way. Not even 5 minutes had passed before the carriage stopped again. Patron, I do apologize, but can I trouble you to come out for a second? The villagers have blocked our path. If they had any malicious intentions, we would have just rushed them to scare them off, but they seem to be indifferent, lethargic, or they just don't look right. So I was hoping that you could come out and talk to them? Of course, your safety is our #1 concern, so we prepared this shield for you. I really wanted to decline the mercenaries' request. I had avoided any and all violent confrontations throughout my life. But this wasn't something I could ignore. If we were to be embroiled in a dispute over what happened today, it could cost me my access to this road. In that case, it wouldn't just impact me but possibly also my children who will inherit my business. Yeah, let's go. Christopher and the mercenary leader stepped off the carriage together and walked towards the front of the entourage. The mercenary leader was also there. He had warned Christopher to listen carefully to his commands should a situation arise. Between the two sides of the forest on the road ahead of them, sat a few chattering villagers. There was no mistaking it, they could only be villagers who were returning home after they had finished a day's worth of farm work. But if that was the case, why did they stop in the middle of the road to block them? Perhaps the mercenary leader had perceived Christopher's worries, as he started to mumble towards him in an attempt to initiate a conversation. Hey, pretty baffling, right? If they're planning to jump us, they should have split into two and hid in the forest or something. There are lots of ways to set up an ambush, but none of them would require you to show yourself in the middle of the road. No commander would be stupid enough to make such a mistake. Could it be that they're trying to scare us? Scare us? With their equipment? With those numbers? Wouldn't that be a serious insult to us if that were the case? Has my patron only employed mercenaries of such low levels before? It was just as he had said. Christopher did not bother replying but only stared towards the villagers. That said, the distance between them was huge and there were rows upon rows of mercenaries standing in front of them. I'm just a simple merchant who has accepted a transportation contract. If you're on the road to beg some noble or whatever, we do not want anything to do with that. Please vacate the road, otherwise we will be forced to bear arms against you all in the name of self-defense. A man appeared from the forest just as he had finished speaking to the villagers. It was someone Christopher had met before. Unfortunately, for the sake of the kingdom's future, I cannot allow you to pass. Ha! Christopher couldn't stop himself from vocalizing. It wasn't just him either, the mercenaries around him had made similar sounds too. I see. Looks like there has been some sort of a misunderstanding. We are just transporting the Sorcerer's Kingdom's food aid to the Holy Kingdom. I knew it. Ahem. I knew it. That's precisely why I'm doing this. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Or rather, what kind of thought process would lead you to that conclusion? Christopher was perplexed from the depths of his heart. But wait. It doesn't matter what this unpleasant fool thinks. I don't think his domain is even close to this place. Why is he here? Are they in cahoots? But would the lord of this land even bother working with this guy? Meh, whatever. The man had admitted guilt already. Now I could report back to my superiors that we were delayed by fools who were standing in the Sorceress Kingdom's way. It shouldn't even be a problem with the kingdom or the Sorceress Kingdom if we were to kill them all. Just as he was about to motion to the mercenaries around him to slaughter them, he felt a strong feeling that he shouldn't. Would it be such a good idea to kill a valuable pawn of the 8 fingers? Everyone should know that it would just invite the Sorceress Kingdom's wrath and spark all-out war between the nations. No matter how dumb a noble may be, they certainly wouldn't do something so brain-dead. If that was the case, what would his reason be to undertake such a task? Plus, if he was trying to pretend to be a bandit, he would at least cover up his face. I can't understand his reasoning. No matter how stupid someone could be, they should at least know that they should be concealing their identity in this situation. He wants us to see his face. He wants us to identify him as Philip? Why woo? Ah. Christopher was suddenly reminded of the existence of illusion magic. That's it. It's an illusion. Someone's trying to frame Philip so they faked his appearance. Maybe those villagers aren't villagers after all. He had managed to deduce it perfectly. So you're saying, you're robbing us specifically because we're carrying the Sorceress Kingdom's grain. Is that correct? Oi. Patron, what's wrong? The mercenary leader who had been standing beside him asked with a perplexed expression. That's right. We'll be using these grains efficiently. The man, who was purportedly Philip, replied with pride. He's talking like a retard. The man pretending to be him must also be thinking why he'd have to say something so dumb. But could this be a pre-prepared script? But why? Christopher's first thought was of the rival organizations the mercenary leader had mentioned in their previous conversation. His next thought was of the leaders of the 8 fingers. Now that I thought about it, the latter felt more natural. If that was the case, then we're dealing with something extremely troublesome. Are we being thrown away? Are they trying to push the crime of killing Philip, a noble of the kingdom, onto me? His actual body might have already been dealt with. If that was the case, what would our next best move be? Hey, patron. What are we doing? Are you scared? You know that we can easily fight off someone like him, right? Though that noble-looking nutjob has some pretty impressive armor, he doesn't seem to have the skills to match. The mercenary leader spoke in a hushed tone. This wasn't the time for that. He shouldn't be interrupting Christopher's thoughts. Hold on. Just wait for a minute. If they were pushing the job to kill Philip onto me, why didn't they mention it before? Had they told me in advance, I wouldn't have to worry as much. I would have just taken care of that man as if I was just a normal bandit. So was their plan to make it out to be that a Sorceress Kingdom's caravan had killed one of the kingdom's nobles, and bring the nations to the brink of war? This thought made Christopher uncontrollably tilt his head. As the situation stands, it was more like a merchant of the kingdom killing one of its nobles in self-defense. It would be hard to force a war on these conditions. Then there's only one possibility left. The top brass had decided on this already, but the word never got to me, so it's just a misunderstanding. After all, there would be no way they thought that it was possible for them to kill us all right now and not have news of it spread all over the place. Careless mistakes being made was a tale as old as time, so it wasn't as though that was an unreasonable assumption. If I was to take independent actions, there was a chance that I would be taken care of. If I wanted to avoid that kind of situation, I should have an excuse for myself at the very least. I should act in a way that makes it possible to shift responsibility to someone else. Killing that Philip guy would be the worst option. Once he's dead, we can't bring him back, and it would probably anger Signia-sama. If that's the case, leave the cargo. Leave this place. If we did that, he wouldn't chase us, would he? Ha! Christopher tried his best to ignore the perplexed sounds coming out of the mercenary leader's mouth. Of course. I do not intend to harm the merchants of the kingdom. Even if it isn't directly, you're still harming me. Though those were his hate-filled thoughts, Christopher did not let it show on his face. Oi, oi, oi. Are you for real? Are you being serious right now? What's going on? What's happening? Are you under a spell? Or do you see an entire army I'm not seeing right now? This is an order from your patron, prepare for a full retreat. The mercenary leader rolled his eyes and got quiet for a moment. Perhaps he was considering the possibility that Christopher was under a spell, his own opinions, and his future. After a while, with an expression that said he couldn't accept any of this, he said, I understand. The mercenaries covered for Christopher as they backed away. He was allowing the grain to be taken away, but he knew the exact quantity and what exactly was in the cargo. If worse comes to worst, I could always repurchase the cargo and send it to the Holy Kingdom. They wouldn't be so picky as to only want this exact caravan of grain, right? Though I would have to apologize to the maritime merchant who was waiting on me, it was imperative for me to return to the capital to ask Signia-sama about this. Christopher knew from the depth of his heart that there was no easy way out of this situation. Was it because the merchants knew which side was in the right? They backed off without even unsheathing their swords. There were numerous wagons as their spoils of war. It was disappointing how it was just food. Philip wanted to take something as a trophy to commemorate his great achievement, but grain couldn't fulfill that purpose. If only there were sets of armor or swords in here, I could take one as a souvenir. So I really should have asked those men to leave their weapons behind, huh? Philip looked over the cargo wagons that were his prize. The horses had been taken away already, so they did not have a way to move them. Of course, Philip had ordered them to leave the horses, but someone who looked like he led the mercenary group had refused his order. He even shot an arrow into the tree next to Philip back then. Though Philip hated his guts, he had no other option but to back down. I have my full plate armor, so I should be fine, but these soldiers aren't in the same boat as I am. Ah, how merciful am I to forfeit my own gains out of consideration for these people. Though, considering how everything had gone so well. Not a single injury and not a single drop of blood spilt. I wanted to keep that up till the end. Philip surveyed his spoils and his gaze fell upon the flag of the Sorcerer's Kingdom. Oh, I can keep this as a souvenir. The first to capture the Sorcerer's Kingdom's flag, the country that had defeated the kingdom's 200,000-strong army in battle, is me. Umumu. Philip nodded his head. Though he wanted to hide his joy, he couldn't help but smile. In front of him were the excellent fruits of his labor. Since there were multiple flags around, it should be fine if I did it to one of them, right? After finishing that thought, Philip dropped the flag and began to stomp on it. The image of the Sorcerer's Kingdom's flag being defiled with dirt filled his heart with excitement. This wasn't something anyone else in the kingdom could accomplish. Look at that. I'm not a good-for-nothing after all. Compared to brother, compared to father. Compared to everyone else in the kingdom. I'm truly the greatest. Ah, my lord. Can we really take these? Or is it better to leave them where they stand? One of the villagers checking the wagons asked timidly. With his excitement curbed, Philip asked without masking his emotions. What are you talking about? No, you see, won't those who ran away come back here with soldiers? What do you mean? You think it would be better if we killed those merchants? No. I didn't mean that. Killing them would have been unnecessary. Then what are you trying to say? My lord. What should we do about these? If we can take them back, how do we do that? The other villagers chimed in, it was what was bothering Philip as well. What should we do? Even if I forced all 50 of them to carry it back all on their backs, it still wouldn't be enough to move all of our spoils back. The carriages themselves were also of high quality, so they could probably fetch a fair price, or I could just use them. But, with the manpower I had on hand, moving these back wouldn't be an easy task. It would be heavy, grueling physical labor. Right as Philip was agonizing over the matter, he heard the sound of people running on grass. Upon looking at the source of the sound, he saw the silhouettes of two masked men. Philip Kaka. It was Wayne's voice, but his equipment looked completely different from before. The dirty leather armor he had on was now replaced by a sturdy chest plate. He had a sword by his waist too. Why would he change his equipment? Philip felt doubt in his heart, but the feeling of excitement over the result of this operation was much stronger and thus overrode it. Hey! You too! Come over here. Look at our haul. This. What happened? Exactly. Looks like none of Philip Kaka's soldiers have been harmed. The ground looks fine. The air looks fine, not even a whiff of blood. What kind of tactic did you employ? Did you have on your person any special magical items? If only I had any arcane talents, but that wasn't what Igor was talking about, was he? None of that. After all, I've gathered a great number of men. The enemy simply did not want to fight to their deaths. I think. The two of them turned to face each other, but because both of them had their faces obscured, he couldn't see what their expressions were like. Now then. How should we split this? If I was being honest, the spoils of war in front of us were there entirely because of my actions. It did irritate me somewhat that I had to split the prize with two people who had just been standing far back as spectators. However, if I were to take it all for myself, they would surely be unhappy too. After all, they also had to mobilize the villagers and their domains. To take a tenth of the spoils each just for mobilizing some villagers, there'd be no way they would want more, right? No need to worry about that. It doesn't sit right with us if we were to take a portion of the spoils without doing anything at all. Please, Philip Kaka, you should take it all. I trust that there aren't any objections. That's right, Philip Kaka should take it all, including the cargo wagons. Even someone like Philip would feel guilty to take it all after hearing such cordial words. Nonsense, nonsense. Aren't we partners? I would have to leave some of the spoils behind anyways. Please feel free to use them. No, we have more than enough, Philip Kaka. Wayne replied without hesitation. Not a single shred of doubt was present in his answer. These were all earned through Philip Kaka's efforts. As the etiquette of the nobility would dictate, we cannot accept these. Is that true? Yes. Both of them answered simultaneously. They seemed to possess an unyielding will on this matter, so there was nothing he could do about it. This is all mine. Philip's heart fluttered at that thought. Since it has come down to this, I'll take it all. Also, though I'm embarrassed to ask, I do have a request for you too. Could I borrow some horses to pull these wagons? Horses? What should we do? We'll discuss this privately for a second, please excuse us. The two who had temporarily left his presence seemed to be exchanging their opinions, but from this distance, it was hard to tell if they were talking at all. They seemed to reach an agreement after a while and promptly returned to Philip. We'll prepare the horses as soon as possible. However, because these aren't war horses but work horses, could you return them shortly after you're done with them? Thank you very much. An important thing to note, it would probably be best to lower the flags of the Sorcerer's Kingdom. You wouldn't want to be seen by regular folks while transporting your spoils back, so though it will be difficult, please consider transporting them through the forest. Understood, I'll do that then. The two strode away as soon as they were done talking. Soon their silhouettes could no longer be seen in the forest. Philip surveyed the cargo wagons again. This was proof of my victory. They were as bright as my future. On the other hand, that which now rests underneath my foot, the dirt-ridden flag of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, was a representation of that country's eventual downfall. Ainz strode proudly through the streets of Irantal. Mammon walked alongside him. Needless to say, it was actually Pandora's actor. The one silently tailing those two to keep an eye out on their rear was Nabi. Narbral Gamma. This act served multiple purposes. The most important of all was to validate the fact that Ainz was still working together with Mammon, so it wouldn't be appropriate to exclude Narbral from this operation. If one were to look around where they would see the outlines of a number of demi-humans, although not many, in the shops. It was easy to see from this fact alone how there had been a considerable number of demi-humans flowing in and out of Irantal. Though this wasn't due to any special policies Ainz had put in place, after all the one who had been putting effort into these matters was Albedo, he still felt proud of this fact. It told him that his plans to unify the races were progressing at a steady pace. If this was the case, I would really like to enact policies that could speed up the process of uniting them all. In fact, I had such a plan in mind already. I had considered holding some sort of an event in Irantal with the ulterior motive to draw in more tourists and increase their income from foreign sources. What he hadn't considered was how unfestive and non-participatory this world was in general, which was the cause of his boredom this entire time. Though a gladiatorial arena like the one in the Empire wouldn't be too bad, I wanted something that hadn't been done already, something truly special. If people had something in common to talk about, surely it would be easier for them to get along. How about some kind of ball-based sport like baseball or football? Or should I do something to spice up an existing event? As he mulled over those issues, Ainz was also observing an orc shopkeeper who appeared to be in a serious discussion with their human customers. The Sorcerer's Kingdom had no issues with public order. Crime rates for misdemeanors were low, never mind felonies. This, however, wasn't due to the strict enforcement of the law, but rather out of people's fears that their corpses would be turned undead to serve the country after their deaths. This was why the orc was calmly discussing business with his human customers. The Adventurers Guild has also started accepting demi-humans amongst their ranks. I believe that all of the demi-humans will be able to reach their potential in the foreseeable future. Ainz said under his breath without much thought, prompting Pandora's actor to reply. Ainz-sama, it is exactly as you have surmised. Those demi-humans, upon witnessing the undead Ainz-sama had created, must have thought that the career of a common soldier was no longer feasible. Those with talents in the arts, manufacturing, and research would then be more inclined to utilize said talents to their maximum potential. The Sorcerer's Kingdom was still following the system of, your race is pretty good at this, so you should probably seek employment in this field. However, as the citizens' knowledge of the other races and their respective cultures increases, they would probably begin to desire various other professions. Though this change was still in its early phases, the desire for self-determination would surely blossom over time. The main drive for this change was the fact that all menial labor was now handled by the undead. Albedo seems to be managing that sector of the country well. After all, it's imperative for us to halt the development of problematic crafts. Ainz and the rest were already at their level caps, so it was necessary to plan against those who were weaker than them and thus had the potential to become stronger. They couldn't allow their own people to achieve superiority in expertise over them. Weaklings should remain weaklings. At the same time, they had to ensure that the supremacy of their country as a whole was well maintained against their neighboring countries. Albedo was the only one who could possibly maintain this delicate balance. To this end, we're in desperate need of spies capable of obtaining top-secret intel from our neighbors. We're still too weak on that front. To create a pop monster that Nazarick would not automatically respawn required two ingredients. One was the monster's data and the other was the corresponding amount of gold coins from Yggdrasil. Though the library of Nazarick contained data on various types of monsters, it did not contain the data of every single type of monster from Yggdrasil. Some monsters' data were of limited use too. The creation of higher-tiered monsters incurred the cost of a large sum of gold. If that was the case, shouldn't weaker monsters suffice? Though he wanted to say so, Actually using them would mean that there would be a higher chance of them getting caught whenever they tried to infiltrate someplace. Amongst the surrounding nations, it wasn't inconceivable to think that we weren't the only ones capable of employing monsters. It would be best for us to use higher-tiered monsters who were harder for others to detect while our country was still of modest size. Or maybe human spies? Ainz accidentally spoke his thoughts out loud. Nabi, upon hearing him speak, walked closer behind him to say, Ainz-sama. Speaking of which, how has the training for those spies been going? Shall I make sure those sows know who their rightful master is? Ainz lowered his voice and responded with, Nabi. You're the partner of the folk hero Mama now, do not forget your position. After all, they had made it out to be that Maman and Nabi had been bound to this city out of concern for the safety of its inhabitants, which was why they were working with Ainz Gown in the first place. I profusely apologize. You have been forgiven, would have been what he would have said, until he took a good look at their surroundings. A lot of people were watching intently with horrified expressions. Hopefully they hadn't heard what Nabi had said. Nonetheless, ignoring Nabi's question and causing her to put on a dismayed expression caused me to feel pity for her. It would be troublesome if she were to stop asking questions of her own entirely. With that in mind, Ainz muttered his answer in a volume that was incomprehensible to those around them. We've lent out the Hanzos. Tira is currently in charge of training the human spies, but if I'm being honest, all of them combined are no better than a single 8-edge assassin. Just consider it an investment for the future. Though it was unlikely that we would receive a return on investment proportional to the gold and time we had invested into this program, it wasn't as though it was completely impossible. The same applied to our investments in runecraft and other magical technologies. We were going in completely blind on whether or not those efforts would bear fruit, so it would be best to dial back our investments down to a minimum for now. Ainz stopped talking. And just like that, the trio continued to walk down the street in silence. Occasionally they would bump into patrol teams consisting of Death Knights, Death Wizards, Death Warriors, Death Priests, and Death Assassins. Something of note was that though Death Assassins were bad at concealing themselves, they had a high damage output thanks to their high critical strike chance. This is why I couldn't make spies out of them. Even though we're exporting undead, those exports mostly consisted of weak skeletons. Of course, they were charging vastly different prices for weaker undead compared to the stronger ones, so the most popular product was still those designed for cheap menial labor. It would be a waste to not use up his daily limit of create undead. As a result, the number of undead he had created had already become a nuisance to him. If I were to lower their rental costs and raise them in the future, no one would rent from us again. Plus I don't want to cut prices directly. Should I create a rewards system? The Empire rented quite a lot of Death Cavaliers from us, so we should probably focus on marketing to nations directly. But Ainz glanced at Pandora's actor, who was beside him. It's kind of awkward to just walk like this in silence. But there's not really much I'd want to talk to him about. If people were to perceive that their relationship wasn't so great after all, then there wouldn't be a point to this exercise. Miss Nabi. A conversation with Pandora's actor would be insufferable, so Ainz chose to speak to Nabi instead. Yes. Hold up, you don't have to answer with such vigor, you know? Ainz thought but did not bother to say out loud. How should I say this? How's Yuri's orphanage? Have you visited yet? No, I haven't been there yet. And that was the end of their conversation. That couldn't be because she had a bad relationship with Yuri, but just that she had no interest in that matter, right? Wait a second. Would someone really be so disinterested in the workplace of someone whose existence was their closest analog to family? But that response was also to be expected from Narberl. Would she have reacted in the same way if the question had been about Shizu or Intoma's workplace? Ainz shrugged as that thought came up. Shall we visit it then? Because the full responsibility for the orphanage had been given to Yuri, not even Ainz knew of its current status. Though he had advocated for talent scouting through the education sector, the Sorcerer's Kingdom had yet to implement the as of now unrealistic policy of universal education for all. If the level of education rose, so will technological and cultural advancements, but it could also strengthen weaklings. Though our current policies may lead to some people with undiscovered talents to stay as farmers for the rest of their lives, Nazarick's peace is our top priority. I don't think that's a bad idea. After Pandora's actor agreed, the trio began walking in another direction led by Narberl. Not even 2 minutes had passed before Ainz received a message. Ainz-sama. Entoma? What's going on? Ainz walked as he talked and felt rather inauspicious. I couldn't remember the last time I had received a message like this in the past year, so it must have been some kind of emergency. But Ainz's fearless smile never wavered. The whole ordeal in the Holy Kingdom was such a pain that nothing could be worse in comparison. Compared to the hell I had to go through, nothing this world could throw at me is undoable. The request, as he had expected, was for him to return to Nazarick immediately. Using the ring, he teleported to the 10th floor and began to walk towards the room that was his destination. The rooms that were either important or special in Nazarick had all been marked so that one could teleport straight to their doors with the ring. This was not the case with rooms that had been deemed as normal from the start. Albedo stood in front of the door to Ainz's destination, awaiting his arrival. Ainz did not probe how long she had been waiting there, but only about the progress she had made on her assigned tasks. You've been working hard, thank you. I'm not worthy of your praise. Ainz sighed on the inside as he witnessed Albedo deeply lowering her head. Though he had said that he would return immediately, he had not given them a specific time frame. The thought that I could have wasted Albedo's time by making her wait unsettles me. He did not and could not let those thoughts show on his face. This had happened several times before. Despite telling Albedo that there was no need for her to wait for him each time, she had always insisted, saying that it was natural for a servant to welcome her master's return. In fact, he had talked about this with not just the floor guardians, but the area guardians and the maids too. Every time he brought it up, their responses would be the same as the one Albedo was giving him right now. If this was the general consensus, then I, as their overlord, had to forego my personal opinions on the matter. Albedo opened the door to the room and welcomed Ainz in. Shaltir. Cositus. Aura and Mari. And Demiurge. The floor guardians had already been gathered in this room and were all bowing towards the throne that somehow radiated darkness. Behind the throne hung the flag of the Sorcerer's Kingdom of Ainz Gown. It looked like everybody who was supposed to be here was already here. Ainz surveyed the overburdened guardians in front of him. Every floor guardian had been entrusted with their own set of duties in the past, but recently the scope of their work had increased by a wide margin. Which was why there were plans to shift some of those responsibilities to those who up till that point had only been concerned with the internal defense of Nazarick, the area guardians. The truth was, no one was as idle as Ainz. His daily duties amounted to simply practicing acting more like an overlord. It was a deeply embarrassing fact to admit. Ainz strode in a dignified manner through the center of the room. Albedo shut the doors behind them and followed closely behind him. He sat on the only seat in the room. Albedo took a knee in front of him and said, Ainz-sama. The floor guardians of every floor have arrived. What do you mean, they have arrived? They were here already. Of course, Ainz did not and could not say that out loud. Ooal. You floor guardians have been working hard. Raise your heads. Yes. The guardians raised their heads as they gave their crisp answers, an action that was both flawless and in unison. The guardians' gaze, which made apparent their absolute loyalty, all fell on Ainz's body. In the past, Ainz couldn't handle this kind of attention, but his skin had grown thick in the intervening times to the point that it did not affect him in the slightest these days. But why? Am I getting the wrong impression, or do they feel even more loyal than they were before? No, it has to be the wrong impression, right? Ainz, who couldn't recall doing anything that could have raised their loyalty, avoided the welcoming gazes of the guardians to randomly scan the room he was in. It was set up to be the audience room within Nazarick. Another was set up in Irantal. Everything in Nazarick was made by its guild members in the past, except this audience room. Under Ainz's orders, the floor guardians had put great consideration into refitting an empty room for this exact purpose. It made Ainz quite happy. NPCs, made by the guild members, had grown beyond being mere NPCs. It was as though they had become players. There will always come a day when chicks will leave their nest to fly on their own, huh? Ainz smiled mentally. Every one of them had made him proud. Suzuki Satoru had no children, and not many of the other guild members did either. I'm not sure, but perhaps this was what it was like to be a father. At any rate, this was not what it would be like to be a mother, probably. He immersed himself in his own thoughts for a bit. However, no one would speak until he had spoken, so he was forced to, despite not being the MC or something similar. So, Albedo, tell me the reason why everyone was gathered here. It's something important to Nazarick, or rather, to the Sorcerer's Kingdom, right? Yes. Simply put, our grain that was being transported through the kingdom towards the Holy Kingdom was plundered 4 days ago. Oh. And who did that? A noble of the kingdom. The light in Ainz's eyes flashed for a moment. Albedo was being vague. Normally, she would report the name, military power, and goal of the noble all at once. Why is that? Ainz thought about it as he asked further. Did the Eight Fingers merchant in charge of transportation not have soldiers guard the caravans? Moreover, the rule was that our flag should have been flown, yes? Which meant the kingdom had chosen to start a war with us. I had thought, judging by the kingdom's actions, that they were trying to avoid a war, but it now seemed to be an incorrect judgment. Or, was the incident itself some kind of strategy? Ainz took notice of another possibility as his thoughts developed. Could it be that the Eight Fingers had betrayed us? No, well. Albedo lowered her head as she muttered. She then glanced at Ainz as if she were trying to sneak a peek. Ainz thought that her current attitude was quite rare. This might have been the first time she has ever shown this kind of behavior. She is behaving like a little girl who is afraid of getting scolded, definitely unlike the overseer she had always been. What's wrong, Albedo? Is something the matter? Ainz carefully maintained his dignified facade and felt as if his back was soaked with sweat. Ainz, of course, could not sweat. Was it because of a mistake I had made? If that was the case, then Albedo's response would make sense. She is behaving like an employee who'd had to point out the mistakes her boss had made that messed everything up. A noble of the kingdom? I have no idea. Did I do something? I didn't do anything funny in the past few months, did I? No, could I? As Ainz, who couldn't even remember the documents he had stamped a few weeks ago, thought about it, it felt more and more like it was a mistake of his own. His anxiety grew alongside his thoughts. No, wait. I got it. I got it. Didn't I tell Albedo and Demiurge during the Holy Kingdom thing? And I told a lot of people the same thing after coming back. Yes, I made a mistake deliberately. Past me, you're great. Wait, now is the time. To use that excuse. Ainz had always thought that the title of an absolute overlord was too much for him to bear. It was about time for him to take it off. He had a cordial smile on his face. Don't worry about it, Albedo. Tell me about it. Yes. Ainz-sama. Surely you remember our plan to make use of an idiotic noble for the purpose of gaining control over the kingdom. What she said was not what I had expected, but at this point I know what to say. That fool had something to do with it? Albedo nodded. Yes. That dimwit had caused this incident. Ainz-sama has probably realized by now the possibility that this could be a scheme of the kingdom's ruling class. More misunderstandings, huh? Humph. Ainz started thinking. I couldn't see the deeper aspects of such a scheme, but it is probably beneficial to the kingdom to convict a noble associated with Nazarick. That way, we could purge a pest from their ranks. I understand. But does the blame truly lie with that imbecile? It's not some ploy by the kingdom, is it? Wait, Albedo must have investigated the intel already. Sorry for unnecessary questions. No, those questions were only natural for you to ask, Ainz-sama. We have prepared a witness for this purpose. Shaltir. Understood. Shaltir curtsied, stood up, and then left through the left door. Right after that, a woman held on both sides by Death Knights returned with Shaltir. I remembered seeing that person somewhere, but I couldn't recall important details like her name and position. As he tried his best to search through his memories, the Death Knights let go of her. The woman knelt down in one smooth movement. It was something that was only possible through a suitable amount of training. Ainz even felt a bit of respect for her because of that. Your Majesty. Her voice was trembling a lot. She paused for a moment, then spoke again. Your Majesty. The room fell silent. Realizing that it was his turn to speak, Ainz said in a deep voice. Woman, I permit you to speak your name. Ah. Hilma Signius, Your Majesty. His reawakened memories spread like vines. She was one of the leaders of the Eight Fingers, the kingdom's crime syndicate. Ah. It was not known how she understood the noise that Ainz had made subconsciously. Hilma, who had not raised her head even once, yelled as her forehead rubbed against the floor. I have no idea. No idea. I have absolutely no intention of disobedience. The grain robbery has nothing to do with me. Ainz took a glimpse at Albedo's back. It would be incredibly easy to determine if the woman had lied, so Albedo must have done so. So why did she not report the results directly to me? I don't know what Albedo is thinking, but it certainly wasn't about stabbing me in the back. Actually, it was probably the opposite. There was some unknown misunderstanding that was born of her holding Ainz in too high of a regard. It would not be appropriate to ask her about it directly. I got myself into this situation because I repeatedly performed as my persona, didn't I? Albedo won't understand if this continues on. Should I ask and see what happens? It would have been fine if Albedo was the only one who was here, but the others are also here. Ainz looked at Aura and Mari. Next time I guess. Ooal. First of all, let me confirm if Signius was telling the truth. Dominate. After the spell had been cast, Ainz asked Signius, did you play any role in that noble robbing our grain convoy? None whatsoever. A dominated individual could not lie to their dominator. Though an indirect connection was still possible, it wouldn't have made it her responsibility. The hypothetical that she had been lying by ways of memory manipulation was unlikely. Have you been described by others as having multiple personalities? No. Ooal. Then do you wish to oppose us? Not at all. I don't have the slightest intention to. Absolutely not. She denied with her fiercest tone yet. Bearing witness to this, Ainz released her from his dominate. If we were to punish her based on a crime she wasn't purposely responsible for would be too harsh. Signius, not guilty. That's my ruling. Signius raised her head and gazed towards Ainz with a brilliant passion within her eyes, to the point where Ainz found it to be terrifying. But, Ainz-sama. Shouldn't the faults of a subordinate be the responsibility of their superiors? That cretin was her responsibility. Albedo was right. You're absolutely correct. But he took those actions randomly and of his own accord. I had instructed him multiple times. Contact me before you do anything. I had even appointed a subordinate to monitor him for this exact reason. Albedo did not object to her explanation. If I were to leave this matter to Albedo and the others, they would surely dish out severe punishments to her. Then, the faults of a subordinate are the responsibility of their superior. I concur with that statement. Ainz watched as the color drained from Hilma's face and continued. But, that proverb was said by a leader who wished to shoulder the burden of their subordinate. It was not meant as a way for subordinates to shift blame onto their superiors. As for how encompassing the statement could be. Albedo, let me ask you a question. Signius was in charge of that dunce, but who was in charge of Signius? That's my responsibility. Ooal. I am your master, so the responsibility for this incident falls on me in the end, correct? We wouldn't dare. This is absolutely not the fault of Ainz-sama. Albedo disavowed his statement with an uncharacteristically panicked expression. Signius, whose expression just a moment prior had been one foretelling of their own doom, now gazed upon Ainz with the same spark in her eyes as before. Though Signius' modus operandi may be flawed, she had performed according to the expectations of her office. For that, she has been forgiven. The first time an error occurs, it is because everyone makes mistakes. The second time around it would be the result of carelessness. The third time should have been avoidable. The fourth time is the one to indicate one's incompetence. Signius. Yes. Signius lowered her head so much that it made an audible impact with the floor. It looked painful even from an outside perspective. To prevent a similar incident from occurring again, work harder on your preventative measures. Prepare a set of all of the plans you could think up of, submit them to Albedo, and wait for approval. That will be your punishment. Yes. Signius rubbed her head against the ground, as if she was trying to lower her head even further. That seems unnecessary. Ainz thought as he turned to look towards the Guardians. That is my decision. Do you have any comments? I will not get angry, so you are free to speak your minds. No one seemed to have objections. In any case, it is better to confirm than not. Albedo. No objections. Demiurge. I concur with Albedo. Aura. None. Mari. Ah. Yes. I don't have any objections. Cositus. No objections. Shaltir. None. Were they really fine with it, or were they too afraid to speak up? Ainz wasn't sure, but he had at least received their approval. Ainz forcefully nodded his head and made his judgment final. Good. Now then, Signius. Prepare those plans within a few days, that is. Have them ready within 2 days. Signius audibly whipped her head upwards. Understood. I'm grateful for my lord's merciful judgment. I thank you from the deepest depths of my heart. Oh, your majesty Sorcerer King. Please allow me, Hilma Signius, to continue loyally serving you from now on. Is that so? Signius' almost revolting amount of passion reminded him of a girl he had met in the past with scary-looking eyes. I look forward to your loyal service. Now then, Shaltir, please send Signius back. Understood. Shaltir took Hilma along as she activated her ring's function. The destination of their teleportation was the surface. Not too long after, Shaltir returned alone as he had expected. Now then. That couldn't be the only reason I was called here for, right? If that was the only reason, why then I would be thanking my lucky stars. But that wish was shattered by Albedo. Yes, it is exactly as you have surmised. Ainz looked at Albedo as if he had held a grudge against her. He would have loved it if she had only let him hold on to that hope for just a while longer. Is something wrong? Perhaps just then. No, nothing's wrong. Now then, how about you tell me the true purpose behind you calling me? Gathering every floor guardian here? Albedo and Demiurge exchanged glances upon being asked. First on the docket, for what purpose did that buffoon undertake his actions? Was someone manipulating him as part of their ploy? That is certainly possible. Depending on the answer to those questions, we may have to significantly revise our plans against the kingdom. For that, it would be nice to know what Ainz-sama's thoughts are on the matter, so I propose that we ask for your presence. Ooal. As of now, our strategy against the kingdom had been candy and whip, hadn't it? Have you explained the concept to Aura, Mari, Cositis, and Shaltir before? Demiurge and I were in the process of doing so, but we have yet to explain the specific details of the plan. Is that so? Then Albedo, please share the intel with everybody. Any suggestions or opinions from you all could be helpful. Understood. Albedo began her explanation to the four of them. The candy and whip strategy was in essence a plan to destabilize the kingdom from the inside to the point where a portion of the kingdom's citizens would actively hope for peaceful foreign intervention by the Sorceress Kingdom. My preference for internal conflicts over physically invading a country was probably due to me being a fiend. That imbecile of a noble was a crucial element of this strategy. He was meant to start a revolution. In conjunction with the internal conflicts initiated by their grain shortage, the kingdom would then be forced to request aid from the Sorceress Kingdom. There were multiple ways to make use of the nobility, but they would all create a reason for the Sorceress Kingdom to intervene in the kingdom's affairs. Everything was still going according to plan. The incident caused by that dimwit was more than enough justification for the Sorceress Kingdom to involve themselves. However, it appeared as though Albedo and Demiurge were a bit worried by the current situation. There had to be something that I was missing. Now then, Albedo. Though I want to ask questions of a fundamental nature. Do we actually have evidence that Noble caused the incident? Do we have clues that this was a ploy by the kingdom? I recall something. About Albedo's scheduled correspondence with that noble we were supposed to get under our influences? Albedo had complained to Ainz time after time about having to send letters to that unpleasant noble, a mere human, or something similar. She had also requested Ainz to review said letters, so he had to read them on numerous occasions. If I was being honest, I didn't think any edits would be necessary, so I just handed them back as is to Albedo. I've also seen the letters that Noble had sent back in response, and frankly it appears as though he was completely charmed by you. I did not think that he would be the type to oppose the Sorceress Kingdom. I had heard of a saying that betrayal from one's crush could lead one to become irrationally hateful. Like finding out the cute voice actor you stan had a boyfriend. Yes, we've conducted detailed investigations into this matter. It is undeniably true that that man was the mastermind behind the grain robbery. But the possibility that he could have been charmed, brainwashed, or controlled in any other way is certainly not zero. The only thing we could be sure of is that he had committed the crime. Perhaps this was a ploy by someone of an even higher intellect than us. If that was the case, then there is the possibility that they are somehow taking advantage of his actions. Albedo had a troubled expression, and so did Demiurge. What I found unbelievable was the possibility that someone who could rival the intellect of these two would just show up out of the blue. Or rather, maybe that nobleman did what he did without thinking it through? If that was the case, then it would make a lot more sense to me. Ainz-sama, I don't believe that's possible. Albedo said in a tone as if she were apologizing. No, wait a second, Albedo. We are only able to make preemptive moves against the strategies of some genius, but Ainz-sama could even see through an idiot's rash actions. There's always the possibility that it could be the case, is there not? No, isn't that explanation the most plausible? Bah, but to be that stupid. Is it really possible? But Ainz-sama. If Ainz-sama said so, then isn't it the truth? Albedo. I guess so, I think. For some reason Aura and Mari had butted in back up Demiurge's argument, stunning Ainz, who had simply muttered a throwaway comment. If that's the case. Albedo and Demiurge furrowed their brows and began to debate. Hold on a second. Let's hear the opinions of the other floor guardians regarding the operation. They must have quite a lot of questions, so let's set aside some time for that. Those of you with questions could just raise your hands and Albedo or Demiurge will answer them. Please don't direct any questions at me. Ainz had put up a white flag in his mind already. I have a question. Aura said as she raised her hand. Why didn't we just draw on as many of the nobility as we could at the start of the operation? If we did that, we could just kill off that troublesome noble and continue the operation as we had planned, right? The one to answer this question was Demiurge. We had considered that during the planning phase, but ultimately chose to abandon that idea after deliberations. It would have been fine had we drawn an outstanding nobleman, but the nobles of the kingdom aren't exactly known for their intellect, now are they? With that in mind, the more people we drew into the fold, the more likely it was for an unexpected leak in intel to occur. That was why we had decided to focus on an individual and have them form and manage a new faction. Things were the way they were because they hadn't expected that person to be such a wild card. The next one to raise their hand was Cocytus. We could not make use of the exceptional nobles. It wasn't as though we couldn't. In fact, we had recruited someone like that already. It's so easy to blackmail a doting father. We had considered the fact that we would want to spare the noblemen who were at least somewhat capable, which was why we chose the expendable portion of the nobility. Don't you believe that it's necessary for us to clear out the moronic few so that the country could become one worthy of being ruled over by Ainz-sama? That was why we formed a faction that was filled with people that were incompetent in various forms. As a metaphor, think of it as preparing a rubbish bin before throwing away trash. Of course, we had received intel on the talented people of the kingdom, but we wanted to also collect intel of our own directly from the source. Because the Sorcerer's Kingdom has no need for nobles other than a few of them who are either talented or hardworking ascetics. I have a question. Shalter said as she raised her hand. I'm not sure I understand Arensu. Even if that dolt of a nobleman was being manipulated into doing what he did his actions not constitute an attack against the Sorcerer's Kingdom? If so, shouldn't the Sorcerer's Kingdom use that as casus belli to invade the kingdom Arensu? If it really was a trap set by someone, could we not just crush them? That is correct, we should have done so, especially if there were no hidden masterminds. But... Albedo glanced at Demiurge, prompting him to answer. That's right. Demiurge then turned his gaze towards Ainz before looking towards the Guardians. It is extremely difficult to find the right balance in dealing with the situation. Though now that we have Ainz-sama's superior insight, we've come to understand that the nobleman had committed this act without putting much thought into it. If we were to lightly punish him for this transgression, the Sorcerer's Kingdom will be looked down upon by other nations. So, what do you all believe is the suitable punishment for someone who had attacked a caravan flying the Sorcerer's Kingdom's flag? Something that essentially signified Ainz-sama himself. And had stained Ainz-sama's public image? We should kill him. Yeah, I think One-chan is correct. That's right. That's how it should be. Now then, I must ask you all. Do we simply let this slide after we have dealt with the criminal himself? That will not do. His master must also answer for this crime. Cocytus nodded his head in silence. Ainz had never been more shocked than he was at this moment. Though it was surprising that the Guardians would have such an overreaction, it wasn't too out of the ordinary considering their personalities. What I was shocked about was how they had accepted my throwaway comment about the noble as the truth at face value. To be honest, it was quite scary. That's right, I also agree with Shalter's judgment. For them to be dumb enough to make a fool out of Ainz-sama, I say we need to mete out appropriate punishments to the entire kingdom. But, back then, Ainz-sama once said that to rule over a ruined nation would be bad for our reputation. I've also heard that Ainz-sama has no interest in standing atop a pile of rubble, so we should try our best to avoid that kind of situation. Upon hearing what Demiurge had to say, Albedo nodded her head. Ainz had 2 questions in mind in response. Have I ever said something like that before? If you surveyed 100 of Nazarick's denizens on the question, who is correct, Ainz or Demiurge? 99 of them would be certain that it was Ainz. Only a single person would be against that notion, and that person is Ainz Ulgaun. But how credible could I be as a person who couldn't even remember what had happened a week ago? Although I had no recollections of this, since Demiurge had said so, I must have said something along those lines in the past. If that was the case, then there was only one correct way to approach this. As expected of you to have remembered what I had said. Demiurge, you've made me very happy. I remember too. I do too, Ainz-sama. Ooal. Shaltir, Aura. I'm thankful for you two too. He couldn't figure out if they had actually remembered or had not, but were simply concurring with Demiurge, just like what he was doing. Speaking of which, how have they still not figured out the truth that I'm incompetent? Was I really that good at acting? Much time had passed since I came to this world as the overlord of Nazarick. I had been operating as their overlord this entire time. They should have seen through my overlord disguise already. They should have seen through the useless nature of Satoru by now. The conversation continued on as he agonized over this. So, in keeping with Ainz-sama's wishes, we will not be punishing the whole of the kingdom. However, we can't just let them get away with a light punishment. We will also have to put the plan on pause or abandon it entirely for now. At the very least, it will require major deviations. Ainz couldn't help but feel a great sense of guilt at the fact that his words held such prominence in their minds. So that was why. But, Demiurge, did the plans really fail this time? Demiurge, Albedo, and their assistant in the kingdom possessed an incomprehensible level of genius in Ainz's perspective. Would the plan that was the culmination of their minds truly fail? If that was the case, I must keep in mind what I say to them from this point onward. It would probably be best if I keep my mouth shut from now on. So, just in case, he asked again. Are we really abandoning our plans? The candy and whip plan? Demiurge looked towards Ainz with a bewildered expression. It was the expression he had made when he was trying to figure out the true meaning behind his words, as if they were all euphemisms said by a being on a completely different level of brilliance. Wrong. Demiurge. I'm just trying to reaffirm what you've said. There are no hidden layers of meanings. You should chill out by taking a bath first. These thoughts disappeared right as Ainz was about to give voice to them. Just as an unpleasant premonition surfaced in his mind, just as Ainz had expected, Demiurge stood aghast as if he had just had a sudden realization. No, wait, could it be? Ainz-sama. Could it be that you have had the same intention back when you immaculately brought the Empire under our dominion? His premonitions were right on the target. What is he saying? Ainz started ranting towards Demiurge in his mind. What kind of a thought process would lead you to that conclusion? No, that's not the case at all, would be the best response, right? But would that response really be appropriate? That's right. After he vacillated for quite a long time, this was his reply. For some unknown reason, Albedo's eyes were open as wide as Demiurge's. It was it was extremely terrifying. I see. So that was why Ainz-sama had repeatedly instructed us to do so. Please forgive your subordinate for not realizing it immediately. I have disappointed my master. No, Demiurge. How could someone like you, how could people like us ever hope to be able to fully comprehend Ainz-sama's ingenious plans? To have forgotten that Ainz-sama's every move was made with a multitude of intents may have been our greatest failure. That's right. It's just as you have said. To have applied the candy and whip policy on a national level. As expected of our Ainz-sama. As expected of the leader of the supreme beings. Humph. Ainz laughed at himself. I could no longer understand what these two were talking about. In that moment, a thought flashed across his mind. What if these two had already realized Ainz's incompetence and were just trying to cover for him? They're both geniuses. The truth is, I can't even comprehend how much smarter they are than me. How long would people like them continue to mistake my stupidity for genius? No, that shouldn't have even been possible. Ainz-sama is truly the greatest mind of Nazarick. Exactly, you're completely correct, Cositus. To Ainz-sama, someone who's capable of planning on the scale of millennia and myriad years into the future, something on the scale of a few years is nothing. Is that true? As expected of Ainz-sama. To be able to plan for millennia ahead, I'm truly in awe. Ainz-sama. What is Demiurge talking about? Who? When did they say that? How would someone be able to plan that far ahead into the future? Don't make stuff up on your own. Ainz suppressed his desire to yell out his thoughts. It would be bad if the two naive children took it as the truth. However, since he had been approving every single one of Demiurge's suggestions, he no longer knew the best way to respond to him now. Plus, if he was to object now, it would most likely create issues for him in the future. So I still have to act as usual? If Ainz was capable of facial expressions, he would probably have a dubious smile right now. After racking his brain, he managed to come up with a response that neither confirmed nor denied Demiurge's statement. No, that's not the case at all. There's no need for our master to be so humble, Rensu. Oh great Ainz-sama. To be able to think this far out into the future. No, if that was not the case, then he would not have been the leader of the supreme beings. I couldn't handle it any longer, I should just give up the facade. I made my decision. Now then, since we now have Ainz-sama's permission, let's give unto the kingdom the most miserable of punishments. How did the word miserable show up in their conversation up to this point? Ainz was completely baffled. Albedo clasped her hands together and grinned brightly. The adorable Albedo and Demiurge spoke in unison. The Empire, who had surrendered immediately to Ainz-sama, had been given the candy. The kingdom, who had not surrendered, will be given the whip. By doing so, we will be sending a message to everyone else. Candy and whip, the people of this world must choose between them. Woo, things are getting a little more interesting, aren't they, Ainz-sama? Ah. Hilma was violently thrown back to where she was taken from. The gate that had transported her back was gone by the time she turned around to look. This used to be the head of the gambling division, Noah Sweden's mansion. The mansion had included enormous rooms meant for gambling, and Hilma was in the largest room of them all. Hilma finally calmed down and sighed deeply. Her body quivered as it was overtaken with joy. Hilma! Her companions rushed over to her. There were 3 others in the room, including Oscar, who rang the handbell on the table. Their eyes were filled with tears. Surely their pale expressions were all out of concern for her well-being. Are you all right? Is anything wrong? How's your stomach? We have some fruit wine. Do you want to wet your beak? The rest of them will come here soon. Noah, Endio, and Oscar. The 3 quieted down upon hearing Hilma's voice. I'm sorry I made you guys worry about me. Never mind that. You must have suffered through a lot. You should take a rest immediately. Noah wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes as he said this. He must have thought that I had experienced that or something equally as horrifying. I have no option but to explain myself. I wasn't put through that, they didn't do anything to me. The atmosphere grew thick as the companions who had been surrounding her had their confused expressions gradually surface. I also met with His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Hilma's moist eyes were like a broken breakwater as a never-ending stream of tears flowed out. His Majesty the Sorcerer King. As his title alone commanded an inconceivable amount of fear, Neo made the sign of a god that he didn't even believe in as he spoke, while the other two began to frantically look around the room. Perhaps they were trying to look for any eavesdroppers. You met? No, you were granted an audience with him? Glad you were able to return successfully then. Ufufu. Hilma, who was still crying, gave a smile as her reply. Though everybody had been called on by the Sorcerer King, they had bowed the entire time, so no one really caught a good look at his face. His Majesty was truly a reasonable master. Not only was he tolerant of my failures, but he was also merciful in his ruling. Suddenly the world around them felt as though time had stopped. Noah was shocked for a moment, but then he shut his eyes as if to offer his pity. The two behind her spoke with bloodshot eyes. Hilma. I'm more or less envious of your current situation. Ah, if only I was there with you back there. No, hold on a second. Perhaps she has some sort of mind control spell cast on her. Hilma, is that true? Noah wouldn't stop asking. Of course, I myself knew that I wasn't under the influence of any spells, but at the same time, I could not prove it definitively to them. Because of that, she just simply ignored his questions and continued to talk. Whether they believe me or not is up to them. I didn't think that I would be returning alive too. The reason why I could return without a scratch was because of our master. His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Truly someone fit to be called a king. If our master wasn't there, I would have definitely been implicated due to that idiot's actions and suffer a hellish punishment for it. The Prime Minister of the Sorceress Kingdom, Albedo, would have definitely done that. If I were in her place, I would have also had someone take the fall for it, even if the punishment was not death but simply pain and suffering. So from my perspective, the Sorcerer King's decision was infinitely more merciful than the one I would have given. Hilma. Sorry to interrupt your spiel on His Majesty's mercy, but that was out of his candy and whip policy. Is that so? Perhaps that was the reason why. Though she had said so, Hilma did not believe that to be the case. That's right. After all, I've done so in the past too, so I'm quite familiar with it. But, how sweet is the candy to those who had tasted the pain the whip could inflict. Perhaps we were lied to. Perhaps His Majesty the Sorcerer King is a terrifying being that could not empathize with people, and his confidants were there to make sure that he doesn't go overboard. Even so, I would still be inclined to believe him. No, or I wanted to believe him. Ladies of the night who were easily swindled by men and were subsequently devastated was something I had seen one too many times. I knew that I was no different than those troubled women I had seen in the past. Even so, I couldn't resist the Sorcerer King's ability to draw people closer to him. Hilma. You've bore witness to countless types of men. You're the best out of us all in terms of understanding people, especially men. Tell the truth, what kind of man is His Majesty the Sorcerer King? As a high-class prostitute, it was true that she had seen all kinds of men, especially those who were high in status or had great authority over people. I had seen that type of man so often that it had become annoying for me. If I were to compare and contrast them, if I were to describe him with a single phrase, it would be a merciful master. He has the clarity of mind to think and judge, but also the flexibility to accommodate his subordinates' constructive suggestions into his own train of thought. He does not seek schadenfreude as a hobby, which would have been par for the course. How should I put this? Right, he just didn't give off that kind of an aura, you know? Of course, he would still give out punishments callously if he felt they were necessary. That is high praise, coming from you. The slightest suggestion of a smile broke out on Hilma's tear-stained face as she laughed. Ufufu. That's right. Though our master is of the undead, he embodies justice and mercy. Even when he's being callous, he isn't being cruel. After all, the consequence of failure is punishment. He could have killed me to send a message to you all, but His Majesty did not do so. She didn't know who had just swallowed audibly, but the sound was reverberating through the spacious room. I hope His Majesty the Sorcerer King will remain with us forever. If it was our master, he would have. A depressing silence weighed heavily on their hearts. Who? Someone breathed out the way a missionary would if they had borne witness to a miracle. We do not know when that hellish fate would befall us, but as people who had lived in constant fear, this was salvation. I see. So you're saying that we must be even more loyal than we already are, right? Yes, Noah. We should do so. Now that we know. But the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo, is still a terrifying master. I can't imagine her saying the same words His Majesty the Sorcerer King had said to me. Though she had mumbled that last sentence to herself, her companions who had heard her all had looks of surprise on their faces. It was difficult to read the thoughts of the demon known as Albedo, but my intuition had told me that something was wrong in that moment. Perhaps it was because my brain was in overdrive under those extreme conditions. My intuition told me that even though the Sorcerer King could be considered a compassionate figure, Albedo was someone who saw people as mere toys. Something like that. Hilma really wanted to try her best to make it so that she and her companions could become direct subordinates under the Sorcerer King. He would be the type of master to reward someone based on their performance and would not treat his subordinates unreasonably. Everyone. Let's work even harder for His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Hilma said to the three in front of her and shared her thoughts. Afterwards, she began seeking assistance from various sources for the task she had been given by the Sorcerer King. In the capital city of the Kingdom of Re-Estize, in the Valencia Palace. One of the rooms had a kind of heat typical of the number of people gathered inside. In the center of the room sat a rectangular meeting table, and situated on the most important seat in the room was Rampasa III. Seated to his right was the second prince, Nazarick, and the rest of the seats had been filled by the kingdom's courtiers and ministers. After confirming that everybody had received the materials they had prepared, Nazarick said loudly, "Let's start the court meeting then. The topic of this meeting will be the declaration of war we have received from the Sorcerer's Kingdom." He had used a term as intense as declaration of war in hopes that everyone would treat this meeting with the gravity it deserves. Nazarick took a stealthy glance at the side of his father's face. He was worried the most about his father's judgment. Is my father still capable of fully understanding how dangerous this situation could be and take appropriate actions against it? He probably has some convictions against the Sorcerer King who had killed that guy. I had heard that after my father received news of the warrior Captain Gazef Stranov's death, he was shaken to his core and couldn't think straight. After it was explained to him how resurrection was not possible, he flew into a rage that had never been seen before. Nazarick bore witness to it all as he was there with his father when it occurred. Since then, his father appeared to have aged quite significantly. Would my father, who had been traumatized this much, be able to make a calm judgment against his sworn enemy, the Sorcerer's Kingdom? It'll be up to me then. Nazarick felt uneasy, so he took a peek at the ministers. The topic of this meeting was something that was delivered to them days ago by an envoy from the Sorcerer's Kingdom, an official document that bore the royal seal of the Sorcerer's Kingdom. The content of the document reads: a grain convoy meant to serve as humanitarian aid from the Sorcerer's Kingdom to the Holy Kingdom had been taken by force by a citizen of the kingdom. We deem it a hostile action against the Sorcerer's Kingdom and hereby declare war on your country. The document also bore the seals of other countries that approved of the Sorcerer's Kingdom's actions. As of now, the envoy was staying within the capital, waiting to deliver the kingdom's response letter back. Given that this was an official communication between countries through documents, it would not have been unusual to give the other side a week or two to respond. I'm terribly sorry, because we have had to investigate 2 of the 6 seals on the document from the envoy. It took us quite a bit of time. The one who had lowered his head was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was also the Minister of Seals and was in charge of the investigation over the seals approving of the Sorcerer's Kingdom's decision. The ones we were certain of before were the four from the Sorcerer's Kingdom, the Empire, the Draconic Kingdom, and the Holy Kingdom, correct? The Minister of Foreign Affairs nodded in response to the Minister of Finance's question. That is correct. Of the two remaining, one was from the Dwarven nation. Though we had identified the design as Dwarven, the seal still had some variations compared to the ones on the documents we've had from them from 2 centuries ago. After we received the assistance from Re-Blumrusher with the investigation, we found a similar seal, so we judged that it was probably a remake of the original after a certain era. The other seal, the one that was next to the Holy Kingdoms, appeared to be the seal of the one they call the Faceless One. They placed an individual's stamp alongside the seals of state. The Minister of Military Affairs was in total disbelief. He was the youngest of the ministers. His relationship with Gazef had not been great, so he was not heavily relied upon by Rampasa and had been absent from court meetings quite frequently. The lack of contact between them made Zanuck unaware of his capabilities. Since Marquis Raven had praised his abilities to me, he should be someone who could earn his keep at the very least. No matter what he was like as a person, he should at least be competent, right? No, if he wasn't at least competent, he wouldn't have made it as a minister. It appears as though the Minister of Military Affairs is not too familiar with this matter. Usually, when the Holy Kingdom applies their national seal on a document, their High Priestess would also stamp on the seal of their temple. This must be something similar to that. So they're trying to send the message that the Faceless One had already overtaken the authority of their religious institutions, or that she has authority above that of their current religious institutions. Your servant believes that to be the case, Your Majesty. The document we received for the current Holy King's coronation still had the seal of their temple, so it appears that she had begun rapidly consolidating power right after that event. So even though we had never seen the stamp of this Faceless One and could not confirm its validity, since it was stamped next to the national seal of the Holy Kingdom, we could only assume that to be the case. Other than the Council State and the Theocracy, most countries have approved of and joined the Sorcerer's Kingdom's condemnation of the kingdom. This wasn't subterfuge by the Sorcerer's Kingdom, but the truth. Yes, Your Majesty. His father let out a tired sigh. Has the Draconic Kingdom also bent their knees to the Sorcerer's Kingdom? We can't be certain, Your Majesty, because we have yet to receive intel on what had happened in the Draconic Kingdom. Perhaps they had fallen prey to some honeyed words, or perhaps they simply felt that there was more to gain by siding with the Sorcerer's Kingdom than siding with us. The Draconic Kingdom was probably only endorsing the Sorcerer's Kingdom's actions and was not participating in the war itself. Is that so? I understand, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your hard work. Now then, Interior Minister, how many of those within the kingdom believe in the contents of this document? Yes. Though we're not too sure about the entirety of the kingdom, about 7/10 of those within the court believe this to be a ploy of the Sorcerer's Kingdom. About 1/10 of us believe that it was done by highwaymen. That part of the peasantry that would be boorish and foolish enough to do such a thing. The remaining 2/10 believe that this could be the plot of a third nation. If it was a plot, their goal would most likely be to weaken the kingdom and the Sorcerer's Kingdom, or to simply disrupt the peace between the Sorcerer's Kingdom and the kingdom. If that was the case, it has to be the Council State and the Theocracy. Your Majesty, I believe that conclusion to be too rash. There's also the possibility that the Empire is plotting to overturn its status as a vassal state. After all, if it was the Knights of the Empire, they could probably easily charge and overwhelm a convoy. That would not be possible. The incident happened on kingdom soil. Did our investigations not reveal that there were tens of men? Even if it was the Empire or the Council State and the Theocracy, there would be no way they could bring so many soldiers onto our soil behind our backs. Or maybe, they had help from within. Perhaps they had hired bandits within the kingdom. Mercenaries would also be an option. The specifics do not matter, what matters is that we as a nation had committed a mistake. The Minister of Military Affairs asserted that it was impossible for this to have been a plot that had been executed by soldiers foreign to the kingdom. Everyone knew how hard he had worked to maintain the public order, which had almost collapsed within the kingdom after that battle. He had proven his aptitude through the debacle. Perhaps that was why he was so confident in his own judgment. It would have been hard with bandits, but I still hoped that we could absorb some mercenaries into our ranks, but we simply do not have the capital to do so. Are you saying that our finances are not in order? I did not say that at all. But you implied it. Minister of Finance, Minister of Military Affairs, please stop arguing. We do not have time for that. The two lowered their heads upon hearing the king speak. The Minister of Military Affairs continued to speak to a now silent room. But, I have no doubt that this is some sort of a plot by someone. I have testimony from the guards at the gates that the caravan was flying the Sorceress Kingdom's flag and had a pretty impressive security detail when they left the capital. Most of the kingdom's people knew of the massacre the Sorceress Kingdom had committed on the Katsa Plains, so no one within the kingdom would dare to provoke such a terrifying country. If we had to deduce who was behind all of this, there was only one country that checked all the boxes. The Sorceress Kingdom. Everything made sense once they considered it as a self-orchestrated, self-performed plot. They probably had ordered the caravan to burn or dispose of its cargo. Or maybe they plainly did not load those wagons up in the first place, and made up the excuse that they were attacked by some non-existent entity. It was hard to imagine a more plausible explanation. Zanuck, though not much time has passed, how much progress have you made on your investigations? Actually, I have already found out who had started this incident. The courtiers all had shocked expressions. It's just that was what made it difficult. We had doubts about it being a conspiracy precisely because it was so easy to find the culprit. Would you be so kind as to give me a bit more time? Of course, we have to investigate the exact details of this incident, but given the situation, any amount of intel would be helpful. Can you report on what you have figured out? What you are absolutely certain of? As you wish, my king. What we are certain of is that the criminals in question include the one known as Baron Philip Dayton Lair Montserrat and his serfs. The courtiers began to speak. Montserrat? Have you heard of that name? A baron and his serfs attacked the convoy? Were they trying to avenge someone who died in the battle? Perhaps he's one of those that does not put much thought into their actions. Emotions could lead one to go on unexpected rampages, couldn't they? In the midst of this, the one to speak up was the Minister of Justice, who appeared to be pretty miffed. Your Majesty, this has to be a scheme of the Sorceress Kingdom, correct? Your servant could not fathom why a noble of the kingdom would mastermind something like this. I concur. Is the Sorceress Kingdom not a country that would nonchalantly use charm person in their courts? It is entirely possible that they couldn't care less about using equally sleazy methods on a national level. For example, was that baron being controlled using charm person? The phrase "I see" could be heard throughout the room. I couldn't help but feel regret for leaking that information after hearing the accusations the minister made in the second half of Rhetoric. If that's the case, we need to offer protection to that baron as soon as possible. Though I'm not too versed on the matter, I have heard that the spell called Charm Person leaves the victim with the memory of what happened when the spell was cast on them. Therefore, he would not remain silent. Zanuck wasn't as knowledgeable in magic as the minister, so he had made a rookie mistake. Summon that baron. Investigate what had happened. At the same time, protect him. My king. Zanuck did not want to say so, but after steeling himself he said, after we find out what had happened, could we offer the head of that baron as an apology to the Sorceress Kingdom? What are you talking about? His father's gaze was sharp enough that it felt as though it was piercing right through him. I doubt I have the same level of majesty, but I won't back down so easily. Even if this was a scheme by the Sorceress Kingdom, was it really worth fighting a battle on the battlefield the enemy had specially prepared for themselves? He was terrified of the prospect that they would be continually arguing back and forth about whether it's a scheme or it's not a scheme up to the point when they will be engaged in a full-scale war. It would be absolutely foolish to fight an opponent who had already demonstrated their superior powers in their previous battle. If a war was to occur, it is hard for me to imagine that the nobles who knew about that tragedy would still send their levies. Even if they were willing to send their own soldiers, they would just be endangering themselves. My king, I believe that we should avoid a war with the Sorceress Kingdom. And so you would be willing to offer an innocent noble as a sacrifice? Is that something the heir to the throne should say? My son, think before you speak. Nazarick licked his lips and replied, my answer remains the same regardless of what the others may say. I believe that it's imperative for us to avoid a large loss of life with a small sacrifice. If we were to do that, should we just hand over the head of another loyal servant every time the Sorceress Kingdom comes knocking on our door? Do you understand that simple logic? I understand. But father should have seen the tragedy of the Cats of Plains, which I had not. Would you still risk conflict with the Sorceress Kingdom with that in mind? His father let out a sigh and curled his lips into a straight line. Nazarick pressed home his advantage by following up with, I am against the idea. Allow me to repeat myself, I believe that a war with that kind of country should be avoided at all costs, even if we have to sacrifice an innocent noble. I might get called weak behind my back and lose the loyalty of a few courtiers because of this, but I believe that this was the only path through which the kingdom would survive. Your Majesty. Your servant supports His Highness' proposal too. The one to agree with him was the Minister of Internal Affairs, but he was about to add on to Nazarick's proposal. Your Majesty, your servant understands your desire to protect all citizens. So how about we just become a vassal state of the Sorceress Kingdom? The courtiers began shouting. What are you talking about? Have you lost your sense of honor? The minister ignored them all with his gaze affixed towards Nazarick's father. Faced with a suggestion that had branded the suggester a traitor, his father gradually let out a smile. That, I especially cannot do. That would be akin to betraying the loyalty of generations of people who had served this kingdom. How will we be able to face them then? I apologize to you, Earl. Thank you for your suggestion. Your servant did not deserve that apology. Nazarick saw that they were communicating on the deeper level through their gazes. Would I be able to have courtiers who were this loyal? My father is a merciful man, but nothing more. No, perhaps it is because of this that talented people were willing to serve him. My father is exceptionally talented in recruiting people more talented than him, like the warrior captain Gazef Stronov. Nazarick couldn't help but feel inadequate compared to his sister's genius and his father's charisma. Even if I became the king, it wasn't likely that he would have made the kingdom a better place. The only thing I could do was to improve myself, but it isn't such an easy task given my age and personality, plus I never want to self-improve anyways. I would probably keep my personality until death. Minister of Military Affairs, I want to propose a hypothetical. What could we do to win a war against the Sorceress Kingdom? Could we form an alliance with another country before then? Are we to face them alone? Nazarick, Rempasa III, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs exchanged gazes. Nazarick, as their representative, answered with, We have not been successful in forging an alliance with the Council State. We had begun negotiations with them way back. Just after that battle had ended. We were not able to form an agreeable alliance back then. If they knew our relationship with the Sorceress Kingdom has worsened, the chance of rejection would only go up. Is that so? Then, Your Majesty, though this question may be out of line, what would you consider as the victory condition of this war? Do we have to drive the enemy off in battle? Or do we have to kill? Or rather, destroy the Sorcerer King? If it's the latter, I do not believe that we have any chance at a victory at all. Minister of Military Affairs, that would not be the case. What if we only had to force the enemy to withdraw their forces? Let me think about it. The minister of the military tilted his head as he contemplated. He came up with the answer. Luck would have to be on our side, but if we were to march an army the long way around and occupy Irantal while their troops are still marching from Irantal towards the capital, we might have a chance to turn the tide of battle. We would have to break through their 3 layers of fortifications? Yes, Your Majesty. It would be something that could only be accomplished if we were able to sneak an army that is as large we can possibly muster past their defenses. Which was why I said that luck had to be on our side. Of course, if the Sorceress King, the one who was capable of casting that terrifying spell without breaking a sweat, was to stay in Irantal, then this plan would undoubtedly fail. Another way to put this was that if luck is not on our side, we have no chance of victory at all. Zanuck wasn't sure if his father understood the full implications of the minister's words. If that was the case, then if the Sorceress Kingdom had invaded us without a formal declaration of war, everything would have been over. A surprise attack would have rendered us unable to gather enough troops in time, in which case we wouldn't even be able to carry out the plan. To send a formal declaration of war is to send the message that our country respects etiquette to the other nations. Between nations of different races, this tradition was not often observed. So given this context, how would a nation ruled by the undead, which hates the living, conduct itself? Would they provide a formal declaration of war? My king. As I had expected, we would only have the slimmest chance of victory if we were to go to war. If that is the case, should we not try our best to avoid that outcome by sacrificing a little? Sacrificing a little? Yes, my king. We should summon that baron at once and put him on trial. Afterwards, we will have him take responsibility for his actions regardless of the outcome, and off with his head. We can't do that, Zanuck. To summon that baron and put him on trial would be fine, but if he was innocent or if we could declare his innocence, I will not do such a thing. I have a better plan in mind. A better plan? What is it? His father fell silent and shook his head. After witnessing that, Zanuck concluded that his father was probably lying. If there really is a better plan, then he should say it out loud. If there isn't, he is probably lying to cover for the fact that he had not thought of a good reason on why they should spare that nobleman. Zanuck felt disappointed by his father and contemplated what he should do next. No matter how I look at it, the future of the kingdom seems grim. Looks like I will have to do it by force. First of all, it is a necessity for us to pin all responsibilities on that baron. Though the probability is slim, that baron may have been the source of all of our troubles anyways. In any case, if we could make that the truth, then our problems would be solved. However, Zanuck couldn't think of a way to pin all responsibilities on him. What if I was to kill the baron on his way to the capital and then pin the responsibilities on him? My father wouldn't be able to say otherwise if that was the case. Even if my father objects to the plan, as long as I could pull it off on my own, everything would be fine. He had considered whether things would turn out this way the moment he had heard of the incident. He had already arrived at a conclusion back then. The grave crime of usurping the throne. I had hoped that he could at the very least receive approval from the courtiers present. There's also a need for me to request the services of that man from my sister. Brain Unglaus was an indispensable part of his plan. Ah! How frustrating! Why do I have to plan this out in the first place? If only the Sorceress Kingdom did not exist. If only that freakishly powerful undead being did not exist. If not for the Sorceress Kingdom, if not for its intervention with their annual battle with the Empire, the kingdom would still not be forced into the corner as it had been now. Zanuck cursed in his heart. And then, the sound of door knocks could be heard. Zanuck had a premonition. To interrupt a meeting this important, it must be an emergency. To be honest, the way they were knocking on the door was quite violent too. Issues of such importance were definitely bad news. That was Zanuck's premonition. Zanuck, as their representative, gave his approval to let them in. A knight entered the room in a panic, just as he had expected. A forerunner from the Sorcerer's Kingdom has just notified us that their Prime Minister, Albedo, will arrive at the capital in less than 2 hours. No, wait. My premonition is off the mark. This isn't bad news. But the worst news. So, for what purpose has she come for? The envoy who had brought the official document was not inside this palace. It was currently staying within a mansion in the nobility's portion of the city. They had stationed guards around the mansion under the guise of protection. The perimeter was so tightly guarded that not even a slime could make it out without them noticing. Could they have been communicating through magical means? Or did they plan to visit the kingdom even if the envoy had not returned? Also, they had not sent the forerunner before they had departed, but rather this late into their journey. What for? With that said, it doesn't seem as though they're here to declare war. Grant her an audience. Prepare the throne room for an appropriate reception immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The knight left the room upon hearing his father's orders. Usually, even if a foreign dignitary was to come to the capital, it wasn't as though they would be granted an audience with the king on the same day. But, given our current situation, we couldn't just tell the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom things like, "You will be granted an audience in a few days." Everyone, I apologize, but can you all switch to more formal attire and gather in the throne room? Upon hearing their king's request, the courtiers including Nazarick, lowered their heads. The throne room used for audiences with envoys wasn't too large, but to prepare it so that it was adequate enough for dignitaries was still a sizable time commitment. They had just enough time to prepare the room and gather the courtiers who were now clothed in ceremonious attire before the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo, arrived. The smell of the freshly cut flowers began to permeate the room. To Nazarick, it all just smelled grassy, but Renner would probably put it as, probably just has a stuffy nose. Or something similar. Every race had comparable acts of etiquette, yet the same action could be interpreted differently by different races. So how did the Council State, which was home to various non-human races, manage this issue? The reason why this thought came across his mind out of nowhere was because of the horns and wings on the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo, who had just walked in. Her beauty was such that it could almost make us forget that she was a high-ranking official of the despicable Sorcerer's Kingdom. I'm not sure if she had been spoken for, but she was bewitching enough that countries would go to war over her. The sound of men who had become instantly love-stricken could be heard throughout the room, the sound they made as they sighed, "Oh." The beauty gradually let out a smile. Perhaps no one else in this world could produce such a charming smile. The only odd aspect about her was her gown. If we were at a ball, nothing would be more appropriate than that light peach-colored gown, but given our current situation, it wasn't proper at all. She couldn't have worn it by mistake. It had to be on purpose. What is the hidden meaning behind all of this? I had no ideas regarding the implications of the different types of gowns worn by women. Perhaps my sister would be able to figure it out, but she wasn't exactly normal compared to the other women of the aristocracy. Nazarick stole a glance at his sister. She wasn't wearing her usual gown, but the one she had worn for ceremonies. She couldn't be wearing the same clothes as she had the last time we welcomed Albedo, right? Though I wanted to tell Renner not to wear that outfit as people would look down on her, her gown wasn't too out of the ordinary compared to what Albedo wore. A few of the courtiers had also noticed that Renner was wearing the same gown she had the last time and bore bothered expressions, but those expressions only surfaced for a mere moment before subsiding. "Long time no see, Albedo Kaka." Upon hearing Rampas's voice, the nobles who had been enthralled by Albedo's beauty finally snapped back to reality. "Not at all, it's my fault for not visiting your majesty in such a long time." Albedo replied with a strikingly appealing voice that matched her appearance. "You do not appear to have changed much, that is a relief." "The same to you, your majesty." The way the two smiled and looked at each other could lead one to believe that it was just a warm gathering of friends, and nothing more. "You appear to be busy, so I will be direct. Why have you come here today? Indeed. I'm here regarding our previous affair. That being how my country's grain caravan, which was intended to be humanitarian aid to the Holy Kingdom, had been robbed by one of your own. Though this was no laughing matter, Albedo's smile remained steadfast from before. In contrast, his father had stood up from his throne to say, I see, you are here for that. Then allow me to firstly apologize for my citizens' actions. His father lowered his head and bowed deeply. The king of a kingdom was accepting the words of the other party at face value. In diplomacy, that was something that should not have been done for any reason. Never mind the fact that it was unwise for the head of state to directly apologize for something, because that would be akin to the entire country admitting guilt. To have done so would be to damn our country to the Sorceress Kingdom's every whim and fancy. Considering that we are trying to avoid an all-out war, this might not have been the worst idea. But if the Sorceress Kingdom was to demand the head of that noble now, aren't we bound to do so? He couldn't imagine that things would turn out this way given what his father had said earlier. If he intended to refuse the Sorceress Kingdom's demands at this point, the one to have apologized should have been someone like me instead of him. After all, the difference in the weight of a head of state's words and his son's was worlds apart. But just as Zanuck's train of thought reached that point, his father's subsequent words put him at a loss for words. Now then, would the offering of my own head allow for the kingdom to receive forgiveness from the Sorceress Kingdom? The moment those words came out of his father's mouth, it felt as though the entire room had frozen over. After his shock had waned, Zanuck couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself from the bottom of his heart. This was undoubtedly my father's trump card. Though the scale of an incident would affect the response, if the gift of repentance was the head of state, the other party had to accept it. If they were to make further requests beyond what was offered, their lack of magnanimity would surely draw condemnations from everyone. My father did not consider himself unfortunate to have to offer up his life, not because he wanted to die, but because to sacrifice oneself for one's own kingdom was for a king to insist on. My father was a true king. Though it was a fact that my father's weakness was in how he had dealt with matters, it appears as though I had been underestimating my father for a long time. Of course, the kingdom will take responsibility for the Sorceress Kingdom's grain loss. We could even reimburse twice the amount of grain should you desire it. That is in addition to the offer of my head. What is your opinion on this offer? Albedo Kaka. Humph. Albedo's facial expression grew heavy. Though she was still a smiling beauty, it was oddly terrifying. He, looks like you've made a slightly wrong prediction, Rampasa 3. Albedo shifted her gaze, apparently to his sister. Was it because you lost that man? Or was it because of something else? Did you find out about the brilliance? Albedo then looked at Zanuck. Of your child, and so decided to have a change of heart? I do not believe that I have had a change of heart. Oh, but you did. If this was the past you would not have made that decision. Perhaps it was a combination of a multitude of factors that had influenced you, but your basis as a person had not changed much. Whatever, that doesn't matter. In any case, we will not change our policies towards this matter. Due to how sudden and peculiar Albedo's shift in aura had occurred, no one noticed it at first. She had completely foregone the etiquette expected of an envoy during an audience with a head of state. Even if she was a foreigner, this was not an acceptable attitude to display towards a king who was actively leading his nation. Surprisingly, this attitude of hers felt more natural to me, human and fiend. From that perspective, her attitude felt the most natural. Perhaps that was why. There was an invisible pressure emanating from Albedo that stopped everyone from voicing their displeasure. That was only temporary, as the fiend quickly put back on her sheep's clothing, the Sorceress Kingdom's envoy. Albedo surveyed the courtiers who were standing on opposite sides of the aisle and proclaimed loudly, "This is a formal declaration of war from the Sorceress Kingdom. We will deploy our troops a month from this day at noon. However, if you were to march troops towards Irantal, to cross into the Sorceress Kingdom's borders, then we will no longer follow that timeline. Please wait. I have no intention of tarrying any longer. Alright, with that my work here is done. The last thing I was meant to convey from His Majesty was, you planned for things to turn out this way all along, didn't you? Said a rage-filled courtier. Albedo squinted her eyes at him. The message conveyed through those eyes was probably menace. You dare interrupt His Majesty the Sorcerer King's message? Human. Can you not wait to die a month from now? The color instantly drained from the courtier who had spoken out, even though Albedo hadn't raised her voice by much and hadn't done anything unusual. Humph. Now then, allow me to convey His Majesty the Sorcerer King's message. I have no intention of using grand magic as I had last time, let us enjoy the process. That's all. After saying so, Albedo had a confused expression on her for the first time ever. Even if you say that this was a scheme that we had planned out, to be completely honest, what had occurred was completely out of our expectations. We also wanted to find out how things had turned out this way. Albedo appeared to be telling the truth, judging from her expression and voice. One wouldn't believe that she was lying. Of course, the possibility that this was all an act was also incredibly high. If you wish to treat this incident as our nation's scheme, that is fine by me. History is written by the victors. All of your false accusations will soon be erased. Nazarick understood the stance the Sorceress Kingdom had adopted for this incident. The idea that we could avoid a war was futile. The Sorceress Kingdom had not been seeking to expand its territories through conquest, but rather the complete destruction of the kingdom. It is safe to say that war was inevitable. In a month, the Sorceress Kingdom's undead will surely be marching into the kingdom's borders. There's no need to escort me. I do not wish to take up any more of your precious, limited time. After Albedo exhibited the attitude that told them that she had said all that she had wanted to, she turned her back on the rest of them and walked out the door. Was it truly advantageous for the kingdom to let her go without laying their hands on her at all? If we kill this woman who held the office of a prime minister, would it plunge the politics of the Sorceress Kingdom into chaos temporarily and make them unable to start a war? However, one look upon the back of her dignified figure made him hesitate. As Nazarick pondered the possibilities, no one dared to stop Albedo from leaving the room. The giant doors were shut just as Albedo's silhouette disappeared over the side of the doorframe. Nazarick said to his father, "What should we do? If we chase her?" "Do not do anything of that sort. If we were to do something like kill the envoy of another nation, the blame for this entire situation will fall on our shoulders. Then no other nations would ever come to our aid." His father replied with a feeble voice as he placed his hand onto his forehead. Nazarick felt as though his father had just rapidly aged somewhat compared to just a few moments ago. "Your Majesty, your servant wishes to spread the news that you had offered your head as a gift of repentance to every nation." "Yeah, I will leave that to you, Minister of Foreign Affairs. If you did that. In the worst-case scenario." "Please, do not speak of the worst-case scenario. Will we not be fine as long as we manage to defeat the Sorcerer King's army?" Yeah. You are correct." The Minister of Foreign Affairs' words restored some color to his father's face, but the smile he had was still one filled with grief. "Nazarick, Renner. I have something to tell you. Could you come to my room later? Now then, I do apologize to everyone gathered here, but we will have to convene in another hour to discuss what will happen in a month." The courtiers all lowered their heads and bowed. After the chief of the guards escorted his father out of the room, Nazarick and Renner left together. Though Climb and Brain waited outside the room as Renner's guards, Renner told them to wait in her room, so they just watched as Nazarick and Renner left. The two walked shoulder to shoulder through the corridors. "So, sister. Do you know why Father has summoned us?" "Yes, I believe it's for the same reason as the one One-sama has in mind right now." "Is that so? Is Father about to show us the delicious desserts that Albedo Kaka had brought over?" Yes. As expected of One-sama, I believe that to be the case too. Zanuck stared at Renner with his eyes wide open for a second, to which Renner responded with a smile as if nothing had just happened. This woman's such a pain to deal with. What do you plan to do? Renner placed her index finger below her chin and tilted her head towards the side. Zanuck saw what she was doing and intentionally sighed heavily. What do you get out of acting cute in front of your own brother? Go act for Climb instead, he's the one who's gullible. One-sama, that was really rude of you. I'll try this with Climb next. Though I did not plan to do so. Isn't One-sama's the one who should be asked about what he's planning to do? Me, I want to run away. But, that wouldn't be possible. The Sorcerer's Kingdom would surely hunt us down. I was thinking the same thing, you know. For a woman who wished to marry a man whose social status was far from hers and had intentionally partnered up with me, that reply was too straight. I had thought that Renner would be the type to value her survival more and would have planned to leave the palace by tomorrow or something. Perhaps she too understood how impossible it was for us to escape from the grasps of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, and thus snuffed her desires to do so. Zanuck stole a glance at Renner but could not tell her feelings on that matter through her expressions alone. After the both of them had entered the room, the first words from their father's mouth was just as he had expected. Zanuck, Renner. Leave this place at once. You are only just the prince and princess of this country, there is no need for the two of you to die alongside it. The two of them looked at each other and answered in unison that they did not intend to do so. The expression on their father's face was bittersweet. Is that so? But, there is still time. If you two change your minds, tell me immediately. Zanuck gently nodded his head towards his father. Renner, who was beside him, did the same. The children, upon seeing that Brain had returned, ran towards him. "Osan, you're back. Osan, Osan." The 10 children surrounded Brain, 9 boys and a girl. They were all orphans. Brain had taken those who he had believed to have some sort of potential, allowed them to live with him, and was training them in the art of swordsmanship. Because they grew up in a rough environment, they fully understood the importance of violent force and were able to keep up with my harsh training regimen. Having said that, they are still just children, so I'm still unsure if they could meet my expectations. Surely if they continued to train like this, they would be able to, at the very least, reach Climb's level. The children stunk of sweat, but it wasn't offensive to Brain. After all, he would be the same after training. This was proof that the children had been working hard. Oi oi, you guys. Are you done with practice? Break. I've practiced so much. My hand. Because they all responded at once, it was hard to fully understand what they were trying to say, but they had completed their practice, that much he did understand. Now then, go take a break. Remember, I told you guys that breaks are part of training too, right? The children agreed in a cacophony of noises. I'll practice with you guys after a while, do not tell me that you're too tired to practice by then, do you understand? The children, once again, agreed in a cacophony of noises. Good. Remember to also fill up on water. Also, don't forget to fill up on salt just because you have been sweating so much. We get it already. Osan's so naggy. A few of the children said, but the majority of them replied that they understood. Good, now go. Oh, right. Before you go, where are those two? The oldest of the bunch, their representative, told him. In the backyard. Oh. He bid goodbye to the children and walked towards the backyard. The children returned to the house to dine on the food and drinks they had received from the elderly couple who had been expecting them and to probably take a nap afterwards. Good exercise, good diet, and good sleep. That is how excellent muscles are built. Brain nodded his head in satisfaction. You made me wait for so long. A woman's voice called out as Brain entered the backyard. Ah, I'm sorry. I had to prepare in advance to accompany Her Highness the Princess on her meetings with the nobility, merchants, and so on, so I was a bit late. There was a man and a woman there who had been instructing the children before he arrived. The two were both counted in the 6 great disciples of the dojo of the swordsman known as Vesterkraft de Laufen. I had my reservations on how they taught. My practical swordsmanship training was more useful than their performative swordsmanship practice. Compared to waving air around for a few hundred times, training with a real sword, even if it was a mock sword, was much more effective. Brain believed that his method would allow one to gain more muscle memory than simply exercising one's body. However, this was a good way to allow them to learn the techniques first and build up a foundation solid enough that they would be less likely to die in actual combat. It would be troublesome for me if the children die in combat before they even had the chance to fully realize their talents. That was why he opted to have the children train with the two, while passing down his own experiences. As a result, the children's training regimen had become harsher. Were their accommodations finalized? Yup, they were finally finalized. They're scheduled to travel northwest, with a group of merchants operating in a city close to Council State. The woman frowned a little. It's been 2 weeks since the Sorcerer's Kingdom declared war on us, but there hasn't been news of either country's armies mobilizing. According to some rumors I've heard, the Sorcerer's Kingdom only wants to force the kingdom to back down in some negotiation and does not actually want to fight a full-on war. If that was true, wouldn't that render Mr. Unglau's efforts in vain? Would that Sorcerer King really do such a thing? If I had not met the Sorcerer King in person, I would have believed that this was just a negotiation tactic too. But as a witness to that tragic battle, it is hard for me not to doubt that the Sorcerer King was plotting something. Perhaps he was preparing to cast that spell again. Has my uneasiness spread to her? The woman spoke in a hushed tone. Mr. Unglaus had met with that Sorcerer King? Not only have I met him, I bore witness to his duel with Gazef. I still don't know what happened to Gazef till this day. Her gaze shifted towards Brain's waist. Sheathed by his side was one of the treasures of the kingdom, the razor edge. This was something that was granted to him when the war was declared, even though he had turned it down on numerous occasions. A duel with Mr. Stronov? Aye. She stopped herself before she could complete that sentence. Perhaps she wanted to say something along the lines of, I wish I was there to witness it too. Brain did not think too much of it, after all she was a warrior too. To wish to bear witness to Gazef's duel is natural for us. I wanted her to witness it too. I still could not figure out what had happened during that duel, so if someone else could explain it to me that would be best. I think the Sorcerer King is plotting something, but I'm not sure what exactly he is plotting. I don't have a basis for that thought after all. My instincts are blaring alarms right now, and I tend to trust my instincts without question. If it's the warrior instincts of someone like Mr. Unglaus, then it just might be true. I'm not too sure on the specifics. Anyways, we have to get these brats out of this place as soon as possible. Even if I die, they could still make a living for themselves with the swordsmanship I've taught them. Even if it's not that significant of a skill. Actually, our sensei had told us the same thing as Mr. Unglaus, that the Sorcerer's Kingdom is plotting something in the dark. So, when the children are to be sent away. The woman looked towards the silent man next to her. Could you request that he go along with them? What? Would he do that? He glanced at the man who gave him a silent nod. He appeared to be annoyed, but that was probably not the case. Though all of the 6 great disciples had been here at some point, the one the children liked the most out of them all was him. Yes, Sensei appeared to have given it some consideration already. As long as he lives, our swordsmanship could continue being passed down through the generations. In other words, they had the same thought as me. If that was the case, I had no reason to reject their request. I do not mind as long as your end is fine with it. Having said that, I am grateful for you all. I'll go speak to the merchants who will be taking them away. Brain heard the man mutter a few words in a quiet voice, probably something along the lines of "Please take good care of me." Brain raised his hand as a response, to which the man responded in kind by deeply nodding his head. Now then, after the brats have rested up, it'll be my turn to train them. Sorry to have troubled the both of you to train them while I was away. Gratitude was the only thing that flowed out of his mouth. Even though he hadn't paid them much, they still took the time to teach the children. I do have to say that I was quite impressed by how magnanimous Mr. Unglaus really was. To have adopted these children and teach them skills so that they could survive. Brain's expression darkened. I hadn't done any charity that was worthy of such praise. Stop flattering me. I'm not that nice of a guy. While it's true that I picked these children up from the slums, it was for a purpose. There were ones that were on the verge of death, yet I still walked past them without lifting a finger to help. If you want to praise someone for their charity, do it to someone who actually deserves it. Like the princess, for example. He could see that the woman had a perplexed expression, but he wasn't sure what had caused it. Are you talking about Princess Renner-sama? About how she had funded her orphanage? It's true that the princess had done something extraordinary, but I believe that Mr. Brain had also accomplished what no other person could. Aren't you both equally worthy of praise? Doesn't look like I could get through to you. Think whatever you want to, but don't do it in front of me. I'd have heartaches from the guilt alone. Then I do apologize. No, don't think too much about it, it was a joke. I'm not innocent enough to feel guilt from something so small. Brain shifted his gaze away from the shocked expression on her face and looked towards Gazef Stronov's, now Brain's, residence. His thoughts were of the children who had just had their fill and were probably sleeping right now. In a room on the 9th floor of Nazarick, approximately a month after the war was declared. In one of the rooms that was reserved for potential new guild members were Ainz and the floor guardians. It wasn't just the floor guardians who were there, behind each of them stood an equal number of ordinary maids, and behind Ainz stood Pestonia. I could not grasp the reasoning behind why they were silent. Apparently it was to symbolize that they were tools, ready to be used. For that reason, Ainz paid them no attention at all to satisfy their wishes. Ooal. Ainz read the documents in earnest but felt as though his focus was being sapped away by Pestonia's presence behind him. Still, he tried to focus his attention on the task as best as he could. We had to exchange our opinions on the subject matter later on. How embarrassing it would be if I were to say something crazy later on. Even with the utmost amount of kindness, Ainz's intelligence could only be judged as average at best. That was not to say that he was lazy, in fact he was the diligent type to try his best at everything that was thrown at him. At first, he was doing so out of his desire to keep the NPCs loyal, but now it was more out of his desire as a father figure to not disappoint his children. Though it was safe to leave everything up to Albedo and the rest, there were still a lot of things that they found to be necessary to consult with me. If I were to say anything stupid when that time comes and they were to respond with, "As Ainz-sama wills, it shall be done," and take immediate action, it could cause serious collateral damage. To avoid that outcome, my personal growth is imperative. Because of this, Ainz had taken a particular interest in this document and was even more focused on it than he would have usually been. Ainz, upon finishing most of it and confirming that the appointed time had come, said, "Now then. Has everybody finished reading?" "Yes, Ainz-sama." As their representative, Albedo took a glance at everybody and replied, "Excellent. Now. Wait, before that. Though it has been a month since we declared war against the kingdom, they have not noticed our invasion at all. They must still think that our forces are still holed up in Irantal. Demiurge, good job. Your ability to deftly manage everything so that not a single piece of intel was leaked was seriously impressive. I'm grateful to receive my master's compliments." On the same note, to have threatened a portion of the kingdom's nobility into rebelling was also a splendid accomplishment, Albedo. Thank you very much, Ainz-sama. Albedo, like Demiurge, lowered her head. Ooal. This current matter is of greater importance, so report to me in detail about what you have done after this. Ainz knocked on one of the pages in the document with the back of his finger and confirmed that the both of them had understood what he had meant. He nodded in a fashion that suited his status as overlord and scanned the guardians before him. Very well then, let us exchange our opinions on this matter. First of all, the fact that we were able to conquer cities even when this tactic was employed pleases me greatly. Cocytus, you've done well. I am grateful for my master's praise, but this was only possible because of the undead army Ainz-sama had lent me. That is to say that this was Ainz-sama's accomplishment. It would not be incorrect to say that I did nothing. It is just as Cocytus has said. Ainz extended out his hand to stop Albedo before she could finish her sentence. There is no need to flatter me. Cocytus, just candidly accept my appreciation. I have said as much. You've done a great job this time. Yes. Thank you very much. Excellent. Now then, we have been able to subjugate the kingdom's cities without any trouble at all. We had adopted the tactic to attack the eastern part first and then march towards the north. The western side of the kingdom, where the capital resides, was not marched upon at all. The main purpose of this tactic was to prevent reinforcements from other nations from interfering with the war, and to encircle the kingdom by gaining control over the border with the council state and others. This was Cocytus' strategy, a move that Ainz himself also considered to be exceptional. I have found this result to be more than satisfactory. Now then, Demiurge and Albedo, regarding the information lockdown, the report indicates that it is highly likely that the plan will succeed. My question is, under what condition will it fail? Demiurge, answer me as their representative. Yes. We have fully established surveillance on every street. We have also sent shadow demons to scout out the neighboring cities. But, if there are hermits or druids, people who live outside of civilization, we would not be able to keep an eye out for them. If information were to leak, it would be from them. Then discuss the matter with Albedo, strengthen the surveillance net until those you have mentioned can also be found. Yes. Now then, next is. Ainz switched documents and continued flipping. Ooal. A few cities have perished already, huh? Within these pages were exhaustive documentations on who used what strategy to completely destroy which city. The most recent entry was about a city that was destroyed by Cocytus. To fearlessly attack a city with a small force, flawlessly destroy the city, and butcher all of its inhabitants. Just like Cocytus had done, the rest of you have also thought up various kinds of ways to conquer city after city and village after village. I am truly impressed. The Sorcerer's Kingdom had initiated a brutal war in which their policy was to completely destroy every city and village in their way and massacre all of its inhabitants. All that was left behind after the Sorcerer's Kingdom army's unanticipated attack was lifeless piles of ash and rubble. Speaking of which, I had suddenly become more conscious of someone's gaze, which should have been fixated on me. I wasn't doing these horrendous and ruthless acts because I wanted to, there was a purpose behind them. Hopefully she could come to understand it. Thank you very much, Ainz-sama. Albedo lowered her head, prompting the other floor guardians to follow suit. To meet Ainz-sama's expectations from this day forward, we will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to making improvements. Ooal. I gratefully accept every floor guardian's determination and loyalty. Next is. That's about it, right? Ainz faked a cough and continued. But, I am concerned that none of you have failed. Before the guardians could react with their baffled expressions, Ainz added. Cocytus, you tasted defeat during the battle with the lizard men. I assume that you learned a lot from that experience? It is just as Ainz-sama has surmised. I learned a lot from that experience. That was what I was talking about, you learn more from your failures. No, I'd argue that there are some lessons that could only be learned from failures. This was true back in Yggdrasil, one would only think of how they could improve if they were to lose. Job resets, different equipment, and new tactics. If one were to always win, they would become complacent, numb, and careless. They would have lost their drive to self-improve. Ainz believed that there existed some things that you could only learn through defeat. That was why I was hoping for some failures in our city-conquering efforts. This was a part of the plan where failures would not have mattered much, we could retry as many times as we wanted. We had to be prepared for a future battle that was bound to happen, one in which if we were to lose, it would amount to a complete defeat. Since we were incurring a massive loss of life, it had to result in Nazarick gaining some form of a benefit. There was one other thing. Ainz decided that he should make preparations for this after he had heard the wishes of those two. Let's go, this next thing will determine whether I've won or lost. The wise. He couldn't think of what to say after that, he had forgotten the script he had prepared. Forget about that. Fools learn through their experiences. Now I'm not saying that you are all stupid, but I am pointing out the fact that even idiots could understand the necessity of collecting experiences. Ainz was disappointed in himself. Why did I forget what I wanted to say during this crucial moment? Why am I this useless? Why were those who were well-spoken also smart? How were they able to spew out the words and phrases they had learned non-stop? Usually, even if someone were to forget what they were about to say, they wouldn't stop there, would they? There was only one probable conclusion: their brains were built differently. No matter if we were to destroy the kingdom's cities or massacre its citizens, it is not too much of a hassle given the great underground tomb of Nazarick's power. But, our focus should be on accumulating experience. If we were to face a much more difficult situation, the lessons you have learned from this war could be of help. The great underground tomb of Nazarick had to strengthen itself. The belief that Ainz and the great underground tomb of Nazarick were the only guild and guild base in this world was a naive one. I exist in this world, therefore there must be other players and guilds in this world too, perhaps due to arrive in the future. To prepare for that future, it is a necessity for this organization to bolster its own strength. It is imperative for all of us to have personal experiences in these matters. Ainz continued on to the guardians who were intently listening to him. Speaking of our current situation, I could feel that the burden of responsibility has been growing ever so heavier on every floor guardian. At the same time, the number of people like you who I could entrust these jobs to are far and few between. The area guardians were weaker than the floor guardians, so Ainz felt uneasy at the suggestion of bringing them outside, where there could be strong enemies. This was why the number of tasks given to the floor guardians had been increasing. However, if we were to keep up the status quo, multiple issues will begin to surface. When the Sorcerer's Kingdom of Ainz has come to subjugate a vast enough territory, the area guardians will take up responsibility for a wide range of tasks. Perhaps a day will come when even the management of warfare will have to be delegated to someone. That is to say that our master wishes those who are without experience to have a personal history of their own, correct? Demiurge started spouting unintelligible things again. But, what he said about forming a history of their own more or less hit the mark. It sounded pretty cool too. That's correct. It is just as you have surmised, Demiurge. Though he did not feel as though it could be conveyed properly, Ainz still smiled while using his practiced what a no-nonsense ruler would sound like voice. Anyways, Demiurge's history idea was a good one. We had gained the knowledge of various types of methods to siege cities during this invasion against the kingdom, and we should record all of it down in a book or something. With the area guardians as their focus, the denizens of the great underground tomb of Nazarick should be able to gain some knowledge through these shared experiences, right? Of course, as the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Those who had experienced something firsthand could learn more from it than those who had only heard about it afterwards. However, he felt that they would not be able to have many more opportunities like this one. Now then, floor guardians, from this day onwards, try to come up with as many unique strategies to siege cities. Demiurge and Albedo, both of you are far too brilliant for this, so just listen and note down the others' proposals. From my perspective, up till now Shaltir has been the most creative in her strategies. Is Ainz-sama talking about how I used the frost dragons to drop soldiers in from the sky Arensu? That is correct. I believe that it was because I had entrusted Shaltir with all the transportation-related tasks that she was able to come up with that idea. With this tactic as the basis, we could organize. What was it called again? Paratroops? To be able to organize something like that isn't bad at all. She had not just used dragon breaths for hit-and-run tactics, but to drop soul eaters from 500 meters above into the city. The soul eaters would heal themselves, then rampage through the city killing masses with their aura. In this world, acceleration due to gravity did not seem to be affected by air resistance, so one's freefall velocity could increase infinitely. Soul eaters were able to activate an aura that consumed souls to convert them to HP, which meant that this strategy included a way to negate the fall damage taken by the units almost immediately. Though that plan was a failure in some aspects. But it was a good lesson to learn from for the future. Long story short, they were smashing through rooftops. Aura laughed as she read through the report, and Ainz did the same in his mind. Of course, they were not laughing at Shaltir's strategy, it was just something that they had not expected, but was so obvious in hindsight. Of the 4 that were dropped, only one of them wound up immobilized. The sample size was small, but the rate of failure ended up quite high nonetheless. It would be best to conduct this experiment a few more times. We may be able to gain valuable data from these dropped troops. Yes. I will leave it to you then, choose a few cities to experiment on. As Ainz-sama wills it, I will draw up and execute those plans immediately. The other details that caught Ainz' eye included how 300 Elder Liches were used to carpet bomb a city by synchronizing their fireball spells, and how assassins were sent to assassinate the head of a city, whereupon the invasion would commence whilst the city was plunged into chaos. These records on the methods we had used to destroy the cities were not just useful to educate the area guardians, but they are also useful as a study of what strategies an enemy could employ to invade Nazarick. Ainz sighed internally. Perhaps the Guardians think that I am being too paranoid. If Nazarick was truly invincible, there would be no need to do these things, but that could not be possible. Absolutely impossible. This is to prepare for our inevitable fight against a guild that is as strong if not stronger than us. After Ainz had finished speaking, the Guardians responded that they would obey in unison. Now then. It is about time that we begin our next siege. Ainz glanced at Albedo. Albedo nodded in a manner that seemed to convey the message, it is just as Ainz-sama has said. Speaking of which, Ainz-sama. The amount of troops we have deployed for this war seemed to be scant. What was the reason for that? Ainz immediately froze up. He could not think up an answer to such a logical question. Demiurge and Albedo had not been raising any questions. I had hoped that Cocytus and the rest would do the same too. So that's why. Because Cocytus had experienced defeat during the battle with the lizard men, I had instructed him back then to think for himself. No matter how you look at it, the source of his misery was always what he had said in the past. Why did I arrange for a number of troops that could not guarantee them victory? The explanation isn't that complicated, but it isn't one that I could just tell the floor guardians about. It was because the explanation could bring about Nazarick's downfall. Ainz gulped down his non-existent saliva. He had remained silent for too long. He had to say something that would seem to make sense. Speaking of which, it was the same when we were storming the neighboring towns and cities. A small portion of the people were allowed to escape, right? What was the reason for that? Cocytus and Aura's questions were to be expected. Perhaps there are others amongst you who have had the same questions in mind. Ainz surveyed those in front of him to be met with every floor guardian nodding their heads. I see. Well, let us observe how our first battle will unfold. Afterwards, I will tell you the reason why. Ainz was just dragging things out, leaving these bothersome problems for his future self. Situated at the north end of the kingdom facing the Rain Sea was the city of E-Naoru. It was the largest city within Earl Na's domain, a city that was blessed by the sea. They had received the news of the Sorcerer's Kingdom declaring war on the kingdom from a messenger sent from the capital around a month ago, but they did not believe that the Sorcerer's Kingdom would attack the northernmost reaches of the kingdom. By conventional logic, before that happened, the capital would have fallen and ended the war. However, things did not turn out the way they had expected. The neighboring baron, a few of his subordinates, and the rest of his family had hurriedly escaped to E-Naoru. The baron's explanation was simple: some undead suddenly showed up and slaughtered every single civilian in my domain. There was only one person that came to mind. Ainz, the Sorcerer King. After they had listened to the baron's retelling in detail and analyzed the intel they had on hand, they predicted that E-Naoru was on the path that the undead would march through to invade the kingdom. They immediately send messengers on fast horses to every village and town within their domain, ordering them to evacuate. Though it was still dangerous for people to evacuate to the city, there weren't many who could outrun the ever-encroaching army of the Sorcerer's Kingdom and make it to the other domains. In the end, the vast majority of people chose to stay within the somewhat defended walls of E-Naoru. 5 days after the evacuation of the citizens within the domain had ended, they sighted the silhouette of the undead from atop the watchtowers of E-Naoru. The morning 3 days after that, a man stood on the top of a watchtower. Whoa! They're everywhere. His tone did not match his appearance at all and was generally undignified, but this man was the ruler of these lands, Earl Na. Within his line of sight was a large group of zombies which numbered approximately 20 times more than E-Naoru's defense force. Even so, it's only a swarm of zombies. It's not that big of a deal. The one who had asserted that was a woman who stood next to the Earl, Albedo. Those are obviously not naturally spawned. Many of them look like farmers, so they can't be from the Sorcerer's Kingdom. They must have destroyed the surrounding villages and turned their corpses into zombies. How revolting. Skama spoke as though she was about to vomit. Can someone even do that? Whether it's possible to generate this number of zombies or not, I have no idea. But, since spells to create the undead exist, it should be possible, right? Oh, ha! Earl Na sighed from the depths of his heart. In these trying times, his voice did not have a shred of urgency. It could be infuriating to some, yet Skama's expression remained unchanged. If that's the case, could we not create an undead army of our own to hold them off? If there were dozens of those who favor necromancy out of the exotic arcana and could use the higher tier spells of that discipline, it wouldn't be completely impossible. Too bad there's none in this city. There was a reason why she was so sure of herself. Skama had detailed knowledge of every single magic caster within the city. Is that so? So, everything's going to work out, right? For 120 years. This city has never been sieged ever since its founding as a village. We really don't have much experience with that at all. This is not something the ruler of this city should be saying right now. Still, Skama had not appeared to be angered by this. That being said, as usual, not an ounce of respect could be heard in her voice as she responded. Everything will work out? I don't think so. Earl. If we can't think up a plan about this, everyone will turn into undead. Everybody's trying their best to help us because they want to avoid that outcome. I see. Why did something like this have to happen during my time? If only this did not happen for another 5 years, by then my eldest son would have probably succeeded me. Unlucky. Well, you say that, but it's the same for us. Why did this have to happen when we chose to come to this city? If it happened a few months later, we would have probably moved to another. A bigger city. Wah. Hold up a second, alright? Let's all be sensible. Please don't abandon this city. If we really wanted to run away, now would be the best time. Take a look, there. Skama pointed towards 2 undead that were at the helm of the zombie army. They were quite easy to spot given how they were about 2 heads height higher than the zombies around them, and with the overwhelming pressure they gave off that accentuated their presence, their strength was made apparent. Those undead carried a flag at their sides. The Sorceress Kingdoms. Yup. Did the Earl participate in the Battle of the Katsa Plains? I only sent some trusted subordinates along with our levy. Neither I nor my family participated. But it's not like they'll return anyhow. Hope they could rest in peace at the god's side. Only 2 special undead were sent by the Sorcerer King, who massacred 200,000. By the Sorceress Kingdom. Do you believe them to be weak? I don't think so, sigh. They must be mind-bogglingly strong. Right. Aren't you angry? That they judged that they only needed 2 undead to destroy this city? Nope. Rather than that, I am only thinking of how we could be saved from all of this. As the ruler of this land, those words were quite lame, yet they were the simple truth. Though I want to send out a messenger to declare our intention to surrender, I doubt that would work at all. Can't you just escape by sea? You've probably prepared for that already, right? Skama asked what was on everybody's minds during their previous meetings, but no one had said out loud. The Earl smiled with a bitter expression and did not respond immediately. Though I'm not too acquainted with the Earl, we had quite the amount of interactions due to our lines of work. I knew from then that he was quite a quick-witted one. Ahem. Of course, but we can't transport everybody out of this city by boat. Even if we make multiple runs to dump people to the nearby coasts, what will we do about the food situation? Where can we escape to? And more questions just keep coming up. But if it's just the Earl and his family, they should make it out all right, right? The Earl pondered for a moment once more and replied, I guess, but that will be the last resort. Everybody please evacuate to the city, my family and I will get out of here first though, or something like that would weigh heavily on my conscience. Normally when a city had been taken over, its ruling class would either be slaughtered or forced into submission. The citizens on the other hand, though their possessions might be plundered, would just be under new management. To slaughter the civilians of a city would be akin to killing the goose that laid golden eggs. Unless raising a city held benefits for the invaders, they would never do such a thing. However, the words of the Baron who had escaped the Sorcerer Kings, the Sorceress Kingdom's invasion to this place, and the words of the refugees from my villages, surely you have heard them already? Things aren't looking too good for us. You're saying that there should have been more refugees, right? Yes, that's right, the Earl replied. Though he lords over Urantal, it looks as though he is still a monster who could not tolerate the living. So the purpose of this war was to turn their defeated enemies into soldiers to bolster their ranks. They don't sleep, don't eat, don't tire, are fearless, and are absolutely loyal. Sigh, it makes sense why they wouldn't show mercy to their enemies, right? That makes sense, for the enemy. If they were trying to subjugate a city and force its citizens to work for them, they wouldn't be doing something like this. Perhaps they do not intend to leave any of the kingdom's residents alive. If that's the case, does it even matter where we escape to? Is he trying to empathize with me or getting me to empathize with him? Skama picked up on something. I'm the strongest adventurer in this city. If I was to desert this city, what could have been a victory could turn into a defeat. That was why the Earl was trying to make me think that there was nowhere to escape to. Just as Skama was about to say something, some disturbance had occurred somewhere near them. For the sake of preparing for a defensive, the two had slipped away to observe the enemy's formation. The ones who had appeared in front of Skama were her teammates. Behind her teammates were the magic casters gathered from all over the city. Behind this ex-pipe dream of an army unit were the soldiers under the Earl's employ and adventurers who were skilled in archery and other ranged weaponry. Those who were gathered on the city walls were aiming to strike the Sorcerer Kingdom's army first. Earl Na, standing in front of them all, raised his voice and said, "I'm grateful for everybody who has gathered here. I would like to thank each and every single one of you for your aid." I could no longer feel that sense of unreliability from his tone. All that remained is the dignity and confidence befitting of a leader. His attitude, the product of having lived a noble's lifestyle, left Skama in awe. "Thank us through more practical means, please." One of Skama's companions, the magic caster, replied. A wave of laughter could be heard behind him. The Earl was not displeased upon hearing what one of the representatives of the adventurers had to say. On the contrary, the smile that flourished on his face was a genuine one. "Leave that to me. You will be rewarded enough that even if every other adventurer forced you to take them out for a meal, you would not go broke. I will hand over your rewards in front of everyone, out in the open." Woo! Everybody started cheering. "Of course, that applies to my soldiers too. Though your pay may not be as plentiful as the adventurers, I will pay you a bonus big enough that you would no longer have to worry over your wives and children's future." "But," the Earl switched to a playful tone to say, "don't you dare squander away all of your newfound wealth, am I understood?" He could see that the tense expressions on his soldiers had loosened up a little. "I was thinking of alternative forms of compensation. Surely the Earl has a few magic items as heirlooms or something? Your lineage goes quite a way back after all." The one who had said that was a woman who irradiated a perverse aura. This woman, Lilynette Piani, was also one of Skama's companions. Huh. An heirloom magic item would be a tall order. It does exist though. I do have a magic item that was passed down for generations. A lot of people would know about it. It's called the Holy Sword of Pentachromata. It was a long sword enchanted with the elemental powers of fire, thunder, acid, sonic, and ice, which dealt their respective damage types to a slashed target. But the blade was without an edge, so it could only be used as a blunt weapon, like a dummy sword for swordsmanship practice. I want that. After all, it was still a valuable item, so to give it away to an adventurer as compensation seemed wholly inappropriate. You want that? Depending on the situation, I wouldn't rule it out completely. The Earl continued on in a sea of gasps. My son. I wish that you could become my son's concubine. Skama's expression turned apprehensive. The Earl had said something he shouldn't have. Perhaps that joke had crossed a line. Just as Earl Na opened his mouth to apologize, Lilynette asked. The Earl has 4 children, right? Your wife gave birth to your eldest son and your 3rd son. Your concubine gave birth to your 2nd son and eldest daughter. Your eldest is out of the question, so which son were you referring to? Her tone had shifted completely. From her careless attitude back then to the seriousness that was to be expected of an adventurer. Which meant that Lilynette was being completely serious. Skama's expression further darkened. She glanced at her other teammates who cold-heartedly avoided making eye contact with her. Those cowards. I was talking about my 3rd son. Your 3rd son? But isn't that kid only 12? The one whose birthday is coming up soon but hasn't passed yet? Be the concubine of that child? The Earl was about to nod his head when he suddenly froze up. That's right. How did you know about my child's age? Even the birth date of the 3rd son of a local noble. Is that important intel? Or are all of you top-ranked adventurers like this? No. No. Denials came from the other adventurers. Lilynette ignored them all and continued on as she held up her hair. Ha, Fian. Ahem. Fine then, I'll become your son's concubine for the Holy Sword of Pentachromata. The Earl observed Lilynette in detail and turned his gaze towards Skama as if he had a question that he wanted an answer to at this exact moment. Skama knew what that question was, she knew it well. Though I was the one who raised that suggestion. Wait, why is she drooling? Is she actually after my son or the magic item? It's the former. Skama tried to say, but before her words could reach anyone a boisterous voice boomed. You fool! Unripe fruits are the most alluring of all, aren't they? The silent atmosphere was broken the moment they figured out whose voice that was. At the same time, a few of the adventurers had already fallen to the ground, a result of their fantasies being crushed by the harsh reality of it all. I can empathize with the sorrow of those adventurers. Sorry. Those who had fawned over her should understand at this point why they had not been successful. Age preference. I thought that you would ask, why a concubine, or something. Lilynette responded to Earl Na, who was muttering to himself. Ah, father-in-law Sama. Even if he's your third son, he was still born of your wife. If all goes well, he should be able to gain the title of Baron and a small patch of land, correct? With that in mind, it would be asking too much for an adventurer to be his wife, even if it's a powerful one, right? Though I do have connections to the temples, that is still, you know. You were planning to say something along the lines of, if you perform outstandingly in this battle, I will consider letting you be his wife, right? But if I was to be satisfied by the offer of being his wife alone, then there would be no way I could get my hands on the holy sword of Pentachromata. After all, the wife of your third son inheriting the family heirloom would upheave our family's peace. She was already calling him father-in-law. I have underestimated you. If you came along earlier, I would have made you my eldest son's concubine. Ah, 15. Wait, no, 17 and above would be too old for me, father-in-law Sama. The Earl kept glancing at Skama as she tried her darndest to ignore him. Earl Na's expression looked as though he had just taken a heavy blow and wanted to call her sly, drawing no sympathy from the crowd at all. Something that I've got to ask. Even if it's his third son, there will still come a day when he ages past the age of 17 though. That's true. If only he was of a race with a longer lifespan. But if that was the case, wouldn't I be the one who'd age faster? So, what you've said is acceptable to me. You thought that was worth emphasizing? You thought that, of all the things that I have said so far, that was the thing that was most worthy of emphasizing? Father-in-law Sama. Your composure, you appear to be losing it. You're the last person I wanted to hear that from. Based on Skama's personal judgment, Lilynette was an honest and caring person, so she should make for a good bride. However, none of that was on display right now. If this continued on any longer, not only would it bring shame upon my companion, but it would set the reputation of my entire team on some weird trajectory which would be troublesome. I do not want to be identified by my white hair for negative connotations. Now then, Earl. Though we do appreciate your efforts to alleviate our stress with some humor, we do have to get on with our preparations for the battle. Could I ask of you to return to the center of command? Earl Na nodded his head at this logical proposal, probably out of a desire to stay as far away as possible from Lilynette. Ah yes, now then. Everybody, we'll be relying on you all. From the vantage point of the city walls, it appeared as though the enemies did not have a formation at all but were just gathering zombies into one spot. This would have been easy for a mithril-ranked adventurer like me to clear them out, if only those monsters were not there. No movement, So, does anyone recognize those undead? Two undead creatures stood where Skama was pointing to. One held a huge shield in one hand and a huge sword in another, while the other one was dual-wielding swords. The magic casters around her shook their heads after she had asked her question. Skama shifted her gaze towards Lilynette. With her response of a shrug, there could only be two possibilities. One was that this was an extremely rare type of undead or a new species of undead. Either possibility was worrisome. Intel is both an offensive and defensive tool. If one were to fight without any intel to back them up, the amount of danger they would be putting themselves in should be obvious. This isn't good at all. We should try to hit it with all kinds of attacks to see what would be effective. Any objections? Not a peep. Then, that's what we'll do. The specifics on who's casting and what they're casting, I'll leave to you professionals to discuss. Just make a judgment based on what you think it's capable of based off of its appearance. First of all, both of them appear to be close-quarters combatants. They did appear to be that way, so they shouldn't veer too far from our expectations, right? It isn't as though monsters that could disguise their appearance did not exist, it was just that I have not seen one in person yet. They do appear to have high defensive capabilities, so it would be dangerous to engage them in close-quarters combat. We'll attack them from afar if that's the case, as is the convention, but physical arrows might not have that great of an effect. We might still have to engage them in close quarters, so the amount of damage we could unleash onto that thing before it reaches the walls will dictate whether we win or lose this fight. But since we also have to prepare for the eventuality of the enemies breaching the walls and the prospect of urban warfare, we'll have to reserve some casters to provide buffs to the vanguard and offensive magic too. That said, she had already warned them to stop using their mana more conservatively than was necessary. If nobody has any better ideas, we'll run with this one. Alright, let's start. The magic casters began exchanging their opinions according to Skama's orders. Skama moved somewhere that was quite a way away from where she was to reunite with her companions. So, leader, what do we do now? What do you mean? Skama replied. He already knew about the battle plans which had been explained to him, so he must have been asking about something other than that. The question of what do we do was just too vague for me. How hard should we try for the city is what I mean. Because the enemy are mostly zombies and the city won't be surrounded on all sides, if we wanted to run, with our skills we should be able to escape easily, right? Stealing one of the boats and escaping with it isn't a bad idea at all, you know? Food has been prepared as ordered, you know? Dumbass. Lilynette replied with a fed-up tone. Our opponents are undead, you know? It wouldn't shock me if they were to march up from the sea. Ah. Is that so? That's quite disturbing. Have you told the Earl about this? Nope, wouldn't have helped if I did. Even if we were to only install roadblocks, the perimeter is too wide for that to happen. It would create unnecessary panic in the city first of all. Perhaps there was a reason as to why they are not surrounding us completely. Like what if they were to leave us a small hole in their perimeter and if we were to try to escape through there, it would turn out to be a trap. Then what should we do? If you want to run, do it through there. Skama said as she pointed towards the cluster of enemies. It's easy to break their formations if it's zombies. Worst case scenario, we'll just have to scout ahead with Fly to make sure the enemy's main forces aren't lurking further beyond. I see, you thought this through, eh? The rogue said, unaware of his two female companions' glares. That's because you're the only one who hasn't thought about this at all. The rogue continued. So if we were to run, where do we run to? The neighboring city or somewhere near the capital? We'd just give up on this country. Are you serious? You're too loud. Skama confirmed that their surroundings were clear before continuing on to say. Yes. To stay and be ruled by the Sorcerer's Kingdom, the country that would turn so many people into undead, would surely ensure an unhappy end for us all. The question now is, where should we escape to? Though it might be easy for them as an adventuring party to escape, the leader of the party would still have to consider various scenarios. If distance was no issue, the city-state alliance appeared to be our best option. Apparently half of some of the city's populations within the alliance were human. Sigh, are we really running away? Skama, you should try harder for my own pursuit of happiness. So you weren't acting when you were talking just then about that child? The desire to help and the desire to run away, those conflicting emotions grew in Skama. It was around that time when Skama noticed that the casters had concluded their debate. Leader. We're done here. Understood. Now then, shall we? Act according to the plan, if worse comes to worst. Jump down and try to break through the cluster of zombies. Skama and the others moved to their post and awaited the enemy's action. Should we consider ourselves lucky that the enemies chose not to wait until nighttime to make their move? There was no special signal to signify the start of the battle. Just a great number of zombies stumbling towards the city walls. It looked nothing like how a normal battle was initiated. While archers readied their bows, the adventurers' gazes were affixed onto those two undead beings. They are not moving at all. Why? Are they not planning to move at all? Eventually, when they confirmed that the zombies were barely within their range, the archers loosened their arrows at Skama's signal. The adventurers and soldiers did not rejoice at the sight and sound of the zombies hitting the ground. Nothing had occurred that was out of their expectations yet. Our main issue remained to be those two undead beings. Strong monsters could change the tide of battle single-handedly. They're moving. The shield-bearing undead began moving, with speeds that were considerably greater than that of the zombies as it rushed towards the city gate. The shield-carrying undead sent zombies flying without much consideration as it charged through them with its shield at its front. Skama, shocked by the extraordinary speeds their opponents were moving at, gave out her order. Initiate attack. The magic caster's spells flew out at the same time. Various spells were shot towards the shield-bearer. Yet it pressed on as before as though it had taken no damage at all. That caused some noise within the ranks of the soldiers. Don't panic, an adventurer yelled. To the adventurers, this was the logical outcome. Even the well-known spell Fireball was not unparalleled in its damage output. Magic of this caliber is not enough to bring down the shield-bearer. Adventurers who had not considered this possibility should have been fired a long time ago. But a question still remained. Did it take damage at all or not? There is no way we could find out. That was why Skama focused her attention towards it. Normally speaking, spell damage could not be evaded, guarded, or reduced by physical armor. Still, it wasn't as though monsters with magic or elemental resistances did not exist. If magical attacks don't work, we have to drastically alter our battle plans. It's fine. Our attacks are effective. Her companion, the one who cast the fireball, yelled. The casters one by one felt the amount of damage they were dealing through their intuition and began to chime in. It works. We're dealing damage. Skama. Every type of magical attack appears to be effective on that thing. Skama sighed in relief at the best news she had received all day. Perhaps they had a shot at victory after all. Understood. Now then. Continue attacking. The opponent was still running towards them at a breakneck speed. If we were to consider that this being had no resistances, then the amount of damage that it had already tanked should be proof that it was no common foe at all. I don't want to fight something like that in close quarters. As though to concur with Skama's thoughts, another wave of spells were sent out. Many zombies had already fallen at this point, yet the shield-bearer pressed on. Skama felt a chill down her spine. It's stronger than expected. No, it's too strong. This thing, can we really defeat it? The shield-bearer isn't the only enemy we have to be wary of, there is also the other one who is still waiting in place. Why it isn't moving, we had no idea. Is that the Sorcerer Kingdom's trump card? That's why there's only two. Or was it to say that this city with us included is weak enough that only two of them were required? Another chill was sent down her spine. What if the Sorcerer Kingdom had received intel on every adventurer in the city, including us 4 armaments, and had sent the exact number of troops to guarantee victory? And the troops in question are not the zombies, but rather the shield-bearer? As if to disprove her worries as paranoia, Skama bit down on her lips and resisted the urge to yell, "Kill it faster." Everybody is already focused on that and are trying their best. What kind of an effect would take hold on their minds if I, the most powerful adventurer here, was to yell that? Never mind a neutral impact, it would probably drive down their morale. I had to resist my urges for now. Skama offered up a prayer to her god, the god of fire, yet it could not bring a smile to her face. The shield bearer was at the gate. It was now in the caster's blind spot, where they couldn't aim at it properly. Skama considered if she should jump off of the city walls and run. One look at the other, unmoving undead killed that idea. If that other undead being is as fast as the shield bearer, it could easily catch up to me. As Skama gnashed her teeth, she heard the loud boom from the city gate, as if a battering ram had just impacted with the gate. We are out of time. Skama made her choice. It's our turn. You guys keep your attention towards that unmoving undead and what's below the walls. I'll bait it into your line of sight. Once you could see it, cast your spells immediately. After a brief order, Skama ran towards the stairs that led to the bottom of the city walls. Her companion, who still had his fly spell active, followed closely behind her. That thing has an unbelievable level of durability, but it should have taken quite a bit of damage already. But is that true? This isn't too optimistic of a deduction, is it? But Skama's expression was that of a bitter smile. An undead who had already taken so many spell attacks. I wouldn't want to buy time for a spell to finish it off by taking its attacks. But she had to do so to even have a chance at surviving this ordeal. From the other end of such a door, the booms of repeated impacts reverberated. What kind of power is this? With a crack, a part of the wood plank reinforcements began to break down. There was a gap between the impacts. Perhaps the shield bearer was backing up to get a running start before bashing into the gate again. What should we do? Lightning could hit it through the gate. Should we do that? Doors like this were resistant to lightning-based attacks, but that did not mean that it would not take damage from such spells at all. The benefits of casting lightning now or to save the mana for other spells after the shield bearer had broken through the gate had to be considered too. No, consideration isn't necessary. We shouldn't be trying to face the enemy head-on but to deal as much damage to it right now as we could. Skama nodded her head and her companion immediately initiated his cast. Lightning. An arc of lightning shot out and went through the door, surely dealing some damage to the shield bearer. Oh. Whether it was becoming irritated or not, the undead began roaring loud enough for its sounds to pierce through the gate. A streak of sweat flowed down Skama's face. Her subconscious had understood the difference in power between them. Not good, this is not good at all. It's no longer a question of whether we could win or not. If the Sorceress King could dominate this kind of undead. It makes sense. After all, he's a monster who could kill over 100,000 people at once. It was hard to imagine how one could control multiple undead of this level. Perhaps this undead is the Sorceress Kingdom's trump card. Is this city worth that kind of investment? Why am I in such a terrible city in the first place? Skama lamented over her poor luck. Boom! Another loud noise rang through. Multiple reinforced logs had snapped already. Lightning! Another streak of lightning shone. The sound of the repeated impacts failed to cease. The only thing that changed was the door. The logs had been snapped in half, the reinforcing planks were blown away, and only the twisted nails of the hinges remained on the frame. That's enough with the spell attacks. Could you buff me instead? Skama dodged the wooden splinters as best as she could while also moving backwards. She was receiving divine and arcane buffs from both of her companions. Compared to spells for countering special abilities, more spells were cast on her to heighten her body's capabilities. The gate finally gave way after they had finished buffing and crashed onto the ground with a loud noise. What am I looking at? Just a single one of them managed to knock down the reinforced wall. The Sorcerer King dominates this kind of undead. I say this from the bottom of my heart, we should avoid becoming enemies with the Sorcerer King the next time around. Skama replied to her companions after swallowing a load of saliva. I do not want to fight this undead at all. Honestly, I want to just run as far away as possible. But, there is no way this life-despising undead in front of us would ever let us do that. In any case, our only hope of survival lay in doing something against this undead. The horrifying embodiment of death swept the dust away from them using its shield, stepped over the broken threshold, and moved towards them. They had finally breached the walls. Were the zombies too distracted by the people on the walls, or had their encirclement not extended to this part of the walls yet? The fact that the undead in front of us had scattered the zombies near the gate on its way here was lucky for us, but there was no doubt that our luck would run out soon. Skama held up her tomahawk. Judging from that undead's speed, I should consider myself to be within its strike range. After activating the ability of the axe, an ethereal copy of it appeared next to her. This was her weapon's ability, Doppel, which created a copy of itself to float at a distance that wasn't too close nor too far away from the wielder. Though this ability was without any real weaknesses, it could only deal half the damage the real weapon could. Oh. The undead let out another roar that sent them trembling in fear. Is it cheering the fact that it is about to slaughter people? It raised its shield high above its own head and smashed it down at the remains of the gate. The wooden shrapnel flew towards them with tremendous momentum, but Skama waved her weapon around to deflect them. She barely managed to do so with magical buffs. Her actions appeared to have drawn the aggression of the shield bearer, who moved to engage her. It readied its wave-bladed sword as it charged towards her with its shield. This is bad. Speaking of which, why is it still alive after taking so many spell attacks? Isn't this too unfair? Everybody, slowly. The shield bearer charged towards them. The gap between them was closed in an instant, as though it was planning to use its shield to crush her to death. If my opponent is this big, sometimes it would be better to charge through it rather than standing still. Sunlight. This was a third-tier divine spell. That brilliant light not only blinded the enemy, but also dealt damage to the undead. The flying caster sent out 3 bolts of light towards the undead with magic arrow. Though she was receiving support, the shield still blocked everything like it was a wall and left no openings for her to exploit. Skama hacked at it with her tomahawk, but it was easily deflected. Damn it. Its movements are too clean. It wasn't this strong when it used its sword. Its proficiency with its shield is too high. So its primary feature is its defenses? Ha! But, what about that heavy strike? No, impossible. Terrified by her own revelation, Skama slowly backed off. This was so that the casters on the wall could have a clear shot at it. I couldn't move too far away lest it ignores me and runs into the city. That is a scenario that must be avoided at all costs given how fast that thing ran. Neither me nor the others would be able to catch up to it. If that happened, the defenseless city would see an enormous number of casualties. She slowly kited it while paying attention to its every move. It did not appear to have noticed and followed at a distance. Just as they were about to bring it into the line of fire, wails could be heard from above them. No! The other one is coming at us. The people up there are attacking it. The implications of those words slowly sunk into her head. Ah. Checkmate. If the dual wielder is on the same level as the shield bearer, there would be no way me and the rest could handle both of them at the same time. No, perhaps we would be dead the moment we came into contact with the enemy. Skama, what do we do? Let's take care of this guy first. Skama spoke with determination after her companion's panicked voice calmed her down somewhat. After she stopped retreating, Skama turned to face the shield bearer and darted towards it. Her tomahawk was easily blocked by the shield and so was the ethereal copy. She had expected her attack to be thwarted, that was all she had to do. The real attack was the magic arrow and shockwave that followed. The spell attacks were followed up by the rogue, who tossed a bottle towards the sides of the undead's leg. The liquid that oozed out of her comrade's shattered bottle was common glue that any alchemist or the like could manufacture. The undead was bound to the ground by glue. Even if it only was for a brief moment, their opponent was immobilized. Skama circled around to the shield-bearer's hand that held the wave-bladed sword, and began attacking. The shield-bearer swung its greatsword around, expertly parrying every hit that came its way. Even though its two legs are completely stuck on the ground and I had used martial arts to chain my attacks, I couldn't land a single hit. This thing is like a metal wall. 2 more offensive spells were cast, yet they still failed to bring it down. An undying ability? Or something that could heal it over time? For those, you couldn't just deal incremental damage but would have to land a single fatal hit that could reduce the monster's health to 0. It is futile to continue on our panicked attacks. I couldn't even land a single hit on it. Gods damn it. Incoming! Skama couldn't help but shift her gaze upon hearing the rogue's cry. Standing at the gate was the silhouette of the dual wielder. Skama felt her stomach churning, the combined pressure of them all made her want to puke. Is this where I'll die? The rogue who had been executing combos with Skama couldn't handle the pressure and retreated to her side. The dual wielder responded in kind and moved to the shield bearer's side. They're not attacking. Which means... shit. These things are highly sapient. Skama felt as though she could perceive a smile on the dual wielder's rotten face. Both enemies are here, this is a good opportunity to use AoE spell attacks. Yet, we could not start casting. Our fate would have been set in stone then. Even if our side held off on attacking, our enemy would do so sooner or later. But, we simply could not build up the courage to hold our fates in our own hands. After she agonized over this, Skama made her decision. You two, run away. She knocked on the rogue's waist, we'll buy you some time. Ha! For real? Me too? Wait, you want me to do that? The rogue wailed, but Skama ignored him. There are 2 opponents, if we do not at least have 2 people to hold them off, we could only... A boom rung in their ears. Ha! The undead in front of them, the shield-bearer's head had been pierced by what looked like a long needle. Wait, no. What pierced through the shield-bearer's head is not a needle, the thing is now embedded into the stone tile below, about the size of an index finger. The thing was so fast that my kinetic vision could not see it flying through the air at all but could only pick up its afterimage, which looked like a needle. Another attack pierced the shield-bearer's head again, and with that, the giant frame of the shield-bearer crumbled. It only took 2 shots. No, perhaps it is because it had already taken so many spell attacks and is already weakened. But, who could accomplish such a thing? The silhouette of a man could be seen in the air. What? Whose voice was that? Is it my own voice or is it my companion's? She was so shocked that she could no longer tell such a simple thing. In front of them was an armored giant. Skama and the others slowly moved away from the dual wielder. If we are to be caught up in their battle, I know for sure that we would meet our ends right here. And then, the battle began. It was the dual wielder's turn. It threw one of its swords. The armor did not try to avoid it but tanked the hit with its own body. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing against metal rang as the thrown sword bounced off the armor. It then disappeared as if it had evaporated into the air, only to show up back in the dual wielder's hands. The armor in the air pointed the pipe at the dual wielder in one smooth motion, as though that sword toss did not do damage to him at all. What used to be single-shot attacks turned into an uncountable number of projectiles. Grakatatata, the sound of apathetic violence could be heard everywhere. Faced with the unknown projectiles, the dual wielder swung its swords. The sharp ting sounds of whatever was flying towards it being sliced into pieces could be heard. But there was a limit to it. 2 swords could not have dealt with the dozens or even hundreds of projectiles. The dual wielder started twitching as though it had muscle spasms, and like the shield bearer before it, it disappeared. The 2 undead beings had vanished in a blink of an eye. Skama was truly, from the bottom of her heart, speechless. To be honest, I had no idea what had just happened. But I understood one thing, that armor was mind-bogglingly strong, stronger than everyone I know. She could not stop blinking. Nothing about this felt real. Their despair and readiness for self-sacrifice were shattered so easily, her mind could not keep up at all. What the hell is that? Hey, isn't that a plate from the Adventurers Guild? Ha! She squinted her eyes to focus on the details after the rogue had said that and saw that on the neck of the armor was a necklace that held a metal plate. The metal plate on the necklace is of a color that I do not recognize. I have seen the color of orichalcum before, so by the process of elimination this was an adamantite-ranked adventurer. There were 3 adamantite-ranked groups in the kingdom, and the color of the armor made her realize which team it was a part of. Perhaps this is someone from Red Drop? Upon hearing Lillinette's question, Skama replied. Should be. The floating armor turned its back to Skama. Wait. The armor responded to her voice and turned around slowly. It raised up its left hand, straightened its index and middle finger, and pointed them towards its forehead. As if it was bidding farewell, the armor gestured at them gently. Then, it just flew away. Skama stared vacantly at the empty sky and asked the rogue. What was that? Who knows? She could not understand at all, but someone from Red Drop came over to assist them, that was probably it. But, I understood one thing. If we have someone this strong, perhaps the Sorcerer Kingdom's invasion will come to an end right here. Of course, this is under the pretext that it would still be willing to break the Adventurer's Code and will continue participating in battles from this point onwards. He felt as though he had just heard an sound. Ainz thought it sort of sounded like it was from himself. A Death Knight and a Death Warrior, 2 undead beings had suddenly died. The one to defeat them is also wearing an item from Yggdrasil, the powered suit. Silence filled the room. He felt the gaze of every floor guardian. Perhaps the maids too. On him. I am the mastermind of this siege, so it would not have been wrong to view this as my defeat. Though something unexpected had occurred, the puny force we had lost was sent there precisely because losing them would not have been a big deal. However, given the current situation, if I were to tell them that it was fine to lose a battle, it would sound more like a sore loser's excuse. Hindsight is 20/20, after all. Ainz decided to use his long-practiced acting skills, which of course, he had obtained by practicing in front of the mirror while the ordinary maids were absent. As I expected, The situation is under control. The important part of this act is to not speak in a loud voice. A loud voice would be quite lame right now. The trick was to act as if he was just mumbling to himself. His acting, the result of hard research, led to a ripple of commotion that reverberated around the room. Ainz swallowed his non-existent saliva. Whether I had succeeded or not depended on Demiurge's response. I see. So that was why. What? Cositis? While Ainz was panicking, Shaltir responded. Yes. Shaltir smiled with pride as everyone's gazes fell upon her. I understood it too, Arensu. Ainz-sama predicted that something like that would appear, Arensu. That was why we sent such a weak force, am I correct, Arensu? This feels different from usual. Is this a success or a failure? Ainz stole a glance at Demiurge, but he was just smiling mysteriously while nodding his head. As expected of the both of you. The two of them held their heads high upon receiving Demiurge's praise. Perhaps Demiurge had already arrived at this conclusion but left it up to those two to answer first. Ainz breathed a sigh of relief. This appeared to be a success. Albedo continued on. Intel from Seabass, Demiurge and also our corroborators in the capital mentioned how Red Drop was operating in the northern end of the kingdom. Because of that, Ainz-sama decided to deploy insufficient troops to lure them out. The number of troops struck the sweet spot of being easily defeatable by that guy, but at the same time enough to conquer the city without their help. Sasuga Ainz-sama. Like a hooked fish. That was Red Drop? Could we trust that intel? What are the possibilities that it was a player? If he was in a powered suit from Yggdrasil, isn't the possibility that he was a player quite high? Could they be sure that it was Red Drop? If so, shouldn't that intel have reached me at some point or another? No, wait. It was absolutely more likely that Ainz had simply missed that piece of intel while he read through the documents. For that reason, Ainz pretended that all was according to plan with a burst of gentle laughter. I did not think that he would actually show up. I was quite shocked too. I thought that perhaps they were conserving their forces for the showdown at the capital. Ainz-sama can always think of situations we couldn't. Said Aura as Mari mumbled, amazing, to himself. The unadulterated gazes of reverence from those two dealt a massive blow to Ainz' now fragile as glass superego. It's not like that at all. But, he could never say those words. I had never considered such a thing could happen. Though I was of the mindset that losing is fine and winning is good, it was for different reasons than what they are now thinking of. Ainz reminisced about the meeting between him, Seabass, and the others, the meeting that made Ainz take charge of this battle. What is it, Seabass? Is something wrong? Ainz had just returned to Nazarick and in front of him was Seabass, who was supposed to be on standby in Irantal, so it was natural for him to ask. I had no recollection of the contents of my last order to him, let alone of an order for him to come forth. Perhaps he is here of his own will, I'm fine with that too. Though Seabass was stationed at Irantal, he was still given considerable amounts of freedom. The right to return to Nazarick at any time was a given. If his goal was to meet with me, he could have done so in Irantal. This must have been about something important and urgent. I'm terribly sorry, Ainz-sama. Would you be so kind as to spare some of your precious time? Or rather, could I bother you for a while? I feel as though there is something ominous hidden in Seabass' muddled choice of words. He ordered the ordinary maid closest to him to leave them be. The maid, along with the other maid who was assigned to this room, gently lowered their heads and left the room. Ainz looked towards the 8 edge assassins on the ceiling. All of you, leave us be. The 8 edge assassins fell from the ceiling as if they were completely weightless and silently exited the room. Ainz-sama, I am eternally grateful. So, what's the matter? It does not seem like an ordinary matter. An emergency perhaps? Yes. Ahem, no. I am not too sure if this counts as out of the ordinary or not. Someone wishes to converse with Ainz-sama in private. I was requested to ask for Ainz-sama's presence at their behest. So they wish for me to go to them? They couldn't come to my room? Given that Ainz was the supreme overlord of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, this was an uncommon request. This is not about that human, is it? No, it was not, swear. It was a guardian who had not received permission to leave their area. They knew that this would be disrespectful, but they still wished to trouble Ainz-sama for a while. Seabass looked towards Ainz with an apologetic expression. Ah, I see. Ainz understood. If it was an area guardian, then it all made sense. Understood. I will go to them. So, who am I looking for? It was Negrito-sama and Pestonia. Seabass was one to refer to everybody else with the honorific Sama, yet he did not do so with Pestonia. Is it because they are colleagues? It was those two. Ainz's expression became dejected and he tried his best to hide that fact. But it seemed like Seabass could still pick up on a few hints that slipped out of his vocal mannerisms. Seabass' expression had become more and more apologetic as a result. Though I feel sorry for Seabass. But honestly, I don't want to go. Nothing good will come of this. I could confidently state that. That said, it was not as though Ainz had a choice in this matter. If a larger issue rose up because I had neglected the smaller issues, the responsibility for the consequences would ultimately fall upon me. While it is true that I'm the absolute overlord of Nazarick, for me to rest on my laurels would be moronic. Ainz wanted none of the NPCs to dislike him, but rather, he desired that they would adore him just as he doted on them as if they were his children. Let us proceed. As for my schedule, Ainz pulled out a notebook to check what he had scheduled for today. This time slot is fine, it's empty. Can we go there right now? If we were to allow Pestonia to arrive there first, how about an hour later? That's fine. Looks like it would be inappropriate to bring Albedo and Demiurge along. Yes. Though it pains me to say this, they hoped that Ainz-sama would be going there alone. Ainz nodded his head. What about that doll? I will ask Pestonia to take care of that matter, there should not be any problems. Good. An hour later then. Seabass, will you be going too? Yes. I had hoped that you would grant me permission to. Am I allowed to? Seabass lowered his head upon receiving Ainz's approval. An hour later, Ainz used the power of the ring to teleport to the frozen prison on the 5th floor. No one was accompanying him. Ainz walked alone through the gloomy corridors. Other than checking for holes in the ceiling as he walked, he strode non-stop to a door that stood as the centerpiece of a giant mural which spanned the entirety of the wall. Just as before, the plaster on select spots of the mural had already fallen off. It looked quite miserable. The door took a single push and silently slid open. The 3 occupants of the room stood up to greet Ainz. The owner of the room, Negrito. The dog-headed maid, Pestonia. And the last of the trio, Seabass. Welcome, Ainz-sama. With the room's owner, Negrito's invitation, Ainz approached the table at which they sat. The last time I had been in this room, all it had was a cradle. This time the cradle was nowhere to be seen, just a table and 4 chairs. After Ainz had taken his seat, Pestonia immediately began to prepare some tea. Seabass brought out some biscuits at the same time. Of course, Ainz could not consume anything with his body, but he gladly accepted their hospitality anyways. After that, Ainz ordered the still-standing 3 of them to sit down. The biscuits delivered are not sophisticated at all, they are just plain squares, a rare sight in Nazarick. Was this someone's experiment? Ainz looked towards Seabass and asked about them through his gaze alone, prompting Seabass to reply. Those are not from Nazarick, but goods I had brought back from Irantal. Due to the current abundance of cheap and fresh ingredients being brought into the city, a food culture is slowly developing there. This biscuit is among the foods being developed. It was previously said to be quite hard, but it has now been refined to its current softness. I've tried some already, it's at an acceptable level of quality for a snack, woof. Ainz took a biscuit and bit down on it. Indeed, it was not as tough as he had expected. The biscuit snapped in half as Ainz caught the crumbs from the inside of his jaw cavity and placed the pieces next to the cup of black tea. I can tell the texture of the biscuit, but not its taste. What a disappointment of a body. However, it is specifically because of the fact that this body had no libido, appetite, and somnolence that I could succeed in my role as the ruler of Nazarick. If one of those aspects were to apply to me, surely I would have been in an endless fall from grace since the beginning. If Ainz-sama was to rent out more of his undead for agricultural purposes, then there would certainly be developments in the improvements of breeds of food. The food culture would surely blossom and perhaps they could even produce food of an equal quality compared to Nazarick's offering. That would be great. Because of my body, I could not investigate the buffs incurred by different food items before. If we were to invest more resources into this, it could help strengthen Nazarick. But if that was the case, I assume those without cook levels can't cook at all then? We were concerned about that too, so it would be best to save as many purebreds as we possibly could. Ainz nodded in approval in response to Negrito's suggestion. Ah, yes. It would be best. A task force should be formed to handle this matter. I should probably propose this idea to Albedo. Now then. It's about time that we address the main topic at hand. Tell me. Why was I summoned here? Negrito, as their representative, spoke. Yes. Given the current situation, isn't it about time that we stop massacring the citizens of the kingdom? Negative. Anyways, should this not be something that you ask of your direct superiors, the floor guardians, rather than me? Ainz replied immediately. The denizens of Nazarick, especially the area guardians, had been informed, in writing, the actions of floor guardians and the goals behind them. If they had any suggestions, they should be reporting to their superiors, the floor guardians. This was to unify the various denizens of Nazarick, to gain the opinions of those with different points of view and to pique the interest and curiosity of them all. Though Negrito is stating her opinions just as I had hoped they would, she should have done so to her direct superior. If I accept her suggestion directly, it would be detrimental to Cocytus' authority. As a social conformist, I absolutely could not do that. Ainz-sama is correct. So, do permit me to raise this suggestion too, Woof. In a sense, Pastonia's direct superior would be Seabass. Because Seabass had been the one to have invited me, there should not be an issue with indignity at all. I see, I understand your feelings now, but I do want to ask one question. This war is a massive experiment for the greater good of strengthening the great underground tomb of Nazarick, our home. It would not halt just by the grace of mercy alone. So, was your suggestion built upon this premise? To assume that we are the only ones to have transported here would be far too optimistic. I had already felt the presence of other world-class items, so it is not a far stretch of the imagination to assume that some other guild existed elsewhere. This is why, to guarantee victory for an inevitable guild war, it is my duty as the guild master to strengthen Nazarick as much as I could. By what grace may they be spared if it is not by mercy alone? Woof. What do you mean? If there are any benefits to be reaped from your suggestion, do tell. That said, if it is something along the lines of if we spare as many people as possible, a strong being may be born in the future, I will not entertain it. Throughout the kingdom's history, it has produced nothing stronger than adamantite-ranked adventurers. In terms of pure power alone, perhaps this was humanity's limit. If that was the case, it's better to give preference to dragons or other stronger races. All infants have potential, Ainz-sama. Pastonia gave Negrito a cold-eyed glare. Not just the infants, Woof. Negrito had a soft spot for babies. However, her compassion is limited to only that of infants. Once they live past the age of 2, she sees them as nothing but sacks of meat to be disposed of. For that reason, the toddlers that had been saved during the assault on the capital had left Negrito's care and were placed under Pastonia once they were 2 years old. They were probably transferred to Yuri's orphanage by now. I see, that is true. But, isn't the same true for dragonlings too? What we had just talked about, improving the breeds of food, doesn't that apply to humans too? If we were to apply the different techniques we have in Nazarick to strengthen them, surely stronger varieties of humans could be made. Plus, a race's value is not just in their strength, humanity's propensity for creativity in their creations. You could call it the ability of cultural development. I believe they do have that ability. If we were to reduce their population to nothing, isn't that a great opportunity cost to Nazarick? Is that why they had given me the biscuits? If that is the case, everything had been playing out the way they had intended for it to. No, that did not matter much. As long as they could convince me, it would be their victory. Indeed, that is worth considering. However, I do not wish for the inhabitants of this world to become too strong, even to the extent that I believe their development of civilization to be a threat. Ainz curled his hand into a fist. Those who are strong but could not get stronger and those who are weak but still have room for growth, a turn of tides must be avoided at all costs. Once we discover the slightest possibility of that happening, we must prevent it at all costs. This is all for Nazarick's good. Isn't it? The two of them fell silent. Ainz shifted his gaze onto Seabass. Seabass had not spoken since then. I'm grateful that Ainz-sama was willing to come down here and lend an ear to their thoughts. That is why I will not be making any further requests. Ainz cupped his chin and turned his gaze back onto the two of them. It is true that it would be disadvantageous for us to push humanity to the brink of extinction. When push comes to shove, they would do anything to become stronger out of desperation. For that reason, it is best for us to wipe out all who have had that kind of experience. If you want to nurture them, nurture the ones who have not gone through those kinds of experiences. Those without the drive to strengthen themselves. Ainz alternated his gaze between the two of them. Are we done here? Shall I return to my room? Not yet, woof. Pestonia's voice was a bit too loud. She lowered her head in shame and said, I'm very sorry. It's fine. Rather than apologizing, do speak your mind. Yes. Ainz-sama. I heard that your strategy this time around was called Candy and Whip, to let the countries around us know the difference in outcome between the empire who chose to become our vassal and the kingdom who chose to oppose us as enemies. Was that the reason for the current massacre, woof? Pestonia continued after Ainz had nodded. As more and more people manage to escape through great tribulations, wouldn't the perception of how foolish it is to disobey Ainz-sama, or rather the Sorceress Kingdom, become more widespread? Woof. You're suggesting that I should intentionally let more of them go because of that? Yes, woof. If that is the case, there is some value in allowing them to escape. But, I do not believe that Albedo and Demiurge had not given consideration to this already. Both of them were the type to not execute a plan until they had thought of even these kinds of possibilities. If I were to allow that, I would be executing a plan that Albedo and Demiurge had abandoned for some reason. How would those two, who always mistook my actions to be that of a genius, react to this? Ainz's non-existent stomach cramped up the moment he thought about this. If they gave up on the plan due to a fatal flaw and I ordered them to carry it out anyways, it could lead to massive losses on our side. But even if I wanted to reject it, I could not put my finger on exactly what is wrong with Pestonia's suggestion. So I should have forcefully brought Albedo and Demiurge along, But he had not done so because he had more or less figured out what this meeting would be about after learning that it was with Negrito and Pestonia. These two had been imprisoned before. Back then, Albedo had already suggested executing them. I'm afraid that if the same thing were to occur again that Albedo would strongly request execution. I'm also afraid of a future irreconcilable division. So then, what should I do now? His common sense told him to reject their suggestion, but something still troubled him, the future. The Sorceress Kingdom of Ainz had already absorbed a large number of outsiders. If those outsiders were to become high-ranked officials, they would certainly hold quite a lot of different opinions. Would it be possible to task Negrito and Pestonia with integrating those kinds of opinions? If that is the case, ignoring their suggestions now could lead to problems later on. If people with similar opinions as them are the exception in Nazarick, then I should divert even more attention towards this issue. I have already repaid the kindness Touch-Me-san had shown to me, so if I was to consider this as repaying Machi-chan and Tabula-san's kindness, this should be fine. Though I believe that all of you should know this by now, I'll repeat it again. I never intended to wipe out every single human from the kingdom. The truth is, we have already convinced multiple nobles to join our side. At most, only around 90% of them will be killed. So some people chosen to be spared will live under Nazarick's rule, woof. I don't believe that would advertise the message louder than if we were to let the unchosen ones escape. I can understand Pestonia's will to help those who had not been chosen by us. I completely understand what you're trying to say. If it is not out of mercy, but rather for the greater good of Nazarick, there is room for consideration. I'll consider letting a few of them go. We're eternally grateful. We're eternally grateful, woof. Seabass silently lowered his head as well. Though I said that, I do not know exactly how I should go about this. Ainz's heart grew heavy. I have to think up a solution. Perhaps I only needed to let a few hundred people go to appease them. Though this is completely unexpected, it is true that the vast majority of the city's population had survived. As long as I allowed them to escape, I would have fulfilled my promise to those two. That said, it would not count as the survivors escaping through great tribulations. Should I send stronger undead to try again? No, there is something I had to confirm before then. Ahem. Now then, Albedo. Though you have said that this was Red Drop, how trustworthy is our intel source on this one? I am terribly sorry, Ainz-sama. Indeed, we do not have concrete proof of that claim. This was only a surface-level deduction based on the adamantite plate on the armor as well as its color. Albedo stood up and bowed deeply. At ease. I just wanted to check if you had access to intel that I did not. I am not too bothered by it. While I'm happy that she is this loyal, being treated like this usually made me quite uncomfortable. To me, the manifestation of the concept of failure, this was not that big of a deal. However, it was not as though what she had just described could be categorized as a failure anyways. You have my eternal gratitude, Ainz-sama. Ooal. So was that Red Drop, or a plot by someone who wants us to believe that they are Red Drop? Floor Guardians, speak your mind. From their brief opinions, most of them supported the former. Ainz thought it was the former too. Now, then. I must ask something of everyone once again. Does anyone know of the specs of a powered suit? If you are all not too sure of it, I will explain. Ainz confirmed that the Guardians knew not of the powered suit and began to exposit what he remembered of the powered suit's abilities. A floor guardian should not have an issue fighting it at all. The threat it posed was to NPCs like the Pleiades, who were not that strong. If they crossed paths with the suit, they should choose to retreat. Ainz concluded his explanation and started taking questions. The first to ask a question was Albedo. So as long as we are the ones handling it, it should be fine, correct? Correct. Even the strongest powered suits could only have the offensive capabilities equivalent to level 80 characters. However, that hinges on my knowledge on the powered suits being perfect. Hypothetically, if there were rarer or artifact-grade powered suits, it would be a completely different situation. If that were the case, there could be powered suits much more powerful than the ones I have described. Can you not tell from its appearance alone? I apologize, Aura. Because I am not too familiar with powered suits in the first place, I cannot tell its capabilities just from appearances alone. Also, though one would not be allowed to alter its appearances by too much, there were still slight alterations the wearer could make to it. While the powered suit might be useful to weaker players, it was completely useless to a stronger player. That is why when powered suit was introduced to Yggdrasil, me and my friends, who were already at max level, were not interested. The greater issue to me back then was that I could barely cast spells with it equipped. Were there 2 or 3? There should be a few sets of powered suits in Nazarick. I will head to the treasury later for them. Maybe everyone should get a feel of what it is like to wear one. I remember that the thing should still be there, something that Amino Mahatotsu had procured after learning that even those with manufacturing-based job levels could enter combat with them. Apparently he was secretly quite confident, but then he got easily wrecked by Peroroncino in a mock battle. The thing was never seen again after that. I also remembered how Nishiki Enrai had said, just play average instead LMAO. Ainz was journeying through his memories when he realized. If Red Drop had a powered suit from Yggdrasil, the black sword of the leader of the other adamantite-ranked team, Blue Rose, could be of a similar power level. I had heard that the leaders of Blue Rose and Red Drop are relatives. If they are related, then having the same level of equipment should not be weird at all. Of course, Ainz was not paranoid enough to believe that the floor guardians could be one-shot by anything, but he also had no proof that it was a complete impossibility. I do not want to suffer any severe consequences for forcing my opponent to the stage where she would be suicidal enough to use that sword's power. If it came down to a battle with Blue Rose, I would probably use summon monsters to bait out that ability and then defeat them. However, that would be the last resort. I remember a saying about how the better part of valor is discretion. I should follow that advice. That said, it is best not to make any rash movements before we know the full capabilities of that woman's sword. I should say sorry to Intoma and hope she understands. Ainz mentally sighed to himself as he shook his head in an attempt to get his train of thought back on track. This is not the time to be thinking about these sorts of things. Any other questions? Ainz looked around. It appeared that none of the guardians had any other questions. If that is the case, we will pause the discussion on the powered suit for now. Now then, Demiurge, how shall we deal with this city? In my opinion, to have baited that thing out was more than satisfactory. It would be bad for them to mistake that they had defeated the Sorcerer's Kingdom. We should send a stronger entity, and unto dust they shall return. That is fine too. No, that is not fine at all. If they do that, I would have to try extra hard to save some other city to keep the promise I had made to those two. Though I made it through this time, to accomplish it again would be extremely difficult. For Pestonia's sake, who had been standing behind me and listening in, I have to save the people of this city to fulfill their promise. No, Demiurge. Let us not do that for now. This will prepare us for similar situations should they occur again. In any case, it is about time that we siege the capital. Let us close the curtains on this battle. We will be fine as long as we systematically scorched earth the rest of the cities. What do you think? I'm giving this city's inhabitants the chance and time to run away. If they get killed afterwards because they did not escape, those two should not have a problem with it, right? If Ainz-sama deems it so, so be it. Though it might seem as though Demiurge was being sarcastic, he was not one to do such a thing to Ainz. Some people could always hear all sorts of undertones in other people's words, those who usually have something to hide themselves, Ainz being one of them. Don't say that, Demiurge. If you have a better idea, then that should be the one that we should implement. As expected of Ainz-sama. I am truly in awe of how humble you are. Ainz's opinions of the bowing Demiurge became muddled. First of all, what I had said was common sense, it was nothing worth praising. Though I'm flattered, I feel as though I'm being treated more like a child if even the most trivial of the things I had said and done was cheered. Perhaps this is just out of my low self-esteem. Do any of the other guardians have different opinions? Ainz turned to Shaltir upon confirming that there were no objections. Bring back the undead we had sent using Gate. Then, gather our forces in Irantal and initiate the siege on the capital. Yes, my lord. I will get on with that immediately, Irensu. Will the main army include people from Nazarick? Send out the master guarders of Nazarick and the other elite guards. They are not too strong individually but are quite a sight to behold as a unit. Roger. Excellent. We will conquer the cities one by one and stage the final battle at the capital as planned. Afterwards, though it might be out of order now, we will finish massacring the inhabitants of all the useless cities. Through this show of force, the world will come to understand the consequences of not bowing to the rule of Nazarick. The floor guardians all responded with confidence. Ainz nodded deeply. Very well then, floor guardians. Ainz thought about the future for a while and opened his mouth again to say, no, a portion of the guardians should stay behind. Everybody else, demonstrate to me your true power. A large number of documents were gathered in this office along with several officials of internal affairs. Zanuck shook his right hand, which had been signing so many documents that it started to ache, and moved his shoulders around in circles. He could hear his body creak as he did so. It seemed that his body, just like the others, desperately yearned for rest. Though I want to take a break right now, the amount of work that is being transferred to this office is unfortunately ever increasing. I should either fetch more hands to deal with this or distribute my work to the others. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone there that I could delegate my work to. If anyone were to take over my workload, it would have to be another member of the royal family. Zanuck had his own reasons for not requesting help from his father or Renner. Zanuck lifted up his pen again, scanned through the document that was placed in front of him, and signed and stamped it. After repeating the same routine for the 8th time, a knock on the door was heard. Sighs could be heard from multiple officials. Perhaps this was another delivery of even more documents. A knight stood outside the door. "I'm terribly sorry for bothering you in these busy times, but Renner-sama wishes to speak with your highness." It was not what he had expected, but it was still an equally troublesome matter. "I am busy, so no. Tell her to talk to me during dinner if she has something to say." Ever since his brother went missing, Zanuck and his family had tried to dine together as much as possible. These past few days were the exception. Renner had probably been dining alone for a while. She could not possibly be feeling lonely though. In these times when there was a shortage of maids, she would have dined with Climb and Brain instead. She is probably happier now than ever, perhaps happier than either me or our father. "Yes, your highness." The knight shut the doors and left, but Zanuck knew that Renner would not accept that excuse at all. After about a minute had passed, the door was knocked on again and the same knight was behind it with the exact same message as before. "I'm very sorry, your highness." "The princess," she said. "If you don't want her to spread some rumors which may or may not be true, go meet with her at once." "Is she seriously resorting to threat?" Zanuck gave a wry smile. "Though I do not believe that my sister would actually do as she claimed, if she was willing to threaten me, I should probably listen to what she had to say. If rumors were actually spread around, no doubt my workload would increase even further." "Got it, let her in, but no one other than Renner." "Those two, just let them wait in the adjacent room." "Yes, your highness." From the knight's immediate response, Zanuck could tell that his predictions were correct. Those two had tagged along. After the knight had closed the doors, Zanuck turned to the officials still toiling away in the room and said, "You all, my sister is due to arrive soon. What will I ever do with her? Rejoice, for a break is upon you all. 3 hours starting from now. Rest up and return rejuvenated." The officials gave their tired smiles and shambled out with heavy steps as if they were zombies. Princess Renner entered soon after. Unlike the officials who had just left, she had on her a radiant smile. "One-sama, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but those officials of internal affairs could be much more efficient if you let them rest well. People tend to make more mistakes when they are tired. Speaking of which, is One-sama all right?" Zanuck rubbed his stubble-covered chin. "I had worked an equal amount of time as those officials, so I naturally appeared as tired as they were. I did want to take a rest, but as a superior, way too many things depend on me. I honestly think we should hire someone who could forge my signature." "There was a person who could forge father's signature, should I fetch him?" Renner stared silently at Zanuck. He knew what her question meant, but it was better to check to be sure. "What do you mean? Is our father still well?" Zanuck had a wry smile. "Oi oi. You think I would plot to kill our father? In this current situation? Father was not feeling too well, he's resting in his room. I doubt he could rest well if he was reminded of his duties as king. Which is why you, as the princess, should not meet him for now. Sorry." Renner's smile matched his. Upon seeing that, he knew she understood it all. "One-sama, between us, there is no need to lie. One-sama, without Marquis Raven's soldiers, has enough manpower to place our father under surveillance. The ministers of the Interior and Military Affairs must have already joined One-sama's side. What does father plan to do? He still wants to talk it out with the Sorcerer's Kingdom. Because of that, Nazarick had to step in as the king's regent and take care of everything else the best he could. Since I had locked my father up, I had to take all of these matters into my own hands. If I still requested help from my father given these circumstances, I would truly be the most pathetic man ever. Still, I understand father's line of thought. After all, he had witnessed 200,000 men being instantly wiped out on the battlefield. Plus he had lost Gazef Stronov and his own son. Nazarick did not give voice to those thoughts but just grumbled in his heart. It is not that I cannot relate to his desire to settle this through diplomacy, to reduce the number of casualties to the lowest possible, but things have already progressed to a stage where a resolution through diplomacy is no longer possible. Nazarick took out a huge sheet of paper and spread it on the table. It wasn't regular scrap paper, but a lavish piece of thin and white paper. On it was the full map of the kingdom made through copy. Look. These are the cities in the kingdom that had already fallen to the Sorcerer King's conquest. Numerous X marks dotted the northern and eastern sides of the kingdom. More than half of the cities were marked. Nazarick traced a path on the map with his fingers. Though the Sorcerer's Kingdom appeared to have not been making any moves since the war had begun, they had actually been invading the north. Renner looked at the country Nazarick's finger stopped at. To put pressure on our neighbors like the council state, to prevent any reinforcement from being sent here, right? That's correct. We had thought that they had not been moving at all and that the declaration of war was just an empty threat. While our naive father was attempting to negotiate with them, things have already developed to this stage. Cities were destroyed and our people were massacred en masse. Nazarick gnashed his teeth and made an audible sound. Such barbarity. Absolutely unforgivable. Those who could tolerate this kind of treatment were not fit to be called royalty. So the Sorcerer's Kingdom has no intention of communicating with us. Surely they're planning something unprecedented? Right? You're right. What will happen next? Perhaps a more open act of aggression. Nazarick nodded his head. That was why I had been busy formulating a call to arms to send to every noble within the country. Tell me, oh sister of mine, please use that brilliant mind of yours. Why did we not notice the Sorcerer's Kingdom's invasion? Why did we not receive any intel of the invasion before the northern city of E-Naoru had repelled the enemy's attack? When the Sorcerer's Kingdom besieged a city, not a single soul was spared from the resulting massacre. However, to have made sure that no leaks had occurred is a feat that is pretty much impossible. After all, merchants and travelers still strutted around even during war times. What had they done to seal everybody's mouths? Was it some sort of spell by the Sorcerer King? One-sama could smell a whiff of it too, right? The Sorcerer's Kingdom had placed all of our sources of intel on lockdown. Ah. So you think so too? So if that was the case, these X marks might not be true either. If this wasn't something the Sorcerer's Kingdom had done, things would be much easier to explain. We may have a traitor amongst us. The primary possibility is that some official of internal affairs had betrayed us and are reporting false intel. The other possibility is that some of the kingdom's nobles have swung over to the Sorcerer's Kingdom's side and are submitting false reports. Nazarick's finger continued to trace lines upon the map. Which noble could be corrupted to manipulate such a massive amount of intel? Nazarick's finger stopped on a city and he moved it aside to not block it. Oh sister of mine, surely you have figured it out already, which noble had betrayed us? Can it be that other possibility? She could see through me completely. Though in the past I had found my sister's intelligence to be annoying, she felt more reliable now than anything else. I could count on one hand the number of people who would have this much control over the intel that flows into the capital. The Minister of Military Affairs, for example, but not even he could control the flow of merchants and travelers in and out of the capital. It is impossible for anyone within the capital to have the ability to lock down our intel like that. If you understood this much, surely One-sama already has the answer in mind. It's Marquis Raven. How? Impossible. Zanuck rejected that notion immediately, even though his finger had been resting on Ilabura. Do you really believe that to be impossible? Marquis Raven is one to dote over his son. What if someone was to kidnap his son and hold him hostage? Is that how they coerced Marquis Raven? Absolutely despicable. Though, I'm of the opinion that he may have betrayed us simply because he thought that the crown is doomed for. Although unwilling to believe in Marquis Raven's betrayal, there was no other nobleman who was as powerful as him. The survivors would have also chosen to seek shelter and protection from the larger cities. Ilabura would have been an excellent choice in that regard. Was it because of those factors that the Sorceress Kingdom had set their sights on him? What kind of person do you believe the Sorcerer King to be? Abnormally flexible in his ways of thought, he possesses enough intellect and guile to scheme at a national level. What is most terrifying about him is the fact that he does not simply rely on his overwhelming power, but meticulously plans out his every move. One could say that he is a monster to whom the concept of arrogance is completely foreign. Ho! Zanuck looked at Renner. Something felt off about her. Her expression was the same as usual, but her voice carried an unusual emotion, that of awe and reverence. The web of plots unfolding in front of our eyes were perhaps weaved into the kingdom many years ago. We are but stuck moths. I would prefer to say butterflies. In any case, we are at their mercy. It does not matter if One-sama prefers to use butterflies in that metaphor or not. Even if we slip through these webs unharmed, there would just be another layer underneath. It is frankly terrifying. I did not believe that someone like him could exist in this world. What if our actions were all well within his calculations? So you are saying that he is better than you? Renner laughed and did not respond. Let's go back to our previous topic. One-sama is probably thinking about searching through Marquis Raven's residence, right? I do not think that you could find anything substantial there. That is true, but surely we cannot just remain idle, right? Given how likely it is that Marquis Raven had betrayed us, we have to do something about it. I'm still hopeful that we could find even the slightest trace of a clue to all of this. Before we do that, I have a question for One-sama. If the current situation progresses on, the Sorceress Kingdom would surely initiate the final battle near the capital. Would One-sama order the soldiers to defend the city or send them out to receive the attack? How will we be raising our forces? I have already received satisfactory responses from our neighboring nobles. Those who are more distant had not replied yet. Their belief that they could distance themselves away from this is proof enough on its own of their utter stupidity. Once the capital fell, there is no doubt in my mind that the Sorceress Kingdom would extend its brutality to the other cities. The nobles who wished to abstain from this battle would end up in defeat anyways. Do you believe that? We could win? Zanuck gave a wry smile and responded calmly to this convoluted question. It is not a matter of whether we win or lose, we simply have no option but to face them in battle. The Sorceress Kingdom will scorch every inch of this country and slaughter all of our citizens. This is our last stake at survival. One-sama is already king, eh? What? What do you mean? Are you saying that I am being too full of myself? If we were to be defeated in this battle, wouldn't the kingdom be destroyed? If that is the case, then the citizens of the kingdom would not be safe no matter where they escape to. While I do not believe One-sama's choice to stake it all on this battle to be incorrect, Marquis Raven may have betrayed us for this reason too, to save the citizens. I see. So that his city could become a sanctuary for the refugees. But I doubt the Sorcerer King would allow that to happen. Perhaps he had also ordered Marquis Raven to kill the people seeking refuge in his city to test his loyalty. Why would Marquis Raven betray us? No, has he betrayed us at all? Perhaps this too was another ploy of the Sorcerer King, to sow the seeds of doubt amongst us to bait me and Renner in. Nazarick recalled the Marquis Raven who only wanted a better future for the kingdom. Maybe I should write him a letter and have an honest conversation with him, but that could be a dangerous move. That would certainly cause the Sorcerer King to cast doubts on him. This is not the best time to do something like this. If Marquis Raven really is being coerced by threats against his family's well-being, I could not fault him. Nazarick recalled the Marquis Raven who excessively doted over his son. He reminisced so hard his eyes almost squinted into a line until he was knocked back to reality by the sight of his sister. Refugees. Speaking of which, Father wanted you to. Well, he wanted us to seek refuge in the City-State Alliance as the kingdom's representatives. That was way before I placed Father under surveillance. If you still want to do so, you better get away from the capital soon. Soon enough I will have to draft everybody I could and face a decisive battle against the Sorceress Kingdom. Defeat means that the capital and the other cities would be razed to ashes. That means that nowhere within the kingdom is safe. Perhaps we should follow our father's suggestion and abandon the country. That is an excellent idea. Would One-sama come too? At this point, how could I? If our elder brother were still here I would have chosen to run too. Do not mind me, what are you going to do? The Sorcerer King is undead so he probably wouldn't take that kind of interest in women, so they would undoubtedly be killed too. If the Sorceress Kingdom attacked us, I could be violated by one of our own who's desperate enough to do so. Nazarick showed his disgust on his face upon hearing how calmly his sister had said such words. I have to admit that she is also being realistic. Renner's beauty is renowned, it would not be out of the question for those kinds of people to exist. Then remember to not leave Climb and Unglaus's side for now. Okay, I won't let Climb leave my side. There's no one but the two of us here and I won't speak of it given the current situation, but you have to answer me with those two. Why would Brain Unglaus choose to serve under this woman? Though I had heard rumors that Brain is interested in Climb, he did not appear to be gay in the slightest. However, after some investigations, it did appear that he had not had a woman at all. It could not possibly be because he's only interested in children, right? He did not give voice to those thoughts given how scary his sister is. If those two were to find out about it, it would be troublesome. Anyways, I do not intend to flee. As a princess, I will face death with grace and dignity. That is unexpected. I had thought about this in the past, about how she would be fine with any kind of life as long as she is with Climb. Perhaps she is only putting up a front and is already prepared to escape. She would be the type to do that. But even a corpse could still be exploited by the Sorcerer King. Perhaps, will One-sama be leading the army against the Sorcerer King? Ah, yeah. Even though my presence would not make a difference at all, the army needs a royal to lead them. I have to take a stand. Nazarick looked towards the ceiling. You have said something to the effect that I am the king-to-be in the past, that is why this responsibility falls on me. Father will hopefully take care of my funeral arrangements. You can choose to run away at any time. Though I find my sister to be annoying most of the time, we still share the same blood. To do what a brother should is the least I can do. Perhaps I could receive the gods' pity after my death. I understand. I'll do so when the time comes. As Nazarick retracted his gaze on her, he saw that Renner had replied with her usual smile. The Sorceress Kingdom had finally begun their westward invasion. They were beelining towards the capital, albeit at a painfully slow rate. The larger an army was, the slower it would march. However, according to Evil Eye, this should not apply to the Sorceress Kingdom's army, which was completely comprised of the undead. I believe that this is done to stress out the kingdom's inhabitants. The people of the capital had two options. First was to flee the capital and move towards the opposite direction of Irantal, the west. The other option was to remain in the capital, shut their doors, and never come out of hiding. More than 95% of the capital's population chose to stay. The royalty had put up a decree. The decree was that due to the ever-encroaching army of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, the city required more manpower to defend it. All able-bodied men had to join the battle. It was essentially a draft. The members of Blue Rose shuffled through the crowd. Locuse had a suggestion for her companions behind her. I said, "Guys, I can handle it on my own." The request did not specify who should go, but that does not mean that all of us must move out at once. I bet everybody is busy, right? How about we go our separate ways here? What is up with you, Locuse? Is there a reason why you don't want us to tag along? Locuse forcefully adopted a smile upon hearing what Evil Eye had said. How keen of you. Tina and Tia were much keener than you are. Thank the gods I'm not facing them instead. I understand what Locuse is feeling right now. I heard that Azuth-Dana was coming too, right? Locuse felt her heart drop for a moment. Locuse's uncle, the leader of the Adamantite-ranked adventurer group Red Drop, Azuth-Andra, was invited alongside them. Oh, your family. There must be a lot you two want to discuss in private, right? We understand. Nice. Their confusion led them away from the real reason. Locuse concurred with what Gagarin had said. That's right. Could you guys just do this for me? He didn't even look for me after he came to the capital. So. How perplexing. Unbelievable. Locuse looked towards the twins. You two are related and both are leaders of Adamantite-ranked adventurer groups. Given the current situation, he still did not tell you about his return to the capital, so how did our requester find out about it? If he was related to Red Drop, he should have said so. But that requester said nothing at all. Last night, a man showed up at the inn Blue Rose was staying at, told them that they had a job request, and to head to this location. To have directly approached us rather than go through the Adventurers Guild is an act suspicious enough that it made me want to reject his offer. However, upon learning that Azuth of Red Drop would be here too, I had to show up as well. That's right. This is beyond suspicious. This could be called a conspiracy even. It could be a lie to bait us in or something. Yeah. Given the possibility that this could be a trap. Even though you are strong, there are still some things you can't handle alone. If this other party is trying to harm us, we should try not to get picked off one by one. Guys. I'm happy that everybody is so worried over me. But also, we also want to meet with that hero senpai. I've only heard of his name but have never met with him in the past. If you're related to him, it should be easy for us to meet with him, right? Locuse felt her stomach collapse in on itself. While her uncle was not exactly a bad person, he could not be called a good person either. Overall, what she was certain of was the fact that he was someone who could only be a bad influence on children. When I had met with him back when I was still a child, he appeared to be normal, but that might have been him just hiding his true nature. Perhaps his screw came loose during his adventures. He was the type to act all honest and upstanding when meeting someone for the first time. He was also the type to spout corny lines. I can only hope that he will do the same this time. Locuse and company arrived at the inn they were told to go to. Right after Locuse had pushed open the door, Tia and Tina tapped her twice on her waist. It was a signal for her to be on alert. Opposite the door was the counter, yet they could not see any evidence of tavern-like business was being conducted here. Locuse felt that everybody had switched modes due to the eeriness of this place. They were prepared for combat to break out at any second. Locuse spoke to the aloof man behind the counter. We are Blue Rose, here to meet with our client. Go to room 301. Mr. Azuth of Red Drop is already there. Is he really here? It is time to find out. Locuse thanked him and immediately ascended the stairs to the side. The inn was incredibly silent. The group reached the 3rd floor and found the amount of rooms on the floor to be surprisingly low. The rooms on this floor were probably huge. Lacuse knocked on the door that had a sign marked with the number 301. "Uncle, it's Lacuse." After focusing her ears, she faintly heard a man's voice on the other side of the door saying, "Come in." The volume of the voice was so low that she could not tell if it was her uncle's or not. After blocking Tia and Tina, Lacuse pushed open the doors herself. They had not even finished surveying the entire room when a voice was directed towards Lacuse. "Ah, Lacuse-chan. Long time no see." "Uncle." That was indeed her uncle's voice. Lacuse forcefully slammed the doors shut towards the direction her uncle's voice had come from. What's going on, Lacuse?" Gagarin was the first to speak. "Everybody must have heard my uncle's voice already. It is hard for me to say that nothing is wrong after that display. Guys, I feel like I should meet with my uncle alone after all." "This girl. Are you seriously saying such things even after we came all the way here?" Evil Eye's dumbfounded voice was to be expected. Lacuse looked at everybody's expressions. Evil Eye has spoken as their representative. I can tell that the rest of them had the same thought from their expressions alone. Then, "Sigh, guys. Let me make it clear. My uncle is an odd individual." "The leader of Red Drop?" Lacuse put on the stern expression as expected of a leader and nodded. They were confused, but having known Lacuse for a long time, they knew her to be honest. After she had parsed that from their expressions, Lacuse opened the door again. There was a chaise lounge in the room. On it sat Azuth Ainz in the flesh. His upper torso was completely exposed. On top of Azuth's body, to his left and right, were 2 half-naked women snuggling up to him. "Uncle. Your niece was summoned here by the same client. Can't you welcome me in a more appropriate manner?" However, Azuth's hands did not leave the breasts of those women as he continued to knead them without giving it much thought. The women did not seem to mind Lacuse's group at all but just uncaringly continued on with their soft moans. This attitude honestly enraged Lacuse a little. "If these women had been procured by our client, I would like to have a word with them." "Nah, I thought that you guys would come a bit later." I'm not actually doing it on the bed anyway, so why should it matter?" "Of course it should." Lacuse did not bother to turn around to check her companion's expressions. "Really?" Azuth's had a confused expression, yet he did not stop rubbing the women. "You're just too inflexible in your ways of thought. It is in every man's nature to want to fuck beautiful women. My children would probably be born with the same gift too. Don't you know that it's important to ensure that our bloodline continues on?" Even though you're highborn, this kind of mentality is still so deeply ingrained in your heart." Upon hearing what Evil Eye had said, Azuth put on a displeased expression and stared at her. Though they could feel a sense of pressure from his gaze alone, none of Blue Rose backed down. To Evil Eye especially, it felt just like a soft breeze. She continued. "Sigh. From your expression alone I can tell that was bullseye. They call you a hero but you're no different than a child. Actually, could it be that the reason why you abandoned your status as a noble and chose the life of an adventurer was precisely because of you being the type of person that you are? Anyways, this is no attitude to receive your clients. Ladies, begone." "What's with this child?" The woman lying on the right glared at Evil Eye. "Sigh, what a bother. Hey, Ainz. Is the room on that side still vacant?" Evil Eye pointed towards a door that was not the one to the corridor. "Ah. That's a bedroom, I've checked it already." "Is that so? Then send them there." "What's with this child? What is she trying to do?" The woman to the left glared at Evil Eye with an angry expression. "Don't you act all high and mighty now, You're just a brat who won't even dare to show their face. Sigh. Charm person. Go. Ah, yes. Understood. The woman on the left stood up immediately, prompting the woman on the right to take on a shocked expression with her mouth wide open. You too. Don't forget the clothes on the floor. Before the woman could respond, her charm person had already been cast. The women obediently walked into the adjacent room. Azuth pouted and raised his shoulders. Evil Eye. Good job. Tina raised a thumb to Evil Eye. To be brave enough to let women who could have been assassins get this close to you, as expected of an adamantite-ranked adventurer. Were they? We were trained to do those things back then as well. Women who were not gifted in raw power or arcane talents could only resort to weaponizing their femininity. Though Gagarin cannot relate at all, I'll still explain their methods. First, Evil Eye tuned out of Tia's explanation and spoke to Locuse instead. It would be troublesome if that wasn't done. Well, I won't interrupt you with this topic anymore. Speak of whatever you want, I guess. Thank you, Evil Eye. Now then. Ha. I'm already exhausted before I had spoken a single word. Now then, Uncle, our client this time around is extremely suspicious. Who are they? Oi, you came here without knowing about them? There's someone with a massive organization behind them, probably. Probably? Speaking of which, are they someone you are familiar with? I haven't met them in person. If they knew their manners, they would have given me their name. If they intend to hide their identity, then. Azuth smiled. They must be someone shady. So, what are you planning to do? What do you mean, what do I plan to do? If you guys want to flee, leave this place, you can use the path I planned out. We do not intend to leave. Locuse felt everybody's gaze on her. Think over it. The Sorcerer King's army has killed every civilian along its way towards here and razed the cities too. To think that the capital would be any different, aren't you being a little too naive? Then, Uncle, let us fight side by side. It's impossible. Because I did not confirm his power directly, I could not say for sure. But if the rumors are all real, we can't win against that guy. Only a monster could fight that monster, it would be unwise for humans to intervene. Azuth sighed tiredly. Locuse had never seen her uncle like this. I knew this was a waste of time, that was why I did not bring the rest of the team along. I also told my brother to run away. But none of them did, right? Ha! What a bunch of idiots. But he did put his child under my care. They were taken by my companions to the council state and are probably there already. Just as complicated emotions arose in Locuse's heart, Tia nervously said, Boss. At the same time, a man's voice came from the corridor. You're all on time. The three who had been standing by the door, Tia, Tina, and Gagarin, appeared to be pushed along by an unseen power into the room. A man and a woman followed after them. Locuse raised her guard. Both of the visitors were capable of giving the world-famous adamantite-ranked adventurer Locuse a fright she could not put into words. Yet, once the person behind them showed up, the atmosphere changed more so than ever. The two in front of us are indeed strong. But, that man is far more powerful than them both. Locuse could not move, as if she was being suffocated. As an adamantite-ranked adventurer, I had defeated numerous powerful monsters and demi-humans, yet they all paled in comparison to this man. This man is probably the bodyguard of these two. People as strong as them, if they did not belong to any organization, would inevitably cause rumors about them to spread. If that is the case, what is behind them must be an enormous, national-level organization to be capable of hiding information about them completely. We were right to bring our equipment along. Every single one of them is stronger than us. Ha! I don't remember hearing about people like them within the kingdom. Oi oi oi, you're late already, so don't go around spreading that dangerous aura. Did management mandate that you do something this boring? The woman Azuth was mocking objected. To bring whores along, how impressive, old man. This is not a love hotel though. Azuth responded in kind to her. This place was the exact reason why I called them over. I wanted you all to be as disgusted as I was. Tisk. The woman snapped her mouth shut as she adopted an expression that was hard to look at. She did not object to what Azuth said, meaning that this inn is indeed connected to them. There are only 2 countries that have the capability to set up national-level organizations. One is the Council State, the other is the Theocracy. The latter is far more likely. Well, if you all will just end this right now, I would be very happy. Kui-chan. Sigh, Kui-chan is the lead this time, so I'll just listen to you. After being scolded by the gentleman, the woman forced herself to shrug and nod along. Azuth-sama is absolutely correct. You took time out of your busy schedule to meet with us, yet we were the last to arrive. I do apologize to your esteemed person. Azuth sneered a little, yet that gentleman's smile never faltered. Now then, do forgive me for my frankness. Let us get down to business, Azuth-sama, and the members of Blue Rose present. Lakyu squinted her eyes. Uncle is the type to dislike being called by his full name. Those who were meeting him for the first time and wanted to follow protocol would have fallen into this trap. This gentleman, however, managed to avoid this. This meant that the people behind this man had done their research. Lakyu's Alvian Dale Andra-sama. Evilai-sama. Tia-sama. Tina-sama. Gadaran-sama. We are here to persuade you to join our side. Though fighting to your last breath here is an honorable option, we do implore everyone here to consider the future instead. Ugh. Such an impolite fellow. So, which country sent you? It doesn't matter which country we're from. It's all useless. Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind the woman and covered her mouth. No way! Tia and Tina drew their weapons in surprise. Behind the woman stood a man wearing an odd outfit. His entire body was covered. Metal plates lined his clothing for better defense. Not good, it's an assassin way beyond our league. Not good, he's much stronger than us. These 2 are the strongest. Most vicious assassins that I know of, but this man is stronger than them both. Please do not worry and please sheath your weapons. If our goal was your demise, we would not have introduced ourselves in such a trifling method. To enter this room in a way where none of us adamantite-ranked adventurers could notice must have included the use of an ability that is capable of completely masking oneself. To have revealed himself in such an idiotic manner meant that he is not here to assassinate us. Or perhaps this is part of their tactic too. They are reminding us that if we do not join their side, outstanding assassins could get us at any time. Also, as for my companion's slightly inappropriate matter of speech, I do deeply apologize. Oi. What good does hiding that fact do for you? You guys are from the Theocracy, right? Are they really from the Theocracy? I can't believe that people like this exist there. A shocked Evilai said. Lakyus was equally surprised. You didn't know? I thought that you'd at least have heard rumors about them. They are the pride of the Theocracy, their unit of heroes, the Black Scripture. It's likely that all of them have reached the realm of heroes. Azuth was looking towards the barbarian. That man put on a smile. Ha. Looks like you know quite a bit about us. But, don't you have one too? Someone like me, or even stronger than me. He pointed towards Evil Eye. Evil Eye of Blue Rose. You're a hard one to deal with. Yet his attitude was not of one admitting defeat, rather, his expression told them that he treated Evil Eye as an equal. There are people stronger than me. Excluding fiends, of all of the humans and demi-humans, only Mammon-sama is stronger. Only Mammon? The barbarian muttered to himself with a faint smile and said no more. I say, people of the Theocracies secret unit, why won't you fight alongside us against the Sorcerer King? Perhaps that woman also? No, that was. Evil Eye continued to mumble to herself, but Azuth ignored her and asked the gentleman, who responded with his unwavering smile. To have received an invitation from your esteemed person is an utmost honor to us all. However, we are here on an express mission to convince your esteemed persons to join us. That is why we can only choose to ceremoniously reject your suggestion. After all, soldiers who participate in battles out of their own selfish desires would only bring harm to their organization. Trying to use your orders as a scapegoat, I see. Still, I'm interested to hear your personal opinion. What a bore. Aren't things much simpler if we just followed our superior's order? The annoyed woman said. The gentleman's smile faded away as it was replaced by a troubled expression. I bet you're the type to find even your own thought process to be annoying. That's about right. As long as I carry out my orders, the responsibility for them will always fall on my superiors. It's too annoying to have to shoulder responsibilities myself, so I don't bother with it. I'm pretty good at shifting responsibilities onto others. I've even received praise for it. They weren't praising you. The barbarian whispered to himself. Hee. Now then, Ainz-sama. My apologies. Azuth-sama, we understand what you meant. So, what about the members of Blue Rose? Before that, could we ask a question? How can we escape from here? I will tell you how after you join us. By the way, we have already extended this offer to numerous other adventurer groups and they have all accepted. Those groups have been relocated to safer locations to sit this one out. Oi. Did you use violence or threats to force them to go with you? As Gagarin had said, if someone as strong as them were to threaten other people, it would be hard for them to refuse. We really do, from the depths of our heart, want to become comrades with you all. This is a cooperation for our future. For humanity's future. The gentleman did not appear to be lying at all. His personality was probably the reason why he was chosen to be the negotiator. I refuse. Lacuse did not even have time to ask for everybody else's opinions before Gagarin replied. No need for I. We will go with the leader's decision. Her companions started nodding their heads in agreement upon hearing what Gagarin had said. Is that true? Looks like nothing I could say will sway your opinion. Looks like I'm out of options. This gentleman took our rejection unusually well. Lacuse lowered her posture in case he resorted to force. After seeing what Lacuse had done, the gentleman gave a wry smile. Please, there's no need to worry, Lacuse-sama. We do not plan to use force. We hope that everyone here could avenge those who have fallen to the Sorcerer King. We have left a fee for your troubles at the reception, please do accept it before you return. Now then. We'll be on our way. After the gentleman gave his orders, the people of the Theocracy began walking towards the exit. Just as Lacuse breathed a sigh of relief, Azuth called out to the gentleman. Oi, speaking of which. The Mr. named Rufus or Rufas, is he still okay? Ru? I'm terribly sorry. Our country spans a vast area, so I do not know who you are referring to. If you could be a bit more specific. Ah, is that so? I suppose it's only natural for people of your rank to not know him by name after all. So, how do you guys usually address that undead? Milord or something? Every member of the Black Scripture was stunned and was subsequently filled with malice. The entire room was suddenly overflowing with an aura of bloodlust as though combat was about to break out at any moment. The gentleman was the first to make a move. He extended both arms to stop the people behind him. Kui-chan. What is wrong? Are we not killing them? The gentleman stared at Azuth with cold, unmoving eyes and calmly replied to the woman. He's bluffing. Do not move of your own accord. This is an order. The bloodlust that emanated from them disappeared as fast as it had appeared. The gentleman's cold-eyed stare remained on Azuth. Though I am extremely curious to find out the extent of your knowledge on this matter, I will report this to my superiors. Everybody, it's time for us to leave. The members of the Black Scripture did not lower their guards as they walked out the room. After a while, after Lockhughes was certain that the Black Scripture had left already, she started ranting at Azuth. Uncle, you're the weakest of us all. Please stop provoking other people. Ha! Indeed, that was pretty dangerous. I did not expect them to antagonize us that hard. If it weren't for that man with the fake smile, I would have been dead. They were probably thinking something along the lines of, rather than dirty our own hands, it'll be more beneficial if we let the Sorcerer King have his fill first before we have ours or something. Though I doubt we were worth that kind of consideration. Lockhughes intentionally directed her sight towards Azuth, who had been laughing loudly. Is that really the case? Uncle let the Theocracy know that he had that kind of intel. If he had not done so, the conversation would have concluded with nothing else happening. Why would he intentionally burn himself? Uncle is not someone who couldn't see the bigger picture. There had to be something in the background that I do not know of. I will not get an answer from thinking about it alone. Lockhughes stopped that useless train of thought. For the God's sake. So, what does Uncle plan to do next? Ha! I plan to wait till the Sorcerer King's army made its way here. The big boys up there seem to be planning to send soldiers to the neighboring territories to take formations. To be honest, I don't think they have a chance at victory. The Sorcerer King and his lackeys will come here sooner or later. You're not strong enough to trade blows with him, just run away. He had made his intentions clear. Even so, I will not abandon this city to run away. Uncle. If something were to defeat the Sorcerer King, it would not be the strike of a warrior but rather, the stab of an assassin. If you wish to invite me to fight alongside you, I refuse. I have my own plans. Really? Yup. I will do what I do best, and you should do what you do best. However, for the sake of my cute niece, I will reiterate again. It's best for you all to run away. You are all nothing in the face of the Sorcerer King's power. Humph, what does that mean? Are you saying that you could achieve more than us? Faced with Evil Eye's question, Azuth laughed as if he did not have an answer to that. Indeed, even I could not win against the Sorcerer King. I am but human. But, even if the Sorcerer King surrounds the entire capital, I alone could still escape. Azuth stood up. Now then, I'll be going to the other room to work these hips. What will you guys be doing? Lockhughes realized what her uncle had meant and furrowed her brows. We'll go back. After all, there are still things we need to prepare for. Lockhughes bid farewell to her uncle. They took their pay on the first floor and left the inn. It did not appear as though the Black Scripture was waiting in ambush there. At a distance away from the capital that would take the average traveler 3 days to cross, the Sorcerer's Kingdom's army could already be sighted. The Kingdom's army that will be facing against the Sorcerer's Kingdom's army this time around was comprised of levies from the neighboring nobles, the capital's militia, and able-bodied men drafted from the refugees. In total, there were over 400,000 men. Their best strategy would have been to do nothing. They have an army full of the undead, which do not require supplies at all. As long as they manage to completely surround us and apply pressure inwards, we would soon doom ourselves by starving to death. Yet his army marched in a straight line, destroying everything in their path. I know of the Sorcerer King's firm grasp of the bigger picture, so it is hard to imagine that they had done so with no purpose in mind at all. They had been manning this front for 2 days now. A lot of time had been eaten up by the preparation this many men required. After both sides had set up their formations, the Sorcerer's Kingdom's army had adopted a prideful attitude that said loud and clear, "We gave you just enough time to prepare." Their forces numbered around 10,000, comprising 3 to 4 types of undead. "Your Highness." "I know." Nazarick gave a prompt reply to the Minister of Military Affairs. The minister's movements were stiff, almost comical at times, due to his unfamiliarity with the armor he wore. "I'm not a pot to call the kettle black." He was wearing what used to be Gazef's armor, one of the treasures of the kingdom. "I know that this does not suit me at all, I'm far from Gazef's league. But, I'm thankful for this magically enchanted armor." These past few days, Nazarick had been packing on the pounds due to his stress-eating habits. If it weren't for the armor's enchanted nature, he would have had to request a blacksmith to add an inch to the waist area. "Bring forth my horse." A steed was brought forth to Nazarick's large tent by a knight following his order. He did not take any bodyguards along with him as he rode out of the front and towards the Sorcerer's Kingdom's army. "Even if I bring bodyguards along, if the Sorcerer King wants to kill me, bodyguards would be completely useless. They could not serve as deterrents at all. Riding solo is effectively a demonstration to the onlookers of my courage. If I'm to be killed while riding solo, it would serve to damage the Sorcerer King's public image. The hero of Re-Estize has a nice ring to it." Nazarick reached the midpoint between the two armies with no obstacles at all. He activated a magic item to amplify his voice. "I am the Prince of the Kingdom of Re-Estize, Nazarick Valleanagana Ryle Vazelf. I wish to seek an audience with His Majesty the Sorcerer King." Nazarick did not plan to fight a battle of wits against the Sorcerer King. Things had already come to a point where that was completely meaningless. He just wanted to find out what kind of a thought process would have led the Sorcerer King to do what he had done. Ainz surveyed the front his army had formed from a 3-sided tarpaulin tent. From an objective perspective, there was no need to establish a front at all. However, Ainz believed that front building was a valuable experience to gain too. At first, these fronts were formed with the aid of Mari's magic, but due to a specific reason, Mari had been relegated to simply watching the soldiers build the front at Ainz's side. Aura was also watching the soldiers on the side. It might be a good idea to leave all future civil engineering tasks to Mari. Amongst the populace of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, there are many races of demi-humans and heteromorphs that were adept at digging tunnels. It would be a good idea to make them subordinate to Mari. Albedo or someone else might have also had this idea and put it into action already. I need to ask Albedo about this in a roundabout way later. Was she being tacit? Albedo, who should have been working hard to establish the front, had returned with cositis. Ainz-sama. It appears as though the humans have sent an envoy. How shall we proceed? Not a messenger to declare the start of the battle? Prepare a reception. Prepare the receptive drinks as well. As Albedo began to prepare the table, chairs, and such, a man wearing full-plate armor on horseback entered Ainz's line of sight. Ainz recognized the armor worn by that man. I think that's Gazef Stronoff's armor. Is this man the Vice Warrior Captain? He's quite different from the descriptions I've heard. The envoy stopped between the two armies and started yelling his introduction. I am the Prince of the Kingdom of Re-Estize, Nazarick Valleanagana Ryle Vazelf. I wish to seek an audience with His Majesty the Sorcerer King. What should we do, Ainz-sama? If he is not here to declare the start of the battle, then it would be a waste of time to converse with him. Shall we initiate the battle as is? No, Albedo, we cannot do that. The opponent desires to have a battle of wits with Ainz-sama. If we rejected him outright, it would reflect negatively on the people's impression of Ainz-sama's magnanimity. What value do rumors hold? Albedo sneered. They are dead men walking. What good are rumors that fall on no ears? I'm not too keen on fighting a battle of wits or whatever. Surely the royalty of this country would not lose out to me in anything other than combat prowess. Still, Albedo. Have you forgotten? About the possibility that the rumor could be transmitted through magic? I'm terribly sorry. I will go then. The royalty of our opposition came alone. If I were not to do the same, it would not reflect well on us. Are you sure it will be all right? Ainz-sama. I have no idea. Aura, if I were to be brainwashed or mind-controlled, you should use your world-class item to protect me. My usual world-class item is in Nazarick storage, so if Aura uses depiction of nature and society on me, I would be trapped in it. This way, even if I'm brainwashed, they could not kidnap me through teleportation or other similar methods. Understood. Ooal. Ainz replied to Aura and left the front on a Soul Eater. The other party was waiting for Ainz next to his horse, so Ainz also got off the Soul Eater upon arriving at his destination. No matter how bad this is going to get, I steeled myself to do to others what they had done to me. His opponent was a man on the chubbier side of the spectrum. Makeup caked his face to cover up the dark circles under his eyes. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. My name is Zanik Valianagana Rylvez Elf. Nice to meet you, I am the Sorcerer King Ainz Gown. I will be in your care then. Now, a standing conversation would be neither here nor there. Ainz cast a spell twice, producing 2 black thrones that faced each other. The 2 thrones were identical. Though it is hard and metallic, we should still sit down first. How do you feel about that? I would be glad to, Your Majesty. As they both sat down on the thrones, Ainz cast another spell to create a reflective black table between them. I had started casting magic the moment we met. He does not seem to be on guard at all. It appears that he did not have any intention to assassinate me. Afterwards, Ainz took out 2 cups and an ice-filled container from his inventory. How about some water? Alcohol would be inappropriate given our current situation, so what about orange juice instead? Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Just water would be fine. Now then, we are all set for the talk. What should we discuss then? Perhaps about the justification of our invasion? That would not be necessary, Your Majesty. I am more interested in the reason why you were insistent on carrying out such heinous acts. Why did you refuse our offer to surrender? That is a natural question for him to ask. Although to me, my reasons are clear and justified, to them it must have appeared to be senseless slaughter. Ooal. Ainz nodded his head. Given how things had turned out, there is no point in hiding my intentions anymore. He began to exposit the Sorceress Kingdom's plans to Zanik. Because we stood to gain nothing from that. I intend to sacrifice your people as an example to the world of what would happen to them if they stood against the Sorceress Kingdom. To that end, you will all be eradicated and the kingdom will be rendered into a mountain of ash. That mountain will continue to serve as a warning after centuries, after millennia, of how foolish of an act it would be to go against the Sorceress Kingdom. You do not appear to be jesting. Of course not, I am just stating what is to come. Why? What do you mean? Ainz could not read between Zanik's lines and thus replied with a question. Your Majesty the Sorcerer King is in possession of immense amounts of power. Even if you did not do what you said you would, the people of the world would still come to know your awesome power. Zanik wetted his lips, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked. Why are you this petty? Petty, am I? Zanik tensed up at the possibility that he had angered Ainz, but Ainz was not angry at all. What is your goal? What is your goal? Ainz grumbled to himself. Perhaps my companions, the people who shared those good times with me, could have come to this world as well. One might call me an idiot for holding on to such vain hopes, one might also call me a futile loser too. But to me of yesteryear, that was all my life had amounted to. And now that dream is gradually fading away. Sure, his friends were important to him, but now, the NPCs were important to him too. They were essentially children that had been left behind by his companions. I, as the only one to have stayed behind, had the duty to protect them at all costs. Because of this, I'm willing to sacrifice my all to ensure no harm ever came to the NPCs. In order to ensure that Nazarick would never fall to outside forces, I have to prioritize the empowerment of the organization's every aspect. What is my goal, you ask? I seek something that is difficult yet also easy to obtain. All I wish for is a single thing. That is, happiness. Happiness? Zanuck repeatedly blinked in surprise. Ainz laughed a little in response. He did not find what he had said to be so outrageous. No matter if you're human or whatever, the pursuit of happiness is the ultimate goal, is it not? Ainz threw away his act and began to converse with Zanuck as if he was a close friend of his. And you would step over others' happiness to achieve your own? Isn't that obvious? If the happiness of those I hold dear could be guaranteed, those of others do not matter to me at all. If you could secure the happiness of your subjects by inflicting suffering on the citizenry of another country, what would you do? Would you say, abandon their happiness altogether? Those are the extremes. Zanuck calmed down as the sentence trailed. He lowered his head and said, "That was out of line of me. My apologies, Your Majesty." Ainz went back to his ruler persona. "It is fine, there is no need to worry at all. Even with the intellect and power of Your Majesty the Sorcerer King, there are no other possible methods to guarantee happiness? Perhaps, but I could only say perhaps. If you had a guaranteed method to obtain happiness, what would be the better option? To seek a perhaps non-existent secondary method or sticking with what has been tried and true? The goddess of luck is bald at the back of her head after all, was that how the saying went?" Zanuck was absolutely incredulous. "What a strange goddess. Sorry, I did not mean to belittle the goddess you believe in. Please do forgive me." "Ha, I don't mind at all. That was not something I believed in, just a proverb I remembered. Very well then, that is the extent of it all. For the happiness of my subjects, I must sacrifice your people. This is the basis for this war, do you get it?" "I guess so. I do relate to Your Majesty's desire. The pursuit of the betterment of one's own country and a guarantee to one's own countrymen's happiness, that could be said to be the only responsibility of a ruler. If the destruction of our people guaranteed the people of the Sorcerer's Kingdom their happiness, I do understand why you did not accept our surrender. I suppose it couldn't be helped. Right? You get it. Now then, it is my turn for a question, but I don't really have one." Ainz looked around while he pondered. "Ah, right. The armor you are wearing reminded me of it, so I'll ask about that sword. The sword that Gazef Stronov wielded, who's currently in possession of it?" "It is currently under the safekeeping of a man named Brain Unglaus." "Brain Unglaus? Ah, that man. When I dueled Gazef, there was someone by that name between the two men who had witnessed said duel. However, given how long ago that was, I could barely remember his appearance. Although I plan to turn the capital into ashes, I still plan to recover a few items, one of which being Gazef's sword." "That man, has he come here too?" "No, he has not, Your Majesty. He should still be in the capital." "Is that so? Then you would not have any issue with what kind of magic I use to destroy you all, right? The one in charge of sieging the capital is Cositus, so I would have to order him to watch out for the sword later. While I have no intention to forfeit in this battle, I would be eternally grateful if Your Majesty was to use magic that would inflict the least amount of suffering on my people." You do have a point. I understand. After all, pleasant conversations like this one are hard to come by. For you especially, I shall try my best to kill you as gently as I could. Thank you very much." Zanuck had on him a brilliant smile to which Ainz could not help but feel amazed. This man's courage is quite sizable. If I'm in his shoes, would I have been able to do the same? I do not think so. As expected of someone of royal blood. This has been very educational. Nazarick took the glass cup in front of him and downed the water in a single gulp, as if he was not worried about poisons at all. Delicious, Your Majesty. Say, I do hope you could answer one last question of mine. Was Your Majesty the one who killed my brother, or was it one of Your Majesty's subordinates? Your brother? Ainz tilted his head and after a short while remembered the prince of the kingdom they had already disposed of. I could not recall his name, but I did remember that it was super long. It was probably one of my subordinates. Is that true? So he was dead after all. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Your Majesty, thank you for telling me. I suppose it is time for us to bid farewell. After saying that, Nazarick began walking towards his horse. Ainz walked towards the Soul Eater after he had tidied up everything, only to find that Nazarick was still waiting by his horse. Why had he not already gotten onto his horse? Ainz questioned in his mind as he climbed onto the Soul Eater. Only after he had done so, did Nazarick mount his horse. Between a prince and a king, it was easy to tell who held the higher status, so he had probably done so to avoid looking down on me from his high horse. To Ainz, someone who had not studied equestrian etiquette, this was the proper protocol that the aristocracy should strive to follow. Nazarick's standing in his mind rose by a bit. Looks like studying the etiquette of the upper class has become mandatory. What isn't at this point? Will the number of things I have to learn ever decrease? Your Highness. The noblemen all came out to welcome Nazarick back. Almost every noble that had answered his call was there. That meant that everybody was anticipating for good news. Nazarick answered their question with a curt reply. I couldn't do it. His Majesty the Sorcerer King plans to kill us all. That was non-negotiable to him. What I find surprising is the fact that there are still nobles who turned pale at this news. Were they still hoping that everything would turn out fine even with the current situation? Nazarick got off his horse and left those nobles, who were all biting down on their lower lip and were deep in contemplation, behind to walk towards his own tent. After he entered the tent, the Minister of Military Affairs welcomed him, only for a sarcastic smile to surface on his face. That does not look like good news. In other words, just as we had expected, but, well, one thing did surprise a bit. Really? Speaking of which, I have never met with the Sorcerer King. Just what kind of an evil monster was he? Nazarick smiled. He was more human than I thought. The Minister of Military Affairs was shocked at this answer. Perhaps that was the first time Nazarick had seen him make that expression. Nazarick began recalling his time with the Sorcerer King. It is true that on the outside, he appeared to be a terrifying monster, one that exuded an oppressive aura. Yet, even so, his only priority, the reason behind all of his actions, is for the happiness of those he held dear. Isn't that the most common of desires? Honestly, that should not have been the reaction of an undead, the mortal enemy of the living. He was too human. He could not understand the exact level of consideration the Sorcerer King had placed on this matter to have arrived at this conclusion, but from that bit of conversation, he could sympathize with him a little. Haha, yes, indeed. Just like a normal human. Nazarick shifted his gaze from the minister to the exterior of the tent. Before things had turned out this way, perhaps I could have thought up a better method to deal with this. But, we are past the point of no return already. So, what is the status of the command hierarchy and battle preparations? Your Highness subordinates. Those from the capital are ready to move out immediately. Distributing our men between the capital's residences proved to be effective. The speed of the landed nobles, however, leaves much to be desired. They are still debating on who should be vanguard. The Minister of Military Affairs ranted on without hiding his disdain. That cannot be helped. They are not under our command after all. Some of the nobles have not even made the resolve of self-sacrifice. We can only hope that they will not initiate the battle before the rest of us are ready. The lower our expectations are, the less disappointed we would be. It is indeed troubling if we could not even synchronize amongst our own ranks for this battle. Without their forces, we would lose out on a quarter of our mobilized soldiers. That scenario would be equally troublesome. So, what is our current strategy? None whatsoever, Your Highness. The Minister of Military Affairs laughed in a tired and apathetic way. We do not have a formation in mind, we will just be blindly charging into them. Because of that, if we were to do nothing to prevent the soldiers from losing their morale, that would not be good. Shall I form an anti-retreat force? You shouldn't. Rather than that, the Royal Knights should be stationed at the front, and... Your Highness, do forgive me for speaking out of line, but let us be the vanguard. Nazarick looked towards him with a questioning gaze that asked, Are you sure? Putting my own condition aside, it is hard for me to imagine this skinny, jaundiced man swinging a sword around. If someone has to stand at the front, please do allow me to be that man. Your Highness should command from the rear. Nazarick and the minister looked at each other for a while and he nodded his head. I am very glad that you could understand. The minister's gaze trailed towards the ceiling of the tent. There was neither anything of note there nor could he see the sky, yet he stared at it for a moment while he mumbled to himself. To be honest, I never liked that man Stronov, yet not a day passes where I did not wish that he could be here. I can sympathize with you. It's just that, I was quite fond of him. Just as the minister meekly smiled, a commotion could be heard outside. What's going on? Did the Sorcerer's Kingdom make their move? No. Nazarick raised his ear and laughed. Not at all. A group of impassioned people stormed the tent. Landed nobles whose fiefdoms were around the capital. Among them were the nobles who had turned pale a while ago and what appeared to be mercenaries wielding blood-stained swords. What do you intend to do with your drawn swords in His Highness' tent? Fall back. None of the nobles answered the Minister of Military Affairs' roar. They all looked towards Nazarick like cornered rats. Nazarick wanted to hold his belly in a hearty laugh. He had appointed the knights under him to commanding positions, so for them to have been swayed away from his side was a failure all on its own. Their actions, in a sense, are correct. They are simply trying their darndest for a chance at survival. I could only have myself to blame. I was not able to empathize with them, I was not able to quench their qualms, I was not able to unite them under the same banner. What would my father have done? Nazarick almost ruined the serious face he had put on with his best efforts by laughing out loud. Fall back. You imbeciles. Please stop. Minister. But, Your Highness. I said stop. You should fall back. I cannot take that order. Minister. End of the line, Your Highness. There's no use buying time now. Humph. I was planning no such thing. Although he was wearing the armor that was a national treasure, Nazarick was not well trained for combat. If their treachery is not the spur of the moment but instead had been well planned from the start, I would have no chance at salvation at all. He focused his gaze on them and saw that they were terrified. How disgraceful. If they truly believed in themselves, they would have held their heads up high. That was why Nazarick held his head up high, to convey his grit. So, what was so important that you must come to my tent to talk to me about? Do you not understand what it means to draw your swords here in my presence? Of course, Your Highness. This war, please forfeit it. Nazarick smiled. It is a waste of time to surrender to His Majesty the Sorcerer King. I have received his message loud and clear, he will never accept our subservience. Although you might not believe me, our only hope lies in His Majesty the Sorcerer King's defeat. There's no way we can win. One of the nobles mumbled and Nazarick concurred. Even so, we have no option other than to fight. I suggested vassalage, but it was useless. I will reiterate, our only hope of survival is through battle. Perhaps that is the case for your highness, but maybe if we were to contribute enough merit, they will let us live. Please sacrifice yourself so that we may live. The noblemen began joining in agreement. This whole thing began because of the people who stood in the way of the Sorcerer's Kingdom's grain transport. We should not be held accountable for them. We will pledge our loyalty to the Sorcerer King. What they are saying is no different than what the noble women would say about their ideal knight during tea parties. Still, I understand where they are coming from. Let me say one thing, it is useless for you to take me to him. I, as a member of the royalty, have made up my mind to battle to the end. Those of you who wish to die here, do try. Good grief. Blue on blue, what an absolute joke. No, I should count myself fortunate that these fools would meet their ends right here. Surely they cannot burden my sister or father after this, right? Well, my sister would be safe from these idiots by virtue of that warrior by her side alone. Those who wish to claim my head, challenge me if you dare. Nazarick pulled his sword out and stood shoulder to shoulder with the minister. While I have no confidence in my swordsmanship, my armor will more than make up for it. Nazarick stared at the noblemen, frozen in their tracks. What? Weren't you all out for blood? Shouldn't you have at least prepared to dirty your own hands even if you were to force poison down my throat? Aren't you supposed to have made your resolve? The nobles looked at each other. They had not even considered that, fucking pathetic. Is my life really about to be terminated by incompetent bastards like them? I'm not fit to rule after all. I do not have my father's virtue, my brother's charisma, or my sister's intellect. I did not want to be king anyways, I merely wanted this kingdom to be functional. To give unto this country, its people, and my family, happiness. That was all. Then, one of the nobles called to people outside of the tent and multiple tough-looking mercenaries entered. Nazarick recalled the silhouette of his brother swinging a sword. He mimicked his brother's movements and charged at the nobleman. In their camp, Cocytus, Aura, and Mari were just discussing the upcoming siege of the capital when Albedo, who was supposed to be conducting the final inspection of the formations, came in with a troubled expression. What happened? Albedo responded to his questioning gaze. Ainz-sama, it seems like there was some commotion in the enemy's camp. What? Commotion? What happened? Ainz stood up and walked out of the tent. It appears as though there is some sort of trouble there, a fight has broken out amongst themselves. In the end, a group of cavalry emerged from the enemy camp. It did not appear as though they were eager vanguards. As Ainz watched them silently, the group swiftly reached the Sorcerer's Kingdom's front. They were mercenaries equipped with all sorts of equipment, as well as a few noblemen. A man in his prime, who had the air of a noble around him, stepped forth from the group. That man began shouting almost hysterically, his voice was carried towards Ainz by the wind. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty the Sorcerer King. Please. Nazarick is not among them. The commotion in their camp plus the small number of nobles in this group tells me all I needed to know. Albedo, bring them over. After a short while, 10 noblemen were brought over by Albedo. The mercenaries who were serving as bodyguards have been left behind. They were shocked by the sight of Ainz upon his throne, more shocked by the sight of Cocytus by his side, and confused by Aura and Mari's presence. Do as you should in front of the one above all. The nobles of the kingdom took a knee near the entrance of the tent and lowered their heads towards Ainz. Raise your heads. Albedo, who was now standing beside Ainz, said. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Majesty. The eldest of the nobles began to speak. From the other's expressions, he appeared to be the leader of this posse. We are in awe of Your Majesty's greatness and wish to serve under your reign. First of all, we have an offering for Your Majesty. One of the nobles took out a sack-like object from his back. Albedo was about to respond before Ainz stopped her. He stood up slowly from his throne and moved to the noble's side. He was handed the sack. does not appear to be a trap, huh? A disappointed Ainz looked at the sack. The smell of blood gushed from within the sack. He could already guess what was inside. Ainz opened it to take a look inside. His eyes met Nazarick's. Ainz observed it in detail. They had just met, so it was hard for him to tell if this was a body double or not. However, given how they were acting, it was unlikely for this to be the head of a body double. Ainz closed the bag, walked back to his throne to hand the sack over to Albedo, and said, "Give him a proper burial." He had many other corpses he could use for the creation of the undead. Letting go of Nazarick's was fine. So, what happened to the armor he was wearing? The nobles looked towards Ainz with baffled expressions upon hearing Ainz's question. They probably thought that the head of their general was more than enough for their prize. What? Do you not have an answer to Ainz-sama's question? No, no. Yes, that armor should still be on the prince's corpse in his tent. The noble who acted as their representative hurriedly answered Albedo's unemotive question. Is that so? I see. You all. Good job. The nobles all responded with yes. As relief bloomed on their faces and as they lowered their heads. I shall reward you appropriately for your accomplishment. So, what do you wish for? Please spare me and my family. Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. I swear my absolute fealty to you. Suddenly, the noble behind the representative began yelling, prompting the annoyed representative to bark. This guy. Me too. Your Majesty. Please extend the same mercy to me too. More and more me too, piled on. Ainz waved his hands magnanimously to silence their pleas. I understand. I understand. I completely understand you all. Everybody here wishes for the same thing, correct? The noble began nodding their heads furiously. Is that so? Well, I will not kill you then. Albedo. Send them to Neuronist. Understood. Your Majesty, what about our families? Ainz did not overlook one of the nobles attempting to whisper to him. Your families too. Ainz smiled. Of course, they had no way of perceiving that. What will I do about you all? Albedo, inquire where their families are and send them over too. Yes, Ainz-sama. You all, come over here. The nobles were led away from the tent by Albedo. After they were gone, Ainz motioned for Aura to come forth and gave the following order. To those who do not wish to die, do not grant them death. That is my will. Yes, Ainz-sama. Ainz caught Aura's hand as she was about to leave. He continued to the confused Aura. Even if they desire death, do not grant it to them for now. Understood. After he had let go of her hand and after she had confirmed that he had no other orders, Aura ran after Albedo. Ainz's gaze remained fixated on her back as he gave his orders to the two remaining guardians. I've lost interest. With Cositus as commander and Mari as second in command, I permit the two of you to use the full extent of your abilities. Do not leave a single citizen of the kingdom unscathed. The two responded affirmative. An hour later, the army that was the kingdom of Re-Estize's last hope disappeared completely from the face of this world. The sound of footsteps rang as Hilma led 3 of her associates from the 8 Fingers along the corridor of a mansion. They were making their way towards the giant room one of the Sorcerer King's subordinates had chosen. The subordinate of the Sorcerer King had specified the day they had to gather at this mansion, but they had not specified the specific time they had to do so. For that reason, Hilma and the rest of the 8 Fingers were on rotation in the hall to prevent a scenario in which the envoy would arrive to find it empty. If we make the envoy wait, that would be incredibly disrespectful. There is a possibility that we would get another whiff of hell for it too. No matter how minuscule that probability is, we have to avoid it at all costs. The 4 had been walking in silence for a minute now. The silence wasn't exactly unbearable, but one of them, Perianne Porson, began speaking. Isn't it a little noisy? Hilma concentrated. She could indeed hear the sound of children frolicking. It was quiet enough that you couldn't really hear it unless you tried. Still, even if we have not found it to be annoying, if the Sorcerer King's envoy were to be annoyed by this, we could not even imagine the consequences that would arise. Maybe a little. Should we tell them to keep quiet? Everybody agreed with Olin. Was a weight lifted off of Olin's shoulders because he had spoken up? He proceeded to say what everybody had in mind but would have never given voice to. But will he truly come to rescue us? He probably did not mean to blurt that out, but the stress from having to wait for the envoy from the Sorcerer's Kingdom had probably gotten to him. We received our orders from one of the Sorcerer King's subordinates about a month ago, back when the war had just begun. We were told back then to choose about 1,000 people from the kingdom who were loyal to us to spare so that we could serve them in the future. The chosen would then be taken to a safe location. The capos of the Syndicate of the Eight Fingers were all people who had promised others that they would be spared yet would toss them away once they were no longer of use. Is it our turn this time? These thoughts lingered in their minds, doubts unshaken. Hilma did not look towards her associates, but said, I believe in His Majesty the Sorcerer King's words. Olin was mortified. To Hilma, what Olin had been spouting was his distrust of the Sorcerer King's sincerity. I think so too. What I just said was not meant to discredit His Majesty the Sorcerer King. The sound of Olin's voice echoed through the corridor. Olin realized what he had just done and immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head. No one else spoke the entire way to the hall. As the door opened, what greeted them was what they had expected, the tired smiles of their other associates. The envoy of the Sorcerer's Kingdom has not come yet. The mixed emotion of relief and impatience arose within Hilma's heart. Surely her companions were feeling the same thing. You're here. Now then, we'll go rest up. If the envoy comes. A magic item in the form of a handbell rested where Noah Sweden was gazing at. If one of the two was wrong, the other would also ring. Ah, leave it to me. As their representative, Perianne answered him. Say. Do I still have to wait around here? We've wasted enough time, the Sorcerer King. His Majesty. I get it. No need to look at me like that with those scary eyes. That was the head of the Slave Trade Division, Coco Doll. When they were being released, during the chaos and confusion of those few days, Coco Doll had been rescued and brought to this mansion. If he was sent to fight the Sorcerer's Kingdom, they had no doubt in their mind that he would have died, so of course his rescue was non-controversial. What was controversial was how they should introduce him to the Sorcerer King. Some thought that because he was a regular head, it would not matter if we did not introduce him at all. Others thought that if the Sorcerer King knew of him already and we were to not introduce him to him, it would end in tragedy. We wanted to avoid endangering ourselves no matter how unlikely it is, and so we went with the latter. Their opportunity to introduce him, to place him on the chopping block, was about to come. They were all in agreement that he was the first one they had to introduce, to remove any doubts that they were attempting to hide him. You have to wait here so that His Majesty the Sorcerer King's envoy can get a good look at you. For that reason, he had to wait in this room. He ate and slept in this room and was absolutely disgusted by it. I mean, I have been thanking you all constantly, thanking you for bribing the guards so they wouldn't treat me so harshly in prison, and thanking you for saving me from the draft. To have saved poor, old me. What are you trying to say, Coco Doll? To Noah's question, Coco Doll responded with a piercing gaze. To go out of your way to save someone who has lost all of his power, connections, and lackeys, isn't that a bit too suspicious? What is your goal? Why have you gathered everybody related to the Eight Fingers here? Are you planning to kill me? Ha! Hilma was frozen solid. It wasn't just Hilma, everybody else in the room other than Coco Doll was the same. If we are equally guilty, none of us could wash our hands clean of his blood, was probably what he meant. What? Your expressions. That was bullseye. Wasn't it? Hilma surveyed her surroundings. Everybody had the same expression, one that said, "This guy is going to be trouble soon." She spoke up as their representative. "What are you talking about, Coco Doll?" "No, aperitif. Aren't we partners?" Ha! This time it was Coco Doll's turn to be shocked. His expression was almost hilarious. What is your goal?" "Ah, I get it, you are all monsters wearing their skins. That's why every other word out of your mouths is praise for the Sorcerer King." Coco Doll yelled with an expression that was a cross between panic and fear. "I thought that something was off from the start. The fact that you guys went on a diet at the same time was suspicious enough. Even if I concede that point, Hilma's figure is so inelegant. She's too skinny to be healthy. This could all be explained if you guys were just monsters wearing their skins." Hilma looked towards Coco Doll with warmth in her eyes. Such bliss, to have not experienced that hell. What? Your expression. "No, don't mind me, aperitif. Indeed. I am flattered by your observation." "Huh? What?" No, nothing. Nothing at all. I'm being serious, I am unsarcastically asking you. Are you really Hilma? Hilma Signius? Not a twin sister or something like that? Were you brainwashed? Have I really changed that much?" He isn't talking about how skinny I had gotten. He is probably talking about my personality. I had mellowed out a lot from before. Normally, that would be a positive change, so his suspicion of her was surprising to say the least. "Of course, it's like you're a completely different person." "No, that applies to you all. Did monsters truly steal your skins?" "I could only say that we experienced certain things that made us this way." Everybody agreed with what Noah had said. Coco Doll was terrified. "What happened? Though I don't want to hear it, I still want to know." A thin, endless, and circular darkness suddenly appeared in the room. A semi-oval object began emerging from the ground. Hilma recognized this as the gate spell that had whisked her away so many times. The fact that this spell was cast meant that. Hilma hurriedly took a knee. After a while, she felt Coco Doll do the same. Hilma buried her head and clenched her fist. There are two possible outcomes. We are either getting disposed of or saved. A person's footsteps could be heard. You can raise your heads now. In front of the gate was a maiden. Hilma knew her name was Shaltir. No one here was brave enough to refer to her by name, even someone as clueless as Coco Doll could tell from the atmosphere of the room alone. "I am here to retrieve you all. Although I heard there would be 1,000 or so of you Arinsu, could you bring them over immediately Arinsu?" "Understood. Please wait a moment." Ooal ran out of the room in a full sprint. He had the best stamina of them all after all. "Shadow Demon," Shaltir called, and a demon soon materialized from the shadows. That shadow demon began whispering into Shaltir's ear. They then heard her respond with murmurs. After their conversation ended, Noah began speaking with a trembling voice. Ooal will need some time to bring everyone over. Before that happens, there is someone we wish to introduce to you. Do you find that to be agreeable?" "Unnecessary Arinsu. Rather than doing that, I heard you had luggage to bring along Arinsu, move those first. I heard there were quite a lot of it, perhaps it would be faster if my servants did it for you. How about that Arinsu?" Could we trouble you then?" Shaltir responded with a curt, "Of course," before casting her spell. A few strong undead began appearing around them. The luggage was moved at an unbelievable speed. Just as they were done moving, they could hear the sound of many footsteps. Now then, enter that door in your predetermined orders. Inside is a village within a forest Ainz. You will exit what looks like a town square. Wait there. They followed her orders and entered the door in order. Everyone there had already been warned to follow their exact orders. As a result, there was less confusion than they had expected. In comparison, the boys around that age stalling and blushing were a bigger problem. The girls becoming frustrated at the boys' reactions were an issue too. Shaltir is a world-class beauty. So, them falling in love at first sight isn't such an unusual phenomenon as the women's jealousy. However, Hilma had engraved a fact in her heart. If those kids were to do something stupid, I would be the one responsible. To prevent that from happening, I have to keep a close watch on them. Those children's hands were taken by their guardians and led through the gate. Fortunately, nothing had gone awry. Hilma and her associates were the last to enter the gate. In the plaza where the undead had piled up their luggage, there was some commotion. Or was it excitement instead? Given the amount of youths there, the latter was more likely. Is this their reaction to their first time passing through a gate? Attention! Noah yelled. Gradually. Faster than she had expected. The noise died down. Shaltir slowly ascended into the sky and said, "Currently the village is still under development. You will be brought over there in around a week. Before that happens, you will be living here. Just so you could effectively manage the village, we will be lending you 4 golems. If you need anything heavy moved elsewhere, let them do it. Undead currently surround the village. If you are to exit the perimeter and attempt to re-enter, they will attack you. For that reason, please do not cross the perimeter formed by the undead." Shaltir looked around to check if they all understood her, and continued. "Other than that, you will decide among yourselves how you will be spending this week. We have prepared 2 weeks' worth of food Ainz, so you should be set on that front. I will return in 3 days. If you have any issues, I will listen to them then." Shaltir descended to the ground and looked around. Her gaze fell upon Coco Doll. "You are one of the capos, correct Ainz?" Wah, no, yes, what can I do for you?" Coco Doll had experienced the difference in status between him and her, so he tried his best to be cordial. "You should take a trip to Kyuhuku's room too Ainz." Shaltir closed the old gate and opened a new one. Something told Coco Doll that something bad was about to happen to him, causing him to look around with a helpless expression. After her gaze met his, Hilma shifted her own away. She could not go against Shaltir's decision. The other heads were the same, no one dared to make a sound. Wait. No! Why are you guys reacting like this? Save me. Yeah. Let's go Ainz. Shaltir dragged a screaming Coco Doll away. Faced with that kind of strength, he had lost all urges to resist. No! Save me. Sorry, Coco Doll. Hilma whispered to Coco Doll, who disappeared through the gate. After that, the gate disappeared. Yet, the tense atmosphere never dispersed. They were all grasped by that suffocating silence. They understood that they had been brought to this place not out of someone's generosity and were beginning to understand exactly how terrifying this place was. "We couldn't save Coco Doll," Hilma said to Noah, who was walking over to her. "I do not want anyone else to experience that hell. But that is impossible." An intense guilt washed over her. "There's nothing we can do about it. Still, it does not mean death. It would be more appropriate to call it a baptism. Afterwards, he could come to understand why we would cherish each other so much." Baptism. True. If I thought of it like that, it would alleviate a lot of the guilt I'm feeling. You too, while I can understand how worried you are for Coco Doll, we have to discuss our future right now. They had to relieve the people there of their worries. Hilma took the lead. If their goal was to kill us all, they would have done so already and not bring us all the way over here. Or take Coco Doll away. That means that the Sorcerer King is holding up his side of the deal, given Shaltir's actions. Thank you so much, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. Hilma lowered her head. Of course, she had no idea where she was or where the Sorcerer King was, but this was the only thing she could think of that could properly express her gratitude given her situation. Something along the lines of a prayer. 3 floor guardians set off from the front they had established in front of the capital. The one in charge of the capital's siege, Cocytus. The one in charge of crucial facilities, Aura. And finally, the one in charge of casting offensive AoE spells to render the entire capital into a mountain of ash, Mari. The 3 each had their subordinates. Mari had Hanzos under him, Cocytus had Frost Virgins, and Aura had her magic beasts. The place they were looking towards, the capital, was awfully silent. Only a few days had passed since their previous battle, yet the capital's forces were already cracking at the seams. From the vantage point of the encampment Ainz had set up near the capital, not many soldiers could be seen manning the outer walls of the city, nor did they appear to intend to put up a fight. Ainz's camp was equally unmanned. The camp was occupied by Ainz, Albedo, and around 10 of Ainz's Death Knights. Albedo wore her full body armor and held a halberd in her hands. Her world-class item should also be on her person just as a precaution. Is it about time? Ainz asked Albedo after the guardians had left the camp. They were spread out to surround the capital. It should be. The guardians have moved quite a bit of distance away. If they really wanted to take action, this would be their last chance to. Given the lack of movement from their side, while it is unfortunate, it appears that there were none here this time too. Is that so? Ainz replied and shifted his gaze towards the capital. He saw a silhouette flying towards them from the capital. From the intel they had collected, only one person matched that description. The powered suit. Probably Red Drop. Ainz squinted his eyes to focus on the rapidly approaching entity and muttered. Now then. If that is the case, we could move on to the second stage of the plan. However, I'm a bit uneasy. This is an important plan after all. Am I truly capable of pulling off such a plan? Sigh, I could not have handed something this important to someone else either. The silhouette got ever so closer. Honestly, has he not considered the possibility that we have an air force too? Or did he think that the floor guardians would not notice him if he was high enough? Or was it some equally stupid line of thought? Ainz was stunned by his opponent's faulty strategy. No, perhaps he knew that was the case but had no other choice. So, did he know that this was a trap, but had the balls and resolve to break through it? Or maybe. Is he clueless or prideful? Or perhaps. Whatever, that does not matter. We will find out once he reaches here. Indeed. Albedo replied. I will leave it all to you then. Yes, please leave it all to me. Her replies were short and straight to the point. Ainz could not tell what her current mental state was. However, he knew enough to tell that she was not too happy about this. Ainz looked back towards the silhouette. It would take him quite a while to reach where we are, we can afford to let him get closer before setting off the ambush. The moment that thought crossed Ainz's mind, he realized that he had made a mistake. It was highly likely that he was a disposable pawn. Does he know what he is? Or does he have no clue at all? Who knows? It does not matter if he does, the plan has entered its third stage. Are we good to go? We are all set. I will accomplish my duties to the best of my abilities, you should do the same. Yes. Ah, no. Please leave it all to me, Ainz-sama. Albedo replied just as that silhouette reached the Sorceress Kingdom's front, hovering 100 meters up in the air and about 100 meters away from them. He could clearly make out his opponent's appearance now. The bright red powered suit came to a sudden halt midair and remained there. Though he could not see his face, Ainz could tell that he was being observed. Albedo raised her arm and the Death Knights around her began moving to form a shield wall in front of her. The hovering powered suit's right shoulder began to draw light into a box-shaped object. The light was converted into lightning and subsequently released. Chain Dragon Lightning. Just as Ainz mumbled the name of the spell, the lightning had already formed into the shape of a dragon and struck one of the Death Knights. The lightning dealt significant elemental damage to the Death Knight before leaping onto the Death Knights next to it. After the blinding light of the lightning subsided, the undead were nowhere to be seen. They were all taken out in a single attack, which did not reach Ainz and Albedo. That was probably a coincidence rather than a calculated move from their opponent. Insolent fool! Identify yourself! Albedo roared with an infuriated tone. The next thing they knew, the weapon rack on his left shoulder activated. Light was drawn in again as another spell was cast. A whirlwind of fire encompassed Ainz and Albedo. The turbulent wind sounded like a wolf's howl. This is the divine AoE attack spell, Firestorm. Fire is a weakness of mine, but because the spell has not been enhanced through any special abilities, nor is the caster on the same level as me, it did not do too much damage. Still, I could not just tank hits like this all day long. Ainz gave out his order. Go! Albedo. Do not let him escape. Yes. Albedo took flight as she gripped tightly onto her halberd. She was not sure if it was because the gap between them had been closed so fast, but the powered suit turned around in a stiff motion. Albedo almost sunk her halberd into his unprotected back before the powered suit flew away. He did not fly towards the capital, but moved northwards instead. Albedo recalled the geography of their surroundings. I can't remember anything special about the direction he is heading towards. There aren't any features that could facilitate an ambush. Under her helmet, Albedo was fuming. Seriously, do you think that we're blind? You really thought that we couldn't see through what you're trying to do? Or perhaps, if he's this confident knowing that his plans have been revealed, I have to be on alert for this. Albedo turned her head around, shifting her gaze over her shoulder towards the Sorcerer Kingdom's encampment, where she had just been at. She could see a lone silhouette. It was Ainz by himself. Even if I'm following my orders, I should have been the one to guard Ainz-sama, especially given that he is my last remaining master. Yet I have left my protectee behind. That deeply unsettles me. What is more displeasing is the fact that I'm not allowed to make our enemy pay for his insolence with his life. Tisk. Albedo clicked her tongue and stared at the retreating powered suit. Still, how long will he be flying for? We're already so far away from the encampment? Am I his true target then? Gradually, the gap between them was being drawn out. If this continued on, her opponent would escape successfully. Still, Albedo had prepared for this. She had borrowed items from her master that could boost her flight speed. If he's just trying to escape, I could deal with that easily. Just as she was calmly analyzing his silhouette, her opponent turned around. He began to set up a weapon that was similar to Shizu's arcane rifle. Humph. Albedo prepared herself for an attack while mocking her opponent. A low rumbling sound accompanied the large number of bullets being fired from the weapon. Those bullets were larger than an acorn and were shot out at blazing speeds. It was difficult for her to dodge them all. Albedo did not activate any special abilities. She tightened her grip on her halberd and closed the distance between her and the enemy, nothing more. She intended to take the full brunt of the attack with her own body. The bullets fired by the enemy were about to connect with Albedo's armor. Oops. That was a big miscalculation. She had thought that her armor would mitigate most of the damage, but there wasn't even a need for that. None of the bullets struck her, they all curved away. It seemed likely that none of the bullets were enchanted. I wanted to test the destructive capabilities of his weapon. but ended up exposing one of my abilities. Given that, he would surely use an enchanted attack next. From his body language, Albedo's keen sight could tell that he was quite shaken. Her opponent let go of his arcane rifle and extended something forwards. His next attack appeared to be magic-based. Good, now what? As she pondered. From the enemy's right hand, a brilliant green light shot out, flew towards Albedo, and struck her. Suddenly, Albedo's body and armor began glowing with the same light. However, the light did not have any effects and soon disappeared. She was not hurt. In fact, she did not feel anything at all. This was not because she was actively defending against that spell, but because that spell could not even get through Albedo's passive magic resistance. Perhaps he is trying to gauge the difference in strength between us, and that is why he took the gambit of an instant death spell. But, the fact that my opponent had even thought that this lowly spell could serve as an equalizer between us pisses me off. I have to show him what I'm made of. As she rapidly approached her enemy, Albedo raised her fist for a punch. She intended to make a mockery of her opponent by not using the halberd in her hand. Another reason was that she could not accurately gauge the amount of damage he took if she were to use the halberd. Her opponent attempted to block it with the arcane rifle, but Albedo's strike was much faster. Even though she held back a little, a hit from the level 100 Albedo was still devastating. Gooal! A metallic noise rang out as her opponent was sent flying. The suit, taller than 3 meters, was sent flying by Albedo's punch despite her being an entire meter shorter than it. Not only was it sent flying, it also began shaking uncontrollably. It was a hilarious sight to behold. Looks like I dealt more damage to it than expected. He's more delicate than tofu. He was certainly, unexpectedly, weak. Albedo felt frustrated as she laughed. Ah, now you will understand how foolish you were to attack Ainz-sama. I will dismember all 4 of your limbs, break every tooth in your mouth so you cannot even end yourself by biting off your tongue. But perhaps I will allow you to get another hit in. In any case, I will bring you to Ainz-sama to apologize for your crimes. Tisk. Albedo heard a click from that man's mouth. Did you just click your tongue at me? How rude. Never mind, you were such an indignant bastard that you chose to attack us without declaring your own name. I expected this much insolence from you. What are you talking about? Slayer? There's no indignity in vanquishing evil pieces of shit like you. Tisk. I thought you were an illiterate barbarian to have attacked us without saying anything at all. I did not expect. No wait, the citizens of the kingdom are no different from barbarians anyway, right? That's rich coming from you, Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo. Albedo calculated the pros and cons of dragging this conversation on and concluded that this was an exploitable situation. If it were Ainz-sama or Demiurge here, they could probably engage him in a better conversation. I'm confident in dealing with matters of interior affairs, but I'm not too confident in my skills to plot or deal with matters of foreign affairs. Still, I'm alone with no help at all, so I have to rely on my own head. Nonsense, whatever of Red Drop. Sorry, I do not commit mere adventurers' names to memory. How is someone like you fit to be the Prime Minister of a state? Is he truly one of Red Drop? Or is he trying to confuse me? In any case, I have to continue the conversation. From my strike back there, I have already grasped the full extent of my opponent's capabilities. Even if our fight is to resume, I will not have issues dealing with him at all. Albedo mentally prepared herself to trap him in this conversation. What a tiresome way to buy more time. After all, to not rouse her opponent's suspicion, Albedo had to perfectly emulate the character of an arrogant strongman. Albedo's silhouette shrunk gradually as she chased after the red-powered suit. And now, Ainz was the only one remaining at the encampment. If all went according to plan, the main event should be starting soon. Ainz cast the spell, Body of Effulgent Barrel. And then, the delay teleportation Ainz had cast before, took effect. Things are indeed proceeding as I have predicted. It seemed like Albedo is not their target after all. I'm relieved. If she is their target instead, things would have gotten quite difficult. But is that really the case? Could this be a double-layered trap? The enemy was teleporting behind Ainz. A single enemy. Someone who preferred close-quarters combat. While his opponent was being delayed, Ainz cast an Explode Mind spell on the teleportation destination. Afterwards, he stood still, waiting for his opponent to arrive. At first, he had planned to use life essence to confirm if they had lost health, but ultimately decided against that. He heard the sound of the explosion the moment his opponent arrived. Ainz immediately began moving forwards, away from his enemy, and turned around. Silver. No wait, the luster is different. Is that platinum? Or a metal I do not know of? The explosion kicked up quite a bit of dust, and at its center stood a set of platinum-colored full-body armor. 4 weapons hovered around them, following their every move. A spear, a katana, a hammer, and a greatsword. All of them were oversized for humans. Ignoring the monetary value of the precious metal, platinum had no special magical properties at all. I cannot fathom what advantages could be granted by creating weapons and armor out of it. The most likely explanation is that it is only platinum-coated, to hide the true metal the equipment is made out of. The next most likely explanation is that it is a metal that is identical to platinum in appearance. But I'm not well versed in the types of metal in this world. Ainz's undivided attention was on his opponent's every move. After all, even trivial intel could tip the balance of a fight. Since their appearance, they had stood still in one spot with a daunting pose. Is it because they had not taken any damage? They had not bled at all? That they had resorted to such showmanship? It was hard for Ainz to believe that it had taken the full brunt of his Explode Mind, but all it did was sully that eye-catching armor with dust. Even with Ainz's necromancy job classes, it was still impossible for him to gain complete immunity to the damage of a high-tier spell. In that case, did their carefree attitude stem from them toughing it out, or is it from their do-or-die resolve? Or perhaps they really had an ability to nullify the damage. Did you think that I would just stand here without taking any precautions? There are more around you. He tried to gauge his opponent's reaction through conversation, or at least that was what he had intended anyways. His opponent, however, did not give him much chance to speak, as the armored fellow unabashedly took an offensive stance. The hammer in their arsenal floated to where they could easily grab it. That revealed a piece of intel to Ainz, causing him to gently laugh deep down in his heart. This meant that their target was not Albedo, but myself. Since they have not bothered to converse with me at all, they are not trying to buy time. They are probably planning to end this fight before any backup could arrive. If they had appeared from the sky and began talking to me, that would have meant that their target is Albedo or that we are both their targets. Everything up till this point had occurred well within the margins of my plan. However, not even Ainz could predict his opponent's next move. Since their weapons moved with them, he had thought that they were the fighter type and would want to close the distance between them. Instead, his opponent moved his hand in a somatic gesture, causing the giant hammer to suddenly shoot forward. So fast. It was like a high-level warrior had lobbed it at him. Ainz could not dodge it at all. Ainz stood still, mimicking the stance his opponent had adopted as he took the hit. The bludgeoning damage was completely nullified by the body of effulgent barrel spell. His gaze had remained on his opponent this entire time, observing his every move. In that moment, his opponent stopped moving, probably out of shock that he had taken 0 damage. The hammer returned to its original position as fast as it had been launched, floating around the enemy. Mwah! Ainz laughed loudly with his arms extended outwards to show that he was unscathed. Do you understand now? As I am sure you are aware, skeletons are weak to bludgeoning attacks. That is true for me too. So did you really believe that I would not take precautions against it? That I would be so stupid. That's right. Ainz patted his own body. I am immune to bludgeoning damage. While he was sneering, his opponent did not seize the opportunity to attack. What does that mean? If I make a mistake here, I might not be able to salvage the situation. The enemy landed, raised a hand, and spoke. Their voice was that of a male's. World isolating barrier. With his foe as the origin, a space warping shockwave passed by Ainz. Its size was immense, at least a kilometer wide. Albedo and the other guardians should all be outside of its range. Ainz's mind spooled up as he deliberated. This is one of the oldest tricks in the book, to cut off an enemy's connection to the outside world. Then, how hard would it be to break in? Would it be able to prevent someone from running in? Would teleportation still work? Its effect and area of effect also had to be considered. Since it is a dome, could someone enter it through the ground? And most important of all, could I destroy it through any means? He was severely lacking in intel and thus could not be certain of anything, but he could at the very least make some rudimentary inferences. First of all, my opponent knows that I'm a magic caster for sure, so this should at the very least be able to block teleportation spells. Unless he had a reason to not use the world-class item that could dominate minds, this person is not the one who brainwashed Shaltir. What if there is a specific reason why he did not use it? Questions continued to pile on, but one thing he was certain of was that he should not underestimate this enemy. An ability that would cover this much ground had to be from a super-tier spell or a world-class item. This means that my opponent has easy access to and immediate use of skills that could rival the heights of those abilities. He is undoubtedly a strong enemy. Someone who could remove me, and the other level 100 floor guardians, from the picture. However, faced with this enemy, Ainz did not emote at all. At the same time, he could not allow the enemy to perceive Ainz's joy and relief. Ainz squinted his eyes and continued to observe him. Though this is an unknown ability, I could still pick up on certain aspects of it. First, this is an ability that expended HP and quite a lot of it. Given that, this barrier could not be cosmetic only. If I can't figure out its exact effects, I would be in deep trouble. Ainz had seen his opponent's immediate loss of HP when he had activated that ability through his Life Essence spell. Mana Essence picked up nothing in contrast, meaning that his foe was of a pure warrior build with no mana at all. If the mysterious enclosure is an inescapable prison, it would not be odd for my opponent, who has effectively imprisoned me in this dome, to relax a little. Ainz began to calmly ask a question with that in mind. He used an uncharacteristically gentle tone given he had just been smacked with a hammer. I will pardon your prior ambush. I do believe that you already know of my name, but do allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Sorcerer King Ainz. Now then, it is your turn. Could you tell me your name? After a few seconds of silence, he received a reply. Riku. Ainz immediately began to analyze the information he had just gained. The fact that he will risk exposing intel means that he is trying to tell me, you can't escape, and also, your reinforcements won't make it in. In the documents compiled by Seabass and Demiurge, there were no mentions of the name Riku. Someone this strong would not have slipped through their information-gathering network. The most likely explanation was that I have been given an alias. But why would he give me an alias? Of the intel they gained, one was about the connection some had between their true name and soul, and how one could become more susceptible to curses should their true name become known. However, after much investigation by Nazarick, they had relegated this intel as plain folk legend. So is it possible that Riku is of a tribe that held similar beliefs? I have little to no intel. This is not the most ideal situation for me to make deductions here and there. As far as I could remember, there are only two powerful beings with connections to platinum. One of which was not a humanoid, the other was. I have heard through the bard songs, the heroic tale of the 13 heroes. Quite a few of their names have been lost, though I do recall one of them wearing an armor forged in platinum. If I remember correctly, his name was Riku Agnia. Will those bards not be elated to find out that their tales were true? Would they? I did not know that I was renowned enough for bards to sing of my name. His foe did not shrug, nor did he make any movements as he answered calmly. Is he truly one of the 13 heroes, or is he an imposter? There might be details that I'm missing. Good grief! What is true and what is false, it is hard for me to tell. But, given how my opponent is confident enough in himself to face off against me, the full extent of his capabilities must be explored in this battle. Riku, do you mind me addressing you by this name? Denied. An immediate answer, one filled with palatable disgust in tone. That was rude of me. Perhaps that was too familiar of an address. Shall I refer to you as Agnia then? Would you still mind? That is fine. Oh. Well then, I have a proposal for you. Become my subordinate, how about it? The air around Riku froze a bit. He did not take a stance, nor did he move at all. Riku just stood there completely unfazed. I can't figure him out. If Riku views me as an inferior, it would make sense why he did not take a stance at all. After all, Cocytus was the same during his battle with the lizard men. Is Riku looking down on me or not? He felt different compared to Cocytus back then. Looks like I've been rejected. How regretful. Could I implore you once more? I am currently trying to recruit powerful individuals into my services. Even that Mammon of Darkness has been happily under my employ. If you are willing to become my subordinate, I would even end my conquest of the kingdom right here. You alone are worth more than this country. Denied. If words could kill, Ainz would have been slain instantly. There was not a single shred of hesitation in his voice. Without showing any emotion, Ainz began to ponder the hidden meanings behind their little back and forth just now. Even if I get killed, is he truly certain in his belief that the Sorceress Kingdom's army would just give up? Perhaps he does not care about the kingdom after all. Is he from another nation? Cloak of Light. Riku's armor began glowing. For a brief moment, Ainz thought that it was the sun reflecting off of his armor until he noticed that Riku's HP had just decreased. That was undoubtedly the activation of some sort of ability. Now I have concrete proof. Riku's abilities are powered by his own health pool. Riku had activated his special ability, that meant their parley had broken down. Ainz immediately cast his spell. Greater teleportation. Ainz teleported all the way to the edge of the translucent dome. After his sight had adjusted, he found the translucent barrier blocking his way. Teleportation failed. He took a look around. It appeared as though Riku does not have the ability to follow me through my teleport. He is nowhere to be found. In the direction Ainz was looking towards, an unknown distance away, was his intended destination, the great underground tomb of Nazarick. I could at least confirm one thing of this barrier: since I'm now in front of the barrier, that means that teleportation to destinations within it is still possible. Only teleportation in and out of the dome is disabled. It seemed like if one were to try and teleport outside, they would instead be teleported to the edge of the dome closest to their intended destination. This is crucial intel. Ainz then extended his hand to touch the barrier. If it has defensive capabilities, I would probably receive the damage immediately, but that is unlikely because the interrupted teleportation did not do damage to me either. The bones in his finger made contact with the barrier. Contrary to its soft appearance, it is extremely hard. When he tried to exert force on it, never mind breaking, it did not phase at all. It was like a wall that separated worlds apart. Ainz pulled out a common gold coin and tossed it. The coin hit the barrier and bounced off. Next, he cast a lightning spell at a pre-calculated angle. It cannot get through. Just as he became satisfied with the results of his experiments, the delay teleportation spell activated once again. Ainz cast Body of Effulgent Barrel and stood there, with his back towards Riku. After Riku showed up, he used some unknown object to slam into Ainz's body at high speeds. Because it was bludgeoning damage, it was completely nullified by body of effulgent barrel. But for whatever reason, his body was sent flying and pressed against the barrier. This is highly unusual. Normally when an attack's damage had been nullified, its secondary effects would not apply. However, Riku's attack did not follow this rule. So what does that mean? I have no idea as of yet. Ainz slowly, and regally, turned around. The hammer returned to Riku's side. The 4 weapons that surrounded Riku were different from before, they were all glowing white. Combined with the armor, they looked undeniably badass. Riku's health has decreased even further. He had lost more health than when he activated that ability on his armor just then. Is it because he has to apply that ability to each weapon separately, or because teleportation has cost him a bit of HP too? Ainz desired more intel. I am immune to bludgeoning damage, I believe I have said that already. So how did you do that? Even if you can teleport, you cannot use it to escape this barrier. Your fate is to perish here. Answer the question, dumbass. Ainz did not say it out loud. After all, if he wanted his opponent to talk, he had to avoid pissing him off too much. I see. I am impressed that you could create such an inescapable barrier. I assume then that you have made your resolve already? No response. One of the 4 weapons, the greatsword, stopped moving. He is coming. Riku does not appear to wish to converse with me. Ainz made the first move with that in mind. Twin magic, obsidian sword. Ainz summoned 2 obsidian swords and rushed at Riku. If my opponent uses floating weaponry, I would do the same. One of the swords was deflected by Riku's greatsword and the other's strike was dodged in an unnatural manner. What? Ainz could not help but vocalize his thoughts. What was shocking was not the fact that Riku could dodge the attack, but rather how he had dodged it. Not even Cocytus would be able to pull off what Riku just did. Riku had performed a sideways somersault at head's height to dodge the attack. Although there were other oddities apart from what he had just done, the questions laid in the fact that those movements were inhuman. Normally when a humanoid jumps, they would bend their knees and apply force on them. There should be reflexive movements before the actual jump. However, Riku skipped all of that, applied no force at all, yet still performed a sideways somersault in the same stance he had this entire time. Perhaps those who were adept at using fly would be able to do those moves, but I still feel weirded out by those movements. The explanation for it was just on the tip of his tongue, but his brain could not express it properly. While Ainz was getting increasingly annoyed, Riku counterattacked with his greatsword. Ainz's 2 swords were deflected by the other weapons floating around Riku. The greatsword, as if it had a mind of its own, flew towards Ainz, prompting him to think of his guild weapon. Ainz cast defensive magic in response. Wall of Skeleton. The greatsword clashed with the newly created wall. The Wall of Skeleton was destroyed in a single hit. Impressive. In place of where the Wall of Skeleton stood, the honed edge of the greatsword pointed towards Ainz as it hovered. He had thought that it would return to Riku's side after that, but instead it flew towards Ainz as if someone was wielding it. On the contrary, Riku was standing still in his original position, in his original pose. From his observation of that pose, what had been at the tip of Ainz's tongue finally came out. He is just like a puppet. It's as though giant hands are behind him, one controlling the body and the other controlling the weapons. This isn't something like psychokinesis controlling the weapons, but the armor too? Unless, the insides are empty. Or was a living person within it too? Faced with the greatsword's cleave from top to bottom, Ainz pulled out a blasting staff to intercept it. The amount of pressure exerted on him made him feel as though he was sinking into the ground. If I have weapon destruction skills, it would be worth my time to target this greatsword specifically, but I have not bothered to learn such skills. Even anti-material acid spells would take quite a bit of time to chew through this sword, so I'm better off attacking Riku instead. Grasp Heart. That was Ainz's favorite necromancy spell, yet it had no effect on Riku at all. Does he have immunity against necromancy? Or is it resistance against negative status effects? While Ainz was still considering those things, the greatsword was swung at him at even greater speeds. Go! He could neither tank nor dodge it in time, so his body took the full brunt of that attack. After receiving the blow, Ainz backed off a little only to bump against the barrier behind him. This position was disadvantageous for him. Greater teleportation. Ainz teleported upwards. The two swords soon returned to Ainz's side. As he was right above his opponent, he would have been easy to spot. Ainz did not teleport a long distance away, nor did he intend to buy time until Albedo arrived. This battle was what he had been craving. Just as a precaution, he cast Body of Effulgent Barrel again while observing Riku, who appeared to be a dot from his perspective. He began to ascend as soon as he spotted Ainz. He did not try to attack me with his weapons, that is probably due to a range restriction. Ainz responded by descending. The moment they passed by each other, he threw out the twin obsidian swords. Riku used the weapons around him to deflect the two swords that were soaring through the skies. Did he put his all into defense? Riku did not choose to counterattack. After brushing past Riku, Ainz landed on the ground only to find the spear falling towards him at ludicrous speed. Ainz leapt forward, barely dodging the attack. Because he had fly activated already, he did not have any issues getting back on his feet. Ainz stood up to distance himself away from that spot as Riku casually descended to the ground. His three weapons floated around him and the spear that had been implanted into the ground soon joined their ranks again. Ainz also had his two obsidian swords float by his side. His movements made it all the less believable to me that a living being is in that armor. His knees did not bend at all when he landed. It was at this time when Riku, who had been standing with the same pose this entire time, suddenly took the greatsword into his own hands. This distance between them was closed in an instant. This was the fastest speed he had moved at yet. He was like a shooting star. Ainz sent out the two obsidian swords to intercept Riku's attack, but they were deflected by Riku's katana, subsequently falling onto the ground. Call Greater Thunder. Multiple streaks of lightning converged on Riku, yet he did not slow down at all. It was not as though he had not taken damage. Ainz could see his HP pool falling. It was more likely that he had suppressed all forms of pain. The greatsword was raised high above Ainz's head as it was cleaved downwards. Oof! The moment Ainz took damage, he saw from the corner of his eye, Riku's katana swinging in from the side. Ainz began waving his blasting staff. Riku tanked that attack with his own body. A magic caster's physical strikes are not so impressive, so if he chose to tank that hit, he must be planning to strike me too. His deduction was correct. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. However, that is a terrible, terrible mistake under these circumstances. Ainz smiled deep down as the shockwave began propagating outwards. Riku was knocked far away. Is it because he had been knocked back? The katana's strike only grazed me by a little, barely touching my sternum. Riku remained unyielding in pose even after he was knocked back. Ainz cast another spell. Summon 10th tier undead. The one to replace the twin obsidian swords was the level 70 melee warrior Doom Lord. Summons were either used as shields or swords. Magic casters who could use them were all pretty strong in general. That said, a powerful pure warrior build could easily ignore these summons. Cocytus would probably kite the summons towards the summoner to bring the both of them into his range. Albedo would probably use her defensive capabilities to her advantage to charge straight for the caster, completely ignoring the summons. She could also redirect aggro so that they would kill each other. Riku's tactic up till this point had been to rely on his auto-attacking weapons. Though he had wielded his greatsword, he had not used any special abilities or martial arts to go along with it. For that reason, I do not have a firm grasp on his abilities as a warrior at all. That was why. Riku closed the distance between them and beelined for Ainz without hesitation at all. An adamant action. He is probably the type to have specialized in super close-quarters combat rather than purely relying on his floating weapons. For that reason, if he's able to swiftly destroy my summon, I will lose the option to widen the distance between us. Faced with the rapidly approaching Riku, the Doom Lord tightened his grip on his weapon, a war scythe. The scythe was shrouded in negative energy, shrouded in black smog. Ainz used the magical link he had with the Doom Lord to give it his orders. It is highly probable that our opponent is not a living creature, but try to confirm it anyways. His order was vague. A summon possesses a portion of its summoner's knowledge, so it should have understood my intentions even without my order, but it was better to veer on the safer side of things. The Doom Lord activated its special ability. Ruinous Night. The rate at which the black smog spewed out of it increased, spreading to its surroundings. Its HP was falling faster than ever, the cost for a short-term boost to every one of its combat-related stats. Not only that, an opponent's passive ability to reduce the amount of damage the Doom Lord dealt to it due to level difference would be completely nullified. Undead that stood in the black smog, including the Doom Lord itself, that would take less damage from light and holy elemental attacks. The same applied for bonus damage due to the difference in karma. Another strength of this ability was the fact that it could be triggered simultaneously on top of other buffs. I want to receive that buff too, but the black smog only reaches so far. To make sure that he would not be targeted by Riku, Ainz pulled away from the two combatants. I have made preparations to be a spectator. It's time for me to understand the true extent of Riku's power. The Doom Lord's scythe clashed with the floating greatsword, and an ear-piercing noise echoed around. Neither backed off a single step, nor were they knocked back. They must have had similar levels of strength for that to happen. After that, the scythe continued to clash against the katana at high speeds, their metallic rings droned on. The greatsword's hack was rendered inert by the scythe, and the scythe's pierce was blocked by the shield-like hammer. The darting spear was deflected by the scythe's handle as the Doom Lord gracefully dodged the greatsword's cleave. Soon enough, to take advantage of the distance created by the dodge, Riku leapt forward. Both were on equal footing in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, but Riku had more tricks up his sleeve. Negative burst. Black rays of unholy light began pulsing from Ainz as the spell quickly swallowed up its surroundings. The Doom Lord healed upon receiving the negative energy, but it was not the most mana-efficient way to heal. On the other hand, Riku did not take damage from the spell at all. For him to have taken 0 damage, is it because he has immunity to negative energy? Is it a racial trait? Or is it a job trait? Or perhaps, the most likely explanation, is that it has something to do with his equipment. To have planned to fight against me meant that by common sense, he must have prepared against negative energy attacks, a staple of the undead. Even I would equip items that bestowed fire resistance if I were to fight against a fire-breathing dragon. While the sounds of their weapons colliding with each other rang out non-stop, Ainz cast his next spell. Perfect Unknowable. Ainz, now an unknown, came out of the shadow of his tank, the Doom Lord, to circle around them. Suddenly, the katana flew towards him at a speed he could not dodge. It pierced through his robe at the abdomen region. He did not take any damage due to his immunity to piercing damage, but Ainz still scuttled behind the Doom Lord's figure. The katana, suspended mid-air, then began to slash towards the Doom Lord instead. He could see through unknowability. This is not surprising. The problem lay in what method he used to detect me. There are just too many countermeasures, too many for me to narrow it down with the intel I have. So, what should my next move be? Riku seemed to want to target me directly given how the levitating weapons are all pointed at me, but with the Doom Lord's presence, they could not reach me at all. After rough calculations of his available options given the current status of the battle, he arrived at the conclusion that he should be spamming offensive spells. If the Doom Lord falls, I could just summon another. The likelihood of this strategy to win is quite high. However, this is not the way I want to end this. Riku is a powerful foe, something of a rarity in this world, and with myriad abilities foreign to me. It is better for me to witness the full extent of Riku's power over the course of this battle so that I would be better prepared should a similar foe show up in the future. Ainz cancelled the cast of an attack spell. I know that my priority right now should be on my own defense. I have a specific reason to not do so. It's dangerous, sure, but I have to resist the urge. Ainz observed the two's attacks and defenses. The Doom Lord was being suppressed ever so slightly, but neither were taking significant damage. One could call the blows that they were exchanging a back and forth, but the simplicity in Riku's fighting style was quite worrying. Ainz knew exactly why the Doom Lord could not gain the upper hand. None of its skills, negative energy attacks, or spiritual attacks had any effects against Riku. At this point, it was all but confirmed that Riku was of a race that had similar properties as golems or other constructs. Although, why would someone of those races be helping out the kingdom? What matters the most at the moment are Riku's abilities and not his motivations. Why is he using such simple attacks? He appeared to have neither used skills nor martial arts the entire time. As far as Ainz knew, a golem's strength scaled with the value of metal used to construct them, the creator's abilities, and the data crystals added. High-tier golems were relatively costly to manufacture. If Riku is a golem, one constructed out of a metal as cheap as platinum yet is this strong, there might be more than a few or even dozens of him laying around. I have to collect more intel. Ainz gave the Doom Lord an order. The Doom Lord began releasing more black smog upon receiving his command. Its speed and offensive capabilities were raised even further, to the point where Riku's armor began to take damage. However, the rapid loss of HP on the Doom Lord's part caused it to disappear not long after. Ainz had time for this, as he cast another 10th tier summon undead. It was a level 68 undead, an elemental skull. Ainz made it fall back and took its place at the front. The elemental skull was a caster-type undead capable of using magic of the 4 major elements. Riku did not raise his guard any further even though a magic caster was now at the front line. He just kept silent, closed the distance between him and Ainz, and began attacking. Why are you not the least bit worried about this? Ainz grumbled in his heart as he used the experience he had gained through his training with Albedo to block Riku's slashes. He could only block 1 slash out of 5, it was basically a one-sided pummel. Riku was insanely fast. Although he was not as fast as the Floor Guardians, he was still relatively fast. Having borne witness to the Doom Lord's battle, Ainz knew he could not serve as an adequate vanguard. I have the option of using Perfect Warrior, but the lack of equipment on my person would guarantee me a loss if I did so. Ainz's struggles at being a vanguard began to see some returns as spells began soaring through the air from his back. At the same time, Ainz cast the 9th tier spell, Vermilion Nova. The strongest single target, fire-based spell attack began to scorch Riku. Even though his body is wreathed in flame, his swordsmanship remained composed and steady. If he had made his resolve as a warrior, this would not be too surprising, but the complete lack of response from him is suspicious to say the least. The elemental skull cast a 9th tier spell, Polar Claw. A claw that emitted air as chilled as the poles tore into Riku. Ainz memorized the amount of damage Riku took from the 2 spells. This was while he was receiving a simultaneous strike from the spear and the katana. He cast another 9th tier spell, Call Greater Thunder. The elemental skull on the other hand, cast a 10th tier spell, Mist of Super Acid. Riku was instantly surrounded by a mist of strong acid and so were his weapons. Mist of Super Acid not only damages an opponent, but also their equipment and weapons, albeit only a small amount of damage to those. Surely the floating armaments around Riku counted as his equipment, right? Even the weapons around Riku were damaged, yet Ainz, who was well within the AoE, was unscathed. This was because of a special condition applied to the spell. Riku's HP loss from the acid is notable. Of the 4 elements, he was damaged the most by acid. That said, the actual percentage of HP loss is still low. Riku must have a defense-focused job class. He is probably around level 90. In any case, the best strategy is to use acid attack. Ah! That hurt. Nuisance. His anger flared up as his thoughts were interrupted, but then a miracle occurred. He managed to perfectly bat the katana flying towards him away with his staff, causing Ainz's non-existent eyes to widen. The spear was blown away as if the knockback effect had activated. How? This staff's knockback effect had all kinds of activation conditions placed upon it. First of all, the effect would not trigger at all if the staff was not used offensively. It would only trigger if one were to land a blow on their opponent's body with it. Riku's weapons counted as a part of his body. I see. Ainz had 2 hypotheses around the mechanics behind this. First was that Riku's weapons were creatures like Intoma's blade bugs. The other hypothesis, the more likely one, was that the weapons were not equipment at all, but were actual parts of Riku's body. I had felt that the weapons had HP too, but thought that it was because they counted as Riku's equipment. It was a mistaken assumption based on the fact that they took damage when Riku took damage. It appeared as though those were separate health bars, so. That moment felt like an eternity to Ainz in his confusion. What if I use those methods? But would that be the correct decision? No, wrong, that would be a mistake. Ainz felt the elemental skull cast the 10th tier divine spell, 7 Trumpeter, and immediately cancelled the cast. I have to reaffirm his role in all of this. Ainz silently cast a message as Riku retreated as if he was chasing after the knocked-back katana. The katana then returned to its original position. So if the weapons were to be separated from Riku by a certain distance, they could no longer move? Or is my opponent trying to make me think that? Or is he just shocked that it was knocked back? We more or less understand each other's powers. That's good enough. Riku slashed towards Ainz as he glided along the ground. He did not intend to speak. Ainz grumbled deep down at that fact. Wait. Wait. I haven't finished. Ainz, in the midst of Riku's attacks, threw his staff behind himself. He could see that Riku was slightly confused. Ainz kneeled down immediately. Wait. Please wait. Listen to me. The great sword in Riku's hand stopped on its way to Ainz's head. Because he was immune to critical strikes, he was not worried about lowering his defenseless head. He gave an order to the elemental skull at the same time. I did not mean to clash with your excellency. This whole thing started because the kingdom stole the grain that was meant as food aid to the Holy Kingdom. Between them and us, the greater evil should be obvious. What does your excellency think? That we were the greater evil? You went too far. There had to be better ways to deal with that. Ainz raised his head. Riku's greatsword remained suspended. It seemed like he had no intention to strike him at the moment. That is because your excellency was not the victim. How would your excellency have dealt with this? When the grain that your countrymen toiled to produce was stolen away? If you did not have the power that you have, things would not have turned out this way. People with power have to be careful about how they use their power and take responsibility for their actions. I, for one, protect the world. Indeed. This world is under my protection. Upon hearing his opponent's rhetoric, Ainz thought. This dumbass is finally talking. He was being a silent listener. From his self-righteous tone, Ainz could tell it was best that he kept quiet. Ainz took mental notes of everything he said. The deeds of those who gathered around my loving mother were wrong. They were wrong in the same way that father was. In the end, absolute power corrupts absolutely. It is the source of all faults. Ainz observed Riku in silence, calming his breath as much as he could. Riku was being impassioned. Ainz should not be as rude to interrupt him. To be honest, I can't understand what Riku is talking about at all, but at the same time he does not sound like he's just rambling nonsense. He should at least speak in a way that a layman like me could understand. Although the root of every wrong could be traced back to us, I will not seek forgiveness for that. I cannot allow you to continue on your current path of destruction. That is why. Perish. Whoosh, the greatsword swung down. Perhaps he felt guilty for executing the defenseless Ainz. The sword was swung at a much slower speed than before. Hold up, please reveal some more intel while you're in a good mood. Ainz almost said out loud. He does not intend to speak anymore, so there's no need to keep up this boring act. The battle continued. The elemental skull, which he had commanded to be on standby, rushed into the greatsword's trajectory and took the hit. Since Riku's weapon did not have lifesteal abilities, he could freely use summons as sacrifices. So this was all your fault? Are you not in the wrong then? Ainz let out a pitiful cry. Who's them? What did they do wrong? I can't understand at all, but if I phrased my response this way, perhaps Riku would expose some more intel. It's worth a try. Perhaps he really was feeling guilty. His movements were much tardier than before. Ainz capitalized on this opportunity to roll backwards. The elemental skull rushed in between them. Block him! The elemental skull cast its spell while Ainz yelled. Riku ignored the skull and charged for Ainz. The elemental skull attempted to stop him, but due to its size and a lack of skills to do so, it failed. Wall of Skeleton. Ainz cast his spell to erect a wall to keep both Riku and the elemental skull on the other side. How pathetic, Sorcerer King! Riku bellowed with anger. Compared to the elemental skull, the wall of skeleton wasn't too durable. It crumbled immediately at Riku's strike. The elemental skull had cast multiple vermilion novas to reduce Riku's HP, but to defeat him would be a tall order. It could be because of his job classes, but his magic resistance was abnormally high. Given that was the case, Ainz cast a spell on Riku. Temporal Stasis. This was a 9th tier single target spell. Although the spell could prevent the opponent from moving, it also prevented them from taking any damage while the spell lasted. That was why it was usually used when there were multiple hostiles. My spell was not just resisted, but nullified completely. It appears that Riku has time-stop countermeasures. Of course, that's not too unusual given how strong he is. At the same time the greatsword was swung towards Ainz, the hammer was also swung towards the elemental skull. Ainz tanked the greatsword's damage and as a precaution, cast greater break item on the other weapons flying towards him. It was not just resisted, but nullified again. So it's true that the weapons counted as Riku's body. As the elemental skull took a massive amount of damage, Riku looked into the air in panic. A figure was rapidly descending. It was Albedo. Ainz heard Riku let out a sound that could not even be defined as a sound. He was absolutely stunned. As Riku shook, Albedo approached him. Her speed was on par with one of Aura's arrows. And then... You bastard, ah! While that terrifying roar was heard, the halberd named 3F was swung down with the intention to split Riku's head open. Riku raised his greatsword and spear in a cross to block her attack. The impact created by 3F was sizable, as both of Riku's feet were sunk into the ground. In the next moment, Riku was blown away to the side. Albedo had stomped her foot onto Riku's chest. The armor let out a pitiful clang. You insect! How dare you disrespect Ainz-sama? Unforgivable! Albedo's declaration caused the air around them to quake. She began attacking afterwards. The distance between the two was closed in an instant as Riku received an attack with enough force to send him into orbit. The sound of metal clashing together rang out at an ear-piercing volume. Riku used 2 of the floating weapons to block this attack. He flew backwards with all of his strength. Not with a jump, he flew back without his feet touching the ground. Albedo, stop. That is enough. Ainz halted Albedo, who was about to follow up on her attack. That was enough, he should not allow Albedo to fight any longer. Understood. While her glance told him that she was unhappy, Albedo still stopped moving. It was probably correct to assume that he no longer wished to fight. Riku began ascending to pull some distance between them. Albedo stood silently by Ainz's side, using her own body as a shield against Riku. She was probably on alert for long-range attacks by the enemy. Agnia Dana. I will say it again. Become my subordinate. How about it? I will give you everything you have ever wanted for. His proposal received no reply, yet Ainz continued on. How regretful. Still, the doors of the Sorcerer's Kingdom are always open to you. You may come to visit any time you want. After he said that, Ainz lowered his voice to say to Albedo. Do you think he still wants to fight? No. I do not think he wants to anymore. But, if he is not retreating, it might be best for us to defeat him right here. If we both attacked at the same time, it should not be too difficult, right? While he should not have heard their conversation, Riku disappeared nonetheless. The barrier he had erected also melted away. I'm not sure if he had teleported before taking down the barrier or vice versa, nor could I tell where he ran off to. Although there are still things that have to be investigated, I feel like we have successfully completed our mission. Good grief, that's one less thing to worry about. Good work. I am not worthy of such praise. There still might be people surveilling us. It is best for us to return to Nazarick first. Let us do that then. After recalling the elemental skull, Ainz cast greater teleportation to retreat with Albedo. The armored man who went by the name of Riku Agnia used world teleportation to get to their predetermined meeting spot. He showed up in front of his collaborator, who had already been waiting for him there. Sorry I'm late. Nah, don't sweat it. I just arrived too. The respondent was none other than the leader of the Adamantite-ranked adventurer group Red Drop, Azuth. He's not being honest, he's been waiting there for 5 minutes already. And as to the reason why Riku knew this, he had been observing this place from afar for a while now. He was worried that Azuth was serving as bait. If the Sorcerer King's subordinates are indeed surveilling Azuth, I would abandon him immediately to return to my own country. That said, therein laid a different kind of danger, one that would require conversing with Azuth to confirm. Which was why Riku had appeared before Azuth. Sorry, Tsa. She got away. I think she was headed towards where you were. Did you finish the Sorcerer King off? Unfortunately, no. Even though you lent me your power, I truly am sorry. The one who had called himself Riku Agnia in front of the Sorcerer King, Saindorcus Vasion, lowered his head. Perhaps the other Dragon Lords would say that this is beneath the dignity expected of a long-lived Dragon Lord, one who stood at the top of the world, but I do not care much for that. If me bowing allows me to curry favor with another party, I would bow any number of times. There's no need to apologize. It was my fault that that woman was not delayed for longer. You couldn't defeat him because you didn't have enough time, right? Tsa thought long and hard about what kind of response would paint him in the best light and ended up just gently saying to Azuth. Not at all. No, Azuth. While it was unfortunate that the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo, was not someone that you could handle, you were still able to hold her up for such a long time. That was honestly a great help. I couldn't vanquish the Sorcerer King simply because he was much stronger than I had anticipated. In truth, that's indeed the case. If I'm being honest, I thought that it wouldn't be too surprising if Azuth is slain by Albedo, but had I said this out loud, it's easy for me to imagine that Azuth would no longer offer his help. For that reason, I have not explained the full details of the plan to him. It's truly impressive how Azuth managed to survive a scuffle with Albedo. To Tsa, his most important duty was to stay vigilant of players who held malicious intent towards this world, which was why he did not want to just blindly expend his strength. Still, I have a question in mind, or rather something I could not figure out. While my combat interactions with Albedo were short, I still understood one thing. She is much stronger than the Sorcerer King. That's probably because the Sorcerer King is more adept at handling large armies, so he might not have been able to fight at his full potential in a one-on-one. In any case, Azuth is definitely not strong enough to survive a fight with Albedo with any ease. So, how exactly did Azuth survive? That demon, Albedo, is there any way we could take her out? No, it's near impossible. I had to use the full arsenal of the suit and created as much distance between us as possible to barely even hang on to dear life. So that was how it was. Indeed, Albedo did not use any ranged attacks, nor did she appear to have any ranged weapons. Everything makes sense now. My previous speculations seemed a bit malicious in hindsight. Tsa felt ashamed for his own thoughts. I have suspected that Azuth had made a deal with Albedo, or perhaps with the Sorcerer King himself, to betray me. All is fair play in terms of hypotheticals. At the end of the day, Azuth is just a collaborator and not a companion. Moreover, I have no concrete evidence to support the notion that Azuth has not betrayed me. Ah, right. I told the Sorcerer King that my name was Riku Agnia. Do keep a note of that. If the Sorcerer King were to ask about me, remember to refer to me with this fake name. Riku Agnia? Does that name signify anything? None at all, just a random name I came up with. But, if someone in the world did have that name, it would probably cause them a lot of trouble. That was only a half-truth. Indeed, I have not heard of Agnia being used as a surname before, but the name Riku is a real one. It would rouse the Sorcerer King's anger towards them, which wouldn't be a minor issue. Indeed. Don't forget about the anger of the Prime Minister of the Sorcerer's Kingdom, Albedo too. The two laughed softly. Of course, if someone named Riku Agnia really existed in this world, this would not be something to scoff at, for that guy at least. Tsa laughed as he recalled. The demon named Albedo. The Sorcerer King was not able to break through the barrier, so he was not that much of a threat. That demon, however, was able to pass through the wild magic spell, World Isolating Barrier. This mid-tier wild magic spell could create a space that was separate from reality. It prevented entry through all conventional means as well as any attempts to teleport out of it. To be able to enter the barrier meant that Albedo is either a wild magic user or possesses a world-class item. While I have not confirmed if that demon is a player or NPC, from the master-servant relation between the two, it is most likely the latter. But if that's the case, why would Ainz not equip the world-class item himself, but give it to Albedo instead? Unless Albedo is the player and the Sorcerer King is the NPC? This would not be too ridiculous of an idea. To rank second in this world's hierarchy was probably a safer choice. Perhaps the Sorcerer King had a world-class item too. But since he could not break out of the barrier, the likelihood would be low, right? Or maybe he left his world-class item behind? That is certainly possible. I have heard from Riku that there were guilds that possessed 2 WCIs, so it is possible that they had 2 as well. Tsa, how strong was the Sorcerer King? If he was someone that not even you could defeat, I feel like he would be really strong. If it were me, no. If it were this, could it win? Azuth, no offense, but no. He's an opponent that not even I could defeat easily. Is that so? But thanks to your assistance, I have a general idea of his baseline capabilities now. Of course, if I were to face the Sorcerer King one-on-one again, I should be able to triumph. I have said that much, but if I relied on this armor, victory would be hard-fought. Perhaps I should make preparations on where we will fight. But, Sane Dorcas sighed. If he is of a similar level to the vampire from last time, this armor would probably struggle in serious combat. However, if I were to not use the armor but face the Sorcerer King in person, I cannot lose. As long as I fight using my real body, there would be no issues at all. Still, if I give them too much time to expand their influence, things will get out of hand. As expected of you, the strongest dragon lord in the world. I don't think so myself. There are many out there who are stronger than I am. I can win against the Sorcerer King because I happen to counter him. My abilities are more effective against the undead. I have also confirmed in the battle just then that my abilities did work on the Sorcerer King. That is why I have judged the Sorcerer King to be an opponent that did not warrant too much caution. Compared to the Sorcerer King, the demon named Albedo is much more dangerous. Pardon me, Azuth, should another situation like this arise, would you still be willing to assist me? Next time. Azuth solemnly muttered a single phrase. Sa understood the meaning behind his words and so did not question him any further. After some time had passed, Azuth finally spoke. Will the kingdom perish? It probably will. There is not much I could do to help even if I want to. Is that so? So next time I'll also have to buy time with that demoness? I could, but you do know that there's a chance that I won't be able to buy any time at all the next time around, right? Indeed, they might not split up next time. That is why, if that demoness left the Sorcerer King's side for any reason at all, would you be willing to fight the Sorcerer King alongside me? If Azuth handles the summons, I could definitely defeat the Sorcerer King. I have not been assaulted by the Sorcerer King's subordinates during our little conversation here. There is nothing left for me to do here. Sa shifted his gaze towards the capital far, far away. I have already witnessed the fall of many nations. This one will soon be facing its own destruction. Sa felt somewhat lonesome, but compared to that, he was more anxious of the fact that these lands will soon fall under the Sorcerer's Kingdom's rule. Although I have not received any grace from this kingdom, I will still miss it dearly. While I have already notified my companions, perhaps there is also a need to call upon the other dragon lords too. Almost forgot, I met with the people from the Theocracy and mentioned the name you told me. Really? Now they'll know that you have someone backing you up. If that is the case, Azuth's safety is more or less guaranteed. Azuth himself held no value at all, but the powered suit in his possession is an item of great importance, important enough that the Theocracy might plot against him for it. For that reason, I have to make them think that Azuth has protection to fall back on so that they would not make any moves against him. This also strengthened the relationship I have with Azuth. It was a move that had nothing but upsides. I have a question, why not tell them that I heard it from you directly? Simple, if they had no clue on where the information source was, they would try to investigate it. There is a chance that it could cause some friction among the upper echelons of the Theocracy. Other than that, there was another reason. Should an emergency arise, I can kill off Azuth without leaving any loose ends. This is no place to talk, let us head back. Your companions must be waiting for you, correct? Yes, they're waiting for me. I'll leave it to you then, Sa. Just as Sa was about to cast world teleportation, he thought about Azuth. It was only for a single reason, the question of whether it was still beneficial to assist him or not. Sure, Azuth's powered suit is highly valuable, but without it he is nothing. To put it bluntly, if the powered suit is in more capable hands, they would surely be able to utilize it to its full potential. Plus, I have no confidence that I could rein him in. Azuth as he stood, was more of an aide to Sa than a companion. If he were to go off script like last time, it would most likely lead to catastrophic loss. If he had not taken independent action back then, surely I would have been able to defeat the Sorcerer King during his siege of the capital. Should he just kill Azuth and take the powered suit? This was not too bad of an idea to Sa. If I give the powered suit to someone who is powerful enough to bend it to their will, it would definitely be more useful than letting Azuth keep it. I can also gain a stronger card from my hand then. Personally, I feel no disdain for Azuth, Nor do I want to kill him myself, but of what worth are emotions in this world? Riku. What was I reminiscing for, now that things have turned out that way? Sa laughed at himself internally. These two hands of mine are already besmirched with filth. It is better to do it now than later. Plus, I could blame it on the Sorcerer King if I do it now. Azuth fought until he lost consciousness with Albedo and later handed the powered suit to me. That would be a good cover story. But should I really allow history to repeat itself again? Oi, what's wrong, Sa? Huh? Sa finally noticed that he had been deep in his own thoughts. What's wrong? Did you notice something suspicious? Nothing. Azuth, let us go back. I should put those thoughts aside. Resurrection magic is a thing, death could not guarantee one's silence. If I return with just the powered suit but not Azuth's body, it would rouse suspicion. Just so I would have no regrets, it is best for me to return and give it greater consideration before making my judgment on whether or not I should give up on Red Drop. Sa prayed that his actions on this day would not lead to fatal errors in the future as he cast world teleportation. The night winds blew through unoccupied space. Ainz returned to Nazarick with gait and took the ring from the usual place. He used its power to advance towards the 9th floor with Albedo. After some time traveling by foot, they reached the room that was their destination. Albedo, do you want to head inside first? No, it is fine. You contributed more this time around, so you should be the one to enter first. Ainz thanked her and opened the giant doors. He walked to the center of the room, in front of the throne, and took a knee as he bowed. He could feel that Albedo, who was behind him, was making the same movements. Good work, Pandora's actor and Albedo. We are not worthy of your praise. Upon raising his head, he saw his master nodding regally. On his sides were Shaltir and Demiurge, who was holding a mirror of remote viewing. Ainz-sama must have observed the entirety of my battle with Riku through that item. Pandora's actor undid his transformation. While we wanted to return the magic items that we had borrowed from Ainz-sama, we found it to be disrespectful to make Ainz-sama wait any longer. Do forgive us for still wearing Ainz-sama's equipment. He meant the equipment that he was currently wearing, lower-tier backup items that they had been lent from their master. Haha. Pandora's actor, pay it no mind. It would have been fine for you to do as you wished. This was not such a big deal after all. What was important was your opponent. Now then, while we have seen the battle, I still wish to hear from the combatant himself. How is it? Yes. I believe that he is a tank whose level was around 90. That was because magic was generally ineffective against him, which was why I had judged him to be of that level. I see. A strong foe. Huh? What's wrong, Albedo? Do you have another opinion? Yes, my opinion differs from Pandora's actors. I do not believe him to be that strong. Of course, I only landed 2 strikes on him, so I could not make as accurate of a judgment, but he felt like a tank of around level 80 or so. Given that we're sure that he's a tank, then Albedo's opinion as a tank should be much more accurate than my own. I see. Although I was of the opinion that Pandora's actor, who was locked in combat with him for longer, would be able to make the more accurate judgment, Shaltir, who had been observing the battle alongside me, had estimated a similar range to Albedo's. Around level 85 or so. Given that, it appears that there is a need to call Cocytus and Seabass over. It's unfortunate that Seabass is on standby in Irantal and Cocytus is overseeing the siege of the capital, so they can't be summoned over at the current moment. If if we combined all 3 of your estimates. So, are the 3 of you in agreement that the opponent was a tank that specialized in magic resistance? The 3 fell into deep contemplation. Shaltir, why do you seem troubled? If something is wrong, do speak your mind. I may have just gotten the wrong impression, Arinsu. That is fine too. After all, this entire operation was to expose this foe's abilities and thus have been meticulously planned from the outset. As long as we could gain some sort of insight on our opponent, do feel free to speak your mind. If that is the case, Ainz-sama, because I can also summon Doom Lords, perhaps Ainz-sama had already noticed Arensu. It felt like its combat abilities were weakened significantly. Was it because Pandora's actor was the summoner Rensu? That would not be the case. While Pandora's actor's transformations are weaker than the original, his summons would not be any weaker. In addition, he had been instructed to not use any special abilities of mine to strengthen the summons. In any case, shall we both summon Doom Lords for you all to observe after this? Perhaps you could figure out what had been bothering you. Understood. Now then, Pandora's actor, you spoke with him, correct? What did you talk about? What attitude did he adopt, and what emotions could you feel from him? Do tell us in detail. After all, this mirror cannot transmit sound. Understood. Pandora's actor began reenacting his conversations with Riku. Their conversations weren't long, so it was pretty easy to act out. He even injected some of his own interpretations mid-dialogue, the emotions he felt through Riku's tone and the respective explanations. Midway through, Pandora's actor sensed from behind him an unpleasant aura emitted by Albedo. She spoke with an annoyed tone. Even if you wanted our opponent to lower his guard, to kneel as the Sorcerer King, and by extension as the absolute overlord of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Ainz-sama, is just out of line. Indeed, I feel that I have gone overboard. If Ainz-sama was there instead, he would have never done that. I must pay for my transgression. He thought as he raised his head to see that his master was nodding along in a gratified manner. He must be agreeing with Albedo's opinion. But just as Pandora's actor was about to lower his head, his master's voice reached his ears. No, that was executed beautifully. While he sounded somewhat sarcastic, his master did appear to be in a good mood. Pandora's actor could not tell which side he was on and thus missed his opportunity to bow. That kneel was great. If merely kneeling could cause an opponent to falter, I would kneel any number of times. We lost nothing through that kneel, yet it made the opponent think that we were nothing to be on guard for. He should not have noticed that he had been duped yet. How awe-inspiring. Though he already had an idea of the extent of his creator's drive for victory, chills were still sent down Pandora's actor's back. Even against an opponent that could be easily defeated should he be serious, he would still not deign himself too mighty to do such a thing in order to invoke a false sense of security in them. Could any king, nay, could any overlord really care not for their own reputation to scheme at this level? Could any being who was only served a pawn but had never served resolutely kneel in front of their enemy? No such being existed, other than Ainz-sama, the one seated in front of me. They must have had the same thought. The other guardians in the chamber had expressions that told of the awe invoked within them. Among them, Demiurge was the one to ask. Would it not rouse more suspicion in our opponent if one as great as Ainz-sama knelt down in those circumstances? He must have judged that Ainz-sama was someone who was capable of deducing the best move for every situation. No, surely no one's thought process would lead them to that conclusion normally, correct? He's not so impressive after all, or so that's what you were really like was probably what was going through his mind, correct? If the situation were flipped. If I were in his shoes, I would probably be as careless as he was, right? No, I would probably kill him right away. What would you do, Albedo? If they were just a regular civilian, I would kill them immediately, but if they were a king I might capture them for intel. Would I get careless? Maybe. Is that so? Shaltir, what about you? I would mull it over Rensu. Perhaps it would not have an effect at all. It would be best if kneeling was not necessary. It would not be the best situation if you could not dodge the enemy's attacks. Now then, let us change the topic. About that barrier. I could not figure out what that barrier was at all. I had thought that it blocked physical and magical access in and out of it, but Albedo could enter unhindered. So, is the mystery solved? The two of you might have figured it out already, but I do believe that it was because of world-class items. Pandora's actor, from what you have said, you were not too sure, were you? Pandora's actor's eyes widened. Indeed, if that is the case, everything made sense. Albedo had a WCI on her person back then and I did not. But how did Ainz-sama figure it out? A logical line of questioning. I was using the mirror to observe Pandora's actor and Riku's battle. Even after that barrier was erected, the mirror was not affected at all. At first I thought that it was just something cosmetic to scare us. Ainz's gaze fell on Pandora's actor. But it did have effects. I switched my train of thought and began investigating the differences between us. More accurately, the differences between me, the user of the mirror, and Pandora's actor. Ainz touched the WCI in his abdomen. After I took this off, I could no longer see anything through the mirror. Equipping it allowed me to see the scene again. It is highly likely that Riku has an ability that is similar to Aura's world-class item. Please wait, Ainz-sama. Riku did mutter the phrase world-isolating barrier and it did expend his HP. So is it not a special skill that only higher-level beings like Ainz-sama could obtain? Like Ainz-sama's trump card? It would be impossible to accomplish what he did through the same system our powers came from. Rather, is it not more likely that he used that term as a bluff? The expenditure of HP could be an activation condition for a world-class item. Problem is, I have never heard of such a world-class item. While many do have activation costs, merely reducing one's HP would almost be cute. That's all for today. See you guys in the next one.